Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 201, What's Inside? Chapter 201. Chapter 201, What's Inside? When Xiao Mingxin walked into the office with Wang Yingying, they saw everyone gathered in a circle, pointing at a computer screen. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiao Mingxin shouted loudly. The office was quiet for a second, then someone explained. Hearing this, a knot formed in Xiao Mingxin's stomach. The accounts don't match, and so many people are gathered. Could it be another missing penny or two? Isn't this going to kill someone? Xiao Mingxin couldn't care less about the new colleague. He hurried over to the computer, looking tense, and asked. Xiao Mingxin didn't want to end up in trouble over a penny or two. Although the company never falsified accounts, who knows how many eyes are watching candy technology at any moment. Once something is exposed, Xiao Mingxin believes some people wouldn't hesitate to sabotage candy technology. Xiao Mingxin was already breaking into a sweat. And you're telling me it's over 600,000? Really want to curse. Honestly, Xiao Mingxin really wanted to curse at that moment. If it weren't for the fact that the next door is the CEO's office and the boss's office, Xiao Mingxin might have already started cursing out loud. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mingxin forced a smile and said through gritted teeth, any experienced accountant knows, as long as it's not a penny or two, it's nothing serious. The worst fear during reconciliation is being off by a penny. Some people might think it's just a penny and whimsically transfer a penny to cover it. If someone really did that, Xiao Mingxin wouldn't doubt for a second that if someone reported it, his reputation would be over. The following years might involve some time behind bars. It's not about the penny, it's clearly telling the tax bureau to come look, this is our latest fake account. What's her name again? Wang Yingying was sharp enough to notice the director forgot her name. Xiao Mingxin said with a smile. Soon, Wang Yingying integrated into this big family, just as director Xiao Mingxin described. Everyone was relatively relaxed. Noticing the director holding a teacup, everyone was gathered watching Zheng lying, checking the accounts. Before long, the problem was identified. A transaction had indeed been missed. At night, dark clouds covered the increasingly round moon. As he looked at Candy, who had fallen asleep in his arms, Mo Jingchun twisted his neck. Working overtime at night was a bit more efficient than during the day, but physically it was hard to bear. Taking a break, Mo Jingchun picked up Candy, stood up, and started towards the door, ready to go to bed. The bun that had been snoring on the couch immediately followed at the sound of movement. With all its fat, it wobbled left and right as it walked. Mo Jingchun glanced over, smiled without saying a word. Back in the dorm, Mo Jingchun had just tucked Candy into bed, turned around to find the bun was busy eating again. Mo Jingchun squatted down, grabbed the scruff of the bun's neck, and muttered softly. But as soon as Mo Jingchun let go, the bun naturally shifted its body, changing direction to continue eating. If it wasn't for the sake of eating, why trot such a long distance? Is it easy to eat just one bite of cat food? Looking at the sleeping Candy, Mo Jingchun rubbed his slightly hungry belly. Considering going to the canteen for a late-night snack, Mo Jingchun was afraid Candy would wake up and not find him, getting scared and crying. But not eating, he felt hungry. A few minutes later, Mo Jingchun quietly registered as a new user on Matewan and tearfully ordered some barbecue. 40 minutes later, Mo Jingchun's delivery got intercepted by the apartment guard. If it weren't for the guard's keen eyes, seeing Mr. Mo on the delivery note, the delivery guy might have been asked to call and have someone come downstairs to pick it up. Geez, in the whole apartment building, only 2 people with the surname Mo live there. One is the boss, the other the young master. Knock, knock, knock. Opening the door, Mo Jingchun saw the guard, and the guard was holding the delivery. Mo Jingchun smiled and nodded. After closing the door, Mo Jingchun put the delivery behind him, breathed a sigh when he saw Candy was still asleep on the bed. The bun, previously asleep, came over when it smelled the barbecue, rubbing against Mo Jingchun's feet. Rubbing the right way meant getting to eat and drink, a simple principle the bun understood well. a sip of happy water for couch potatoes, and a bite of skewer. So comfortable. All the day's fatigue just vanished. Sitting with his back to the bed, Mo Jingchun was eating enthusiastically when, next second, a small head silently appeared from the right side. The moment the small head appeared, Mo Jingchun's body froze. That's it, busted sneaking a bite of barbecue by Candy. Having never tasted barbecue, Candy looked at the fragrant barbecue on the small table, swallowing. Looking at her brother, with hair disheveled, Candy looked at him pitifully. A speechless Mo Jingchun had to let Candy try a taste. After tasting delicious barbecue for the first time in life, Candy set her sights on the happy water in Mo Jingchun's hand. Hearing this, Candy frowned, still looking at the dark water in Mo Jingchun's hand, and said, Mo Jingchun blinked. Then, Candy agreed with flair, but when drinking, she took 2 quick gulps. If Mo Jingchun hadn't reacted quickly, the little guy might have choked. Burp, with a hiccup, the carbonation rushing up her nose, Candy decided she didn't want soda anymore. It's not tasty at all, not as sweet as milk. P.S. Thanks to Cheyenne Shi, Yun Bing Suiyu, Ghostly Miri Sun Yen for the reward support. PS2. Growing wisdom teeth, now inflamed, hurts a lot. My face is already swollen. Can't open wide mouths anymore. I wanted to buy some painkillers, but they don't sell ibuprofen. I'm having such a hard time. Chapter 202. Project Bidding. Chapter 202. Chapter 202. Project bidding in the spacious and bright office. The sound of keyboards clattering has been ringing in Xia Xiaoman's ears for over a week now. Is this the legendary single person for 20 years trained Kirin arm? Xia Xiaoman silently mourned for the keyboard that his boss was using. If it keeps getting used like this, even though the keyboard is of excellent quality, it might not withstand such frequent use for long. In fact, Xia Xiaoman's sixth sense was very accurate. Just a day later, while Mo Jingchun was typing code, he frowned and slapped the keyboard a few times. Why isn't it responding? Is it broken? Thinking it might be the computer that froze, Mo Jingchun moved the mouse, but it wasn't stuck at all. So the conclusion was obvious. The keyboard was broken. Xia Xiaoman swiftly got up and went to the logistics department to get the keyboards. But Xia Xiaoman thought, given the boss's exaggerated usage, buying a stainless steel keyboard might last 10 days or half a month. The head of the logistics support department watched as the boss's secretary walked away with 2 keyboards in one hand, feeling a headache coming on. Recently, the company's demand for keyboards has surged, and those uninformed might think he was pocketing money by purchasing a batch of subpar keyboards. Zhao Hongwei sighed. He had also heard rumors these days, with people talking behind his back. It's tough. Making a living these days is really tough. Mo Jingchun, who was pouring water for Candy, turned with a smile and said to Xia Xiaoman, feeling the water in the bottle was a bit hot, Mo Jingchun added some mineral water until it was at the right temperature, then handed the bottle to Candy. She said in a cute voice, still claiming she's not a kid. Mo Jingchun laughed, but didn't say anything was wrong. Having one's own thoughts is a good thing. Mo Jingchun didn't want to raise Candy into a puppet that just follows orders. In fact, Mo Jingchun had already thought it through. When Candy grows older and starts school, for extracurricular classes, unless Candy is genuinely interested, he won't enroll her against her will. In Mo Jingchun's view, if one's childhood has no fun, their whole life will be dull. Of course, Mo Jingchun admits he's just over 19, not even 20, so his life is just beginning like the rising sun. But every generation has its own thoughts, and society is always progressing, isn't it? Candy asked, waving a chubby hand in front of Mo Jingchun's eyes while holding the bottle. Sitting on the sofa, Mo Jingchun was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality, smiling as he touched Candy's little nose. Brother is thinking about what was life when she grows up. Candy took a sip of water and asked puzzledly. Mo Jingchun laughed and said, Candy nodded vigorously, the little bun on her head bouncing adorably with the rhythm. Mo Jingchun got up from the sofa, prepared to unpack the new keyboard and replace it on the computer host, then continue to refine the honeycomb-like core code of the intelligent assistant displayed on the monitor. If the intelligent assistant were a person, then this inconspicuous honeycomb structure is its soul. A complete honeycomb structure can simulate the human brain to the greatest extent, making logical judgments. Some people worry about what if AI goes haywire, but Mo Jingshun thinks AI is like the ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, depending on whose hands it falls into. Moreover, Mo Jingshun's intelligent assistant is derived from a system, so as long as the honeycomb structure remains intact, there's no risk of loss of control. The honeycomb structure in front of him is already 1/5 complete, meaning Mo Jingshun needs at least 2 more months to replicate the soul fully. This doesn't even include the time it will take to check the code later. To officially activate the honeycomb structure, which is the AI's main brain, Mo Jingshun considered that it's already October. This year it's definitely impossible, but between March and May next year, it might be possible. Just as Mo Jingshun prepared to continue typing code after replacing the new keyboard, someone came in. Seeing Li Wanning talking quietly with Xia Xiaoman at the door, Mo Jingshun looked up and asked. Li Wanning nodded and walked over with 2 blue folders. Having been busy these days, for a while she forgot some unpleasant memories, her eyes looking more lively. Mo Jingshun opened the tender documents for both projects, somewhat surprised. For projects this small, from bidding to contracting, Mo Jingshun usually doesn't get involved. He only signs off on the notification of award for the successful contractor at the end. However, what Mo Jingshun didn't expect was that Huajian First Bureau submitted a bid for a small kindergarten project. In terms of quality and capability, Huajian First Bureau is naturally top-notch. But what's puzzling was that Huajian First Bureau should not be interested in small projects like a kindergarten. It's just a kindergarten. How much can they profit from it? No problem. Make sure to start the construction as soon as possible. Li Wanning carefully noted down the boss's instructions. After signing, Mo Jingshun pushed the 2 folders back to Li Wanning. The kindergarten is expected to be operational in September next year. P.S. Special thanks to readers 2020088282204561002, Hongming Purple Lotus, and Ghostly Riri Swallow for their support. Nung Nung. Chapter 203, Sci-Fi Leukemia Miracle Drug. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, Sci-Fi Leukemia Miracle Drug? Late at night, in the Candy Technology Park, while the vast majority of people were already asleep, dreaming all sorts of bizarre dreams. The United States, a country that champions freedom, democracy, equality for all, and freedom of speech. At this moment, it was noon, and the sunlight was particularly glaring. It's well known that compared to those Western countries, the people of the Xia country have a particular fondness for saving money. This has been the case since ancient times. You could say it's a habit ingrained in their genes. In the mindset of the people, if they don't have some savings in their hands, they feel insecure. In stark contrast, Americans are more enthusiastic about spending in advance, using future money to satisfy current consumption. At the entrance of Fernandez Hospital, Troy Deeney stood at the door, cursing loudly. Troy Deeney is not the only one complaining about the high price of leukemia medication. In fact, there are many more. At first, people thought that the leukemia medication from that eastern country was fake, nothing but a scam. But as some people used the leukemia medication from Candy Technology and actually recovered, the remaining leukemia patients couldn't hold back any longer. But upon learning of the treatment costs, they became furious. Such a tiny bottle of leukemia medication was selling for $650,000. How is this different from daylight robbery? $650,000, and Troy Deeney simply couldn't come up with it, not even with a credit card, let alone the fact that a cure requires multiple treatments, meaning several times $650,000. The agents in various regions were all smiling widely at this moment. In the West, there's no shortage of wealthy people. Is a treatment costing just hundreds of thousands to millions expensive? For the wealthy, as long as they can cure leukemia, they have all the time and opportunities to earn the money back. Leukemia patients like Troy Deeney, not sure from whose mouth heard that the cost of treating leukemia in the Xia country was very cheap, even less than 10,000 US dollars. Troy Deeney went online to check, and it was true. So, a large group of people organized and bought plane tickets to the Xia country, with a nice excuse of going on a tour. At the Shanghai 11th People's Hospital, after getting the payment receipt, Troy Deeney and the other leukemia patients who came specifically were dumbfounded. What happened to only needing less than 10,000 US dollars? Why was the cost on the payment receipt more than 100,000? On Wednesday afternoon, when Mo Jingchun heard Xia Xiaoman's report, he smiled and shook his head. Compared to those Western countries, Xia country is indeed very humanitarian. More than 100,000, 5 treatment cycles, and looking across various regions, it's probably the most affordable option already. Mo Jingchun smiled and said to Xia Xiaoman, "The internet is not a lawless place." Mo Jingchun shook his head. It should be known that besides smearing candy technology, these self-media outlets more importantly stood against the country. Mo Jingchun believed that even if the legal department didn't issue lawyer letters, someone would take care of the self-media. After Xia Xiaoman returned to her workstation, Mo Jingchun shrugged and laughed, muttering softly. The next moment, Mo Jingchun didn't continue coding, but picked up his phone to browse short videos, watching reports on the outrageously priced leukemia medication. In the comment section of those self-media short videos targeting candy technology, what surprised Mo Jingchun was that this time, you hardly saw any keyboard warriors. Instead, there were compliments for candy technology, praising them for defending their pride. As for that foreign friend short video, the comment with the most likes amused Mo Jingchun. Good mood at sorry, ours is cheap because leukemia medication is included in health insurance and supports reimbursement. Sister Swag at exactly leukemia. Medication is originally very expensive. It's just that the country pays most of the medical expenses for us. After calming down, Troy Deeney obediently gathered the medical expenses and chose to receive treatment at the Shanghai 11th People's Hospital. Because upon closer calculation, Xia country is indeed the most affordable. That afternoon, Candy Technology's legal department followed Mo Jingchun's instructions and sent lawyer letters to those self-media outlets that smeared Candy Technology for traffic and filed a lawsuit. Candy Technology's silent issuance of lawyer letters directly scared these self-media into deleting their videos in secret. But what's the use of that? The evidence had long been preserved. At night, lying in bed with nothing better to do, Mo Jingchun routinely browsed short videos. Mo Jingchun casually swiped up and stumbled upon a local video with quite a few likes. It turns out, the County Hospital of Hua County is planning to expand and intends to upgrade to a Class 3A hospital. Such a good thing naturally warranted a quick like from Mo Jingchun. At this moment, Mo Jingchun pressed the pause button on the short video, not daring to make a sound or any unnecessary movements. After a while, when Mo Jingchun confirmed Candy had only turned over, sticking out her little butt towards him, he let out a sigh of relief. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and little birds perched on branches, chirping incessantly. Lying on the osmanthus tree, like a hunter, Bun stared unblinkingly at the little birds not far away. Bun, having gathered its strength, was waiting for the perfect moment. At this very moment, Bun moved. Bun's speed was fast, yet the little birds that sensed danger flew even faster. Not only did Bun miss, but the branch tip of the osmanthus tree couldn't support Bun's full weight. Bun fell from the tree, but luckily, at the last moment, landed steadily on 4 feet. Meow. Unyielding, Bun climbed back onto the osmanthus tree, waiting for the next opportunity. Finally, Bun succeeded. Bun landed perfectly, with a small sparrow now in its mouth. This scene was just witnessed by Mo Jingchun and Candy as they came out of the dormitory building. After saying that, Candy released Mo Jingchun's hand and dashed towards the osmanthus tree. Meow, meow, meow. Walking over, Mo Jingchun found this scene amusing. Cats catching birds, though not common, is not rare either. As far as Mo Jingchun knew, dogs also like to catch birds, and some dogs even catch mice. Maybe Bun found Candy's chattering unbearable. Bun released its paw and leapt back onto the tree, grooming its fur with its tongue. Chapter 204 Why? Chapter 204 Chapter 204 Why? Under the osmanthus tree, Candy looked at the little sparrow lying motionless on the ground, thinking it had been bitten to death by Bun. Just as Candy was about to feel sad, she suddenly cried out in surprise. The little sparrow, which had its eyes closed and looked as if it were dead, took advantage of Candy's moment of inattention and fluttered away. Mo Jingchun, walking from a distance, saw this scene and felt like laughing. The little sparrow probably used up all its strength. The speed at which it flew away was like a human running in a 100-meter sprint, giving it his all. Only Bun, perched on the osmanthus tree and grooming himself with his tongue, meowed jeeringly at the departing sparrow. Meow. Hearing Bun's meow, Mo Jingchun glanced over. Instantly, Bun koed. The poop scooper is not to be messed with. Bun deeply understood that his poop scooper was completely different from others. If provoked, he would truly be homeless. Walking up to Candy, Mo Jingchun took her little hand. Seeing his poop scooper leaving toward the cafeteria, Bun didn't hesitate and jumped down from the osmanthus tree, landing steadily on the bare grass. Don't ask where the grass went. It's all thanks to Bun and his sharp little claws. Holding the breakfast, Mo Jingchun scanned the dining tables around, looking for a seat. Seeing a table in the corner with only one person eating there, Mo Jingchun smiled slightly and led Candy over. Candy was clever and had already learned to hold on her brother's pants leg. Wherever her brother went, she'd follow, afraid someone might overlook her tiny figure and accidentally knock her over. Of course, anywhere within the park where Candy went, she was the center of attention. What's more, Candy was always by the boss's side, so who would dare bump into her? Everyone knew, being within a meter of the boss came with an aura that made people not want to get too close. Mo Jingchun set the tray on the table, then turned to lift Candy onto a chair. Sitting down, Mo Jingchun smiled at Su Wenyin, whose skin seemed a bit tanned across from him. Other executives might not dare to roll their eyes at Mo Jingchun, the boss. But Su Wenyin was different. She had been with Mo Jingchun since the start of his business venture, and they were all quite familiar with little distance between them. Additionally, being a woman with her straightforward personality, in informal situations, Su Wenyin and Mo Jingchun were more like friends. Rolling her eyes at boss Missouri Jingchun, Su Wenyin said wistfully, "I get sunshine exposure every day. Of course my skin darkens." Su Wenyin knew that when Li Wanning first arrived in Hua County, it was even tougher for her. Mo Jingchun placed the egg white, after peeling the shell, into Candy's bowl and popped the yolk into his own mouth. Swallowing the yolk, Mo Jingchun took a sip of porridge and looked up to ask Su Wenyin. Beside them, Candy was innocently swinging her legs, eating the egg white peeled by her brother and staring intently at her brother and Su with big, curious eyes. When she had nothing to do, Candy's favorite pastime was listening to adult conversations. When really bored, Candy would even mimic her brother's mannerisms. Drinking pumpkin porridge, Suen and Interdincless inquiry. The sixth building is an assembly plant, used for the final assembly work of smart glasses. In response to the call, except for Building 1, which produces the new material Z_001 with an automated production line, all other buildings were hiring workers to operate the production lines. The goal was to provide jobs for the people in the county and reduce the number of people seeking work elsewhere. After all, the actual local population of Hua County is less than 300,000. Mo Jingchun understood the county's objectives well. This matter had to be traced back to when Mo Jingchun was still in middle school. Mo Jingchun remembered it was the second year of middle school when there were rumors that Hua County was planning to change from county to city. However, 6 years later, Hua County still hadn't made the transition. Instead, another county in the same province successfully made the switch to city status. According to regulations, counties with a total population of less than 500,000 can apply to become a city if the non-agricultural population in the county seat exceeds 100,000. Agricultural population doesn't exceed 40% of residents, and annual GNP exceeds 300 million yuan. Once city status is granted, the towns previously under county jurisdiction are managed by the city. Counties with a total population of over 500,000 can apply to become a city if their county seat's non-agricultural population exceeds 120,000 and annual GNP exceeds 400 million yuan. The administrative office of an autonomous prefecture or league, though the non-agricultural population is less than 100,000 and GNP less than 300 million yuan, can also apply for city status if necessary. Of course, these requirements are incredibly challenging for Hua County. The gap between a population of 300,000 and 500,000 is considerable, but the arrival of candy technology gave Hua County hope for city status. The condition is that if the urban non-agricultural population exceeds 250,000 and annual GNP exceeds 1 billion yuan, with significant influence on surrounding counties, it can also apply for city status. The output value has already surpassed. Once the non-agricultural population exceeds 250,000, they can apply for city status. Thinking of this, Mo Jingchun looked at Su Wenyin and said. Su Wenyin nodded. What is most feared on a construction site? The greatest fear is safety accidents. There's a saying on construction sites: have an accident before New Year's, and you've worked in vain for a year. Have one after, and it's the same. With no topic to discuss for a while, Su Wenyin suddenly remembered that all the technicians in the company were busy developing something recently. Even the boss himself had started coding again. Remembering this, Su Wenyin leaned her head over and quietly asked. Mo Jingchun glanced at the curious face of Su Wenyin and said, with 10,000 people developing at the same time, Su Wenyin thought even creating a system shouldn't require so many people, right? P.S. Thank you, Sal, for your support. Please vote for recommendations and monthly votes. Chapter 205. Adapting to Local Conditions. Chapter 205. Chapter 205. Adapting to Local Conditions. Su Wenyin chuckled softly and didn't press further. Actually, not only was the internal company staff speculating, but the outside world was even more curious about Candy Technology's big moves. Even though no one knew what happened, Candy Technology suddenly shifted its focus to the medical industry. However, Candy Technology is recognized as being in its rightful business in the internet field. Everyone knows that Candy Technology is absolutely top tier in the field of algorithms, especially Candy Technology's encryption algorithms, which remain unbroken to this day. As for whether Candy Technology is catching up with major companies in the internet field to develop artificial intelligence, outsiders have speculated too. But even if it were true, people would just see it as another competitor. Artificial intelligence sounds well-defined and pleasant, but only those in the industry know that the current state of AI is not impressive. Although there are differences among various companies, they aren't significant. In the cafeteria, Su Wenyin, who finished breakfast first, wiped her mouth with a napkin. Go for it. Mo Jingchun cheered for Su Wenyin with a smile. Su Wenyin couldn't remember how many times she had rolled her eyes at her boss. Sometimes she felt he was mature like an uncle, and other times he seemed like a child. Maybe it's because he has a sister like Candy. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Wenyin got on her little electric scooter, put on her helmet, twisted the handlebar, and the scooter that could go 40 kilometers per hour felt incredibly pleasant. Su Wenyin also discovered the benefits of a small county, just like with her little scooter. Fully charged, it can generally go 50 kilometers, meaning with a little scooter, you can run around the entire county. Mo Jingchun, eating a deep-fried dough stick, looked at Candy quizzically. Mo Jingchun wiped Candy's mouth with a napkin. In a flash, Candy slipped from the chair to the floor and darted out from under the table. Brother, Guagua is going to play okay. On the other side, Bun, who had just feasted and sipped at the armed police hall, was lazily lounging at the entrance of the lab building, basking in the sun. Life was too cozy. Bun was thinking of sweet dreams when suddenly, Bun let out a miserable cry. Out of nowhere, a knife came running over and lay directly next to Bun, squashing Bun's chubby belly. Bun's cry of distress made the knife glance at Bun with curiosity, and then there was nothing after that. The knife acted as if nothing happened, placing its head on the ground, sunbathing. When there's no training, the sun is always warm. Time always passes by without noticing, and candy technology gradually faded from the public eye. Only those diagnosed with leukemia would remember. Oh, and there's still this company, Candy Technology. A few months ago, receiving a leukemia diagnosis meant despair. But now they would be surprised at most, wondering how they could have suddenly gotten leukemia. As for fear, there really isn't any. Candy Technology's leukemia-specific drug is said to have a cure rate of up to 75%, but statistics from the World Health Organization show that the cure rate is far above 75%, 52%, and this rate keeps rising over time. More deaths in the medical records are due to accidents rather than problems with the drug. In December, most trees in the park had shed their leaves. Only trees like osmanthus were evergreen with a full canopy of leaves. Mo Jing-chun walked into the office, feeling the temperature inside, and casually took off his coat. He really didn't find Hua County's winter cold to be anything. After all, Mo Jing-chun had spent 2 years in Jing City. Boss, Su Wenyin sent over a document earlier. Sitting down at his desk, Mo Jing-chun picked up the document Su Wenyin left to review. Just then, Xia Xiaoman made a cup of tea and brought it over to Mo Jing-chun. A few minutes later, Mo Jing-chun finished reading the document Su Wenyin delivered. It merely reported that the factory had been completely built and the production equipment could all be installed and debugged by the end of the month. The current issue that needed resolving was the labor personnel for the production line. Xia Xiaoman, who had just sat down for a short while, stood up and nodded in response. Xia Xiaoman left and soon returned, but the girls in the HR department were all having headaches. Unlike recruiting employees for the company, try to recruit labor in the county, posting job ads online just doesn't work. To put it bluntly, in small counties like Hua County, most people over 30 don't have a high educational background. It's not meant to be derogatory. It's a very realistic issue. This results in most people not looking for jobs on employment software. Instead, placing a sign next to stores tends to attract more inquiries. Wang Huihui rubbed her temples and said to her team, "Anyone have any ideas?" The ladies in the office racked their brains, and at this moment, Song Kaiyun quietly raised her hand. Song Tsayun's idea lit up everyone's eyes. People just tend to underestimate the prowess of the grandmas. Song Tsayun's suggestion also opened up people's thinking. Various ideas came pouring out from everyone. The next day, Song Kaiyun led people to start a Moments forwarding and likes collection event at the entrance of the largest supermarket in the county. To promote even better, Wang Huihui even contacted a local ad company, ensuring 10 vans played recruitment ads daily throughout the county and in various villages. Chapter 206, Smart Glasses Production. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Smart Glasses Production. I have to say, the idea the HR ladies came up with was really effective. Even Wang Huihui didn't expect that the promotion effect from the Annie's friend circles was far better than that of an advertisement company. For a few eggs or a small bag of rice, the aunties went all out in their promotion. No likes? Sorry, the aunties directly send voice messages asking people to like their posts. If an auntie wants something done, there's nothing she can't accomplish. After the New Year's holiday, the young men and women who used to walk around with dark circles under their eyes recovered quite a bit of energy. The main task ahead was to check the previous code, which meant everyone could finally relax for a bit. In the early morning, before the sun rose, the lawn and leaves at the Candy Technology Park were covered in last night's frost. Today, Mo Jing-chun got up early for once. In the apartment dormitory, Mo Jing-chun put a pink hat, bought a year ago, on Candy's head, nodding with satisfaction. However, the next second, Candy took the hat off. Looking very grown-up, Candy sighed helplessly and said to her brother, saying this, Candy took off the fluffy, supposedly cute hat her brother thought was adorable and put on the hood of her down jacket instead. Mo Jingchun reluctantly put the fluffy pink cute hat back in the wardrobe. While Mo Jingchun was putting away the hat, Candy had already walked to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Candy, learning to brush her teeth and wash her face by herself, allowed Mo Jingchun to be lazy for a bit longer every morning. Hearing Guoguo's call, Mo Jingchun hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Then, he lowered his head, letting Candy's small hands glide all over his face. Yes, Candy was applying lotion on Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun swears he's really not neglecting Candy. It's just that Candy suddenly learned this from somewhere and switched roles one morning to start applying lotion on him. The cold weather outside, coupled with the frost, made Bun, sleeping in the dorm, change position and continue sleeping after seeing Mo Jingchun and Candy leave. When Mo Jingchun took Candy downstairs, Dagger was training with the handler. Candy had wanted to go up and say hi to Dagger, but Mo Jingchun stopped her. Oh, just as Mo Jingchun thought Candy stopped with her endless questions, Candy asked again, because cutting the ribbon signifies good luck and prosperity for the opening. This way, brother can earn lots and lots of money to buy Candy lots of fun toys and delicious food. After steering the topic back to Candy, the little one, as expected, stopped asking more questions. Mo Jingchun figured the little one was probably thinking about what fun toy to buy. A new Ultraman? Or a big excavator? After breakfast, Mo Jingchun, Su Wenyin, and Su Pengfei drove to the factory together. The ribbon-cutting ceremony wasn't very complicated, especially since Mo Jingchun didn't allow Su Pengfei to invite anyone from outside this time. As Mo Jingchun and Candy cut the red cloth with scissors, fireworks went off above, indicating the factory was officially in operation and ready to start production. Mo Jingchun nodded, and after getting in the car, Xia Xiaoman drove away from the factory grounds. After seeing the boss's car leave the factory, Su Wenyin headed to the main control room inside the park. From there, she could see the production status of all warehouses except Warehouse 1. Back at the company, with Candy napping in the bedroom, Mo Jingchun resumed checking the core code. Su Wenyin, supervising over the factory, didn't keep Mo Jingchun waiting long. Just before lunch, Su Wenyin returned. She brought back a pair of glasses. Mo Jingchun glanced over, reached out, and took the smart glasses off Su Wenyin. With the smart glasses in hand, Mo Jingchun first checked the production craftsmanship. The glasses can't be shoddy when customers are paying so much for them. Montak, Jingchun examined them. Fortunately, the frame looked smooth without any burrs. But come to think of it, the production technology for eyeglass frames isn't that high these days. After putting on the smart glasses, the lenses, adjusted for Su Wenyin's pupils, detected new data and made slight adjustments, making Mo Jingchun's vision clearer. Taking off the glasses, Mo Jingchun casually placed the smart glasses on the office desk and asked Su Wenyin, "Thinking about the military order," Mo Jingchun said to Su Wenyin, "Thinking about the launch event." Mo Jingchun chuckled self-deprecatingly. The cheeky Su Wenyin interjected Mo Jingchun's words. Su Wenyin's astonishing words made Xia Xiaoman, who was drinking water, spit it out. Cough, cough, cough. Carry on PS. Thanks to Yetting for the tip support. Disa. Nung. Wa. Chapter 207. Her world is very small. Chapter 207. Chapter 207. Her world is very small. Candy, who was playing in a pile of toys, curiously came over holding an Ultraman with its head missing. Candy thought there was something fun, but it turned out to be nothing. Since she was already there, Candy directly climbed into her brother's arms, sitting happily. That little gaze even provocatively looked at Su Wenyin, as if to say, "Look, I have someone to hold me, but you don't." Of course, Candy's little gaze was directly ignored by Su Wenyin, because Su Wenyin had been running back and forth in several factory buildings and was already hungry. Now, Su Wenyin just wanted to go to the cafeteria for a big meal, ignoring everything else. As soon as Su Wenyin said this, Mo Jingchun's mouth twitched. The way she said it, it felt like Mo Jingchun, as the boss, was mistreating his employees, not even letting them eat enough. Mo Jingchun waved his hand. Watching Su Wenyan leave, Mo Jingchun thought to himself that maybe the company's staff was too youthful, giving a feeling of being a bit offbeat. Mo Jingchun wondered if he should reasonably recruit some more mature employees. Without a target to provoke, Candy didn't feel like sitting in her brother's arms anymore. Candy casually grabbed the smart glasses on the table and slipped down from Mo Jingchun's lap. The smart glasses, worth over 10,000 yuan, just became one of Candy's many toys like that. Mo Jingchun gave it a glance, but didn't pay any more attention to Candy. What Mo Jingchun didn't know was that right after he looked away, Candy found Ultraman's head from the pile of toys, then put the smart glasses on it. The little one kept whispering to herself, 777 ah? No. In the afternoon, Candy woke up from a nap and walked to the bedroom door, calling out in a baby voice. The bedroom door, which Mo Jingchun had changed to voice control, opened in response to Candy's voice. The little one peeked out from the bedroom, wearing slippers, and after seeing her brother in the office, she turned back into the bedroom. Not long after, with water beads all over her face, Candy walked to Mo Jingchun's side, tugging at his pant leg. A few minutes later, after putting socks and shoes on Candy, Mo Jingchun smiled at her and said, Mo Jingchun pinched Candy's little cheeks and said, although there were barricades built around the basketball court, no one could ensure there was no hidden danger there. Otherwise, Mo Jingchun wouldn't keep reminding Candy not to go there. Luckily, the little one was obedient, almost never ran over there. Taking the elevator from the top floor downstairs, Candy smiled happily and shouted "Sister" to the people at the reception desk when passing the lobby on the first floor. After Candy left, Huang Min and the receptionist were in great spirits. Running to the armed police hall to play with Big Black and Bun, Candy couldn't find them. Usually, at this time, Big Black and Bun would be sleeping in the hall. Why were they missing today? With a head full of questions, Candy casually asked an armed police uncle. Although this wasn't the first time Jiang Tsungen heard Candy call the dagger Big Black. Every time he heard Candy call the dagger Big Black, Jiang Tsungen instantly felt like the dagger lost much of its combat power. Jiang Tsungen's mouth twitched after hearing it so many times, he almost blurted out Big Black just now. Candy muttered softly. Just as Candy was turning to go to the training ground to find Big Black and Bun, the broadcast across the Candy Technology Park came on. No, to be accurate, all the TVs turned on in Hoa County simultaneously aired the broadcast. Accompanied by the countdown of an earthquake warning alarm, Jiang Tsungen, who had never experienced an earthquake, immediately picked Candy up and dashed out of the armed police hall. As the countdown ended, everyone only felt a slight tremor of the ground, and then nothing happened. It felt just like a heavy truck passing by. But most of Candy Technology's employees had never experienced an earthquake, so upon hearing the warning, they were somewhat panicked. On the top floor, upon hearing the earthquake warning, Mo Jingchun felt no emotional fluctuations. 1 magnitude earthquake. Why should I make a fuss? Mo Jingchun was already used to it, all right. Except for the earthquake in the 3rd year of middle school, which really scared Mo Jingchun, he hadn't really cared about the minor earthquakes that followed. Thinking back to the earthquake in the 3rd year of middle school, Mo Jingchun still remembered it vividly. That afternoon, everyone was in class, and the teacher was explaining topics at the podium. Soon after, everyone heard a rumbling sound. At first, everyone thought it was thunder, but as the rumbling sound drew nearer, everyone sensed something was off. Not long after, they saw the windows in the classroom begin to shake. At this moment, although everyone sensed something was wrong, they still didn't know what was happening. They visually witnessed the walls of the classroom trembling like a flexible ruler and felt it physically. Everyone finally realized it was an earthquake. When everyone started to run, the earthquake was actually over by then. You couldn't blame everyone for not reacting promptly. Those who hadn't experienced this kind of earthquake simply wouldn't associate it with an earthquake. On the open space in the park, employees who ran out looked afraid, but amidst that fear were lively discussions. On the top floor, standing by the window, Xia Xiaoman asked the boss. When Mo Jingchun got to the ground to look for Candy, who was being watched by Jiang Tsongyun, quickly ran to Mo Jingchuan's side. Originally, Candy thought it was fun, but seeing her brother frantically searching for her, Candy hugged him and cried. Holding Candy, Mo Jingchun soothed her softly. The little sister's world is very small, so small that her brother is her whole world. Chapter 208, Breaking News. Press Conference. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, Breaking News. Press Conference. After realizing it was just a false alarm, the employees who had run downstairs returned to their workstations, chatting and laughing. However, the topic of their conversation was all about the earthquake. Those who know about earthquakes understand that if small quakes frequently occur in an earthquake zone, it's actually a good thing, because the energy accumulated underground is released slowly through these small tremors. This reduces the likelihood of a major earthquake. Mo Jingchun didn't return to the office, but instead took Candy to Chi-Si Kindergarten. Being a regular at Chi-Si Kindergarten, Candy had already made many friends there. As usual, Mo Jingchun stood quietly outside, just watching. Sometimes, happiness is just this simple. Watching a group of little ones and teachers playing Catch the Chicks, Mo Jingchun felt a bit envious. Speaking of which, Mo Jingchun never attended kindergarten. When Mo Jingchun was young, there was only an elementary school in the village. Fortunately, the school had a pre-kindergarten class that accepted children who were 5 years old. While waiting, more and more parents gathered outside the kindergarten, all there to pick up their children. The parents all knew Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun chatted and joked with everyone, and no one paid attention to his identity. Or rather, it's not that no one didn't care. It's just that gradually, everyone got used to it. Soon, school was out for the kindergarten. Mo Jingchun naturally stood at the front of the kindergarten entrance. Candy was the first to come out, rushing into Mo Jingchun's arms with small, short legs. Brother, intersection, asterisk. Mo Jingchun picked up Candy, big head touching little head. Candy said, rubbing their little belly. Back at Candy Technology Park, Mo Jingchun and Candy headed straight to the underground cafeteria. At this hour, most of the staff hadn't finished work, so there weren't many people in the cafeteria. Only a few tables had people eating, mostly security personnel preparing to switch shifts. At the table, Mo Jingchun picked up a piece of braised pork for Candy. Upon hearing this, Candy looked up at the towering figure of their brother, then stuffed the braised pork into their mouth, cheeks shiny with oil. Candy raised their eyebrows and said, Mo Jingchun thought it was something serious, but it turned out the little one was just tired of the cafeteria's repetitive meals. Mo Jingchun smiled and said to Candy. Hearing this, Candy excitedly asked, Really? Hearing this familiar phrase, Mo Jingchun stood speechless, then laughed. This is the little one's mantra every time they get into trouble. Try to win him over with love. And surprisingly, Mo Jingchun always falls for it. The next day, Wednesday, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was a bit cold. A spring rain brings warmth. An autumn rain brings cold. As the sun's direct light gradually moved south, the amount of light and heat shining in the northern hemisphere decreased day by day. After a few bouts of cold air descending south, the temperature in Hoa County noticeably dropped again. Holding an umbrella and carrying Candy out of the dormitory building, Mo Jingchun looked up at the continuous drizzle falling from the sky and estimated that with another cold wave, they might see the first snow of the year. The weather wasn't great today, but Mo Jingchun received some good news. Oh, Mo Jingchun asked in surprise to Li Wanning, who stood opposite him. Li Wanning nodded and added, This was an unexpected delight, and Mo Jingchun smiled at Li Wanning. Mo Jingchun nodded. He never delayed final payments, provided his expectations were met. In the afternoon, the rain had stopped, but the sky was still overcast. After Candy woke up from their nap, Mo Jingchun drove to the villa with Candy. The keys, Li Wanning had delivered them at noon. Inside the villa, the place had already been cleaned, though there was still a lingering odor in the air. After wandering around a few times, Mo Jingchun was quite satisfied with the renovation. especially Candy's room, which they loved at first sight. In Candy's children's room on the second floor, Candy widened their eyes and asked with a beaming smile. There wasn't much lingering in the villa for Mo Jing-chun and Candy. Even though they used good materials low in formaldehyde for the new house, it's not completely absent. And that's why Mo Jing-chun wasn't in a rush to move in. January 15th, just 6 days before New Year's Eve. After a week-long build-up, Candy Technology held its first product launch as scheduled. Netizens were eagerly anticipating the Candy Technology launch. Some speculated that Candy Technology had developed a new drug. But this was quickly refuted since developing new medications and bringing them to market typically takes years. In such a short time, Candy Technology couldn't have developed a new drug. Soon, other netizens hypothesized that since Candy Technology had hired many software developers and algorithm engineers, the launch must be related to some software. This was a hypothesis that many netizens widely agreed upon. After all, Candy Technology's main business is internet-related, while life sciences are just a sideline. And soon, the mystery would be revealed. With only half an hour left before the launch, Candy Technology's official short video channel's live stream had already exceeded 1 million viewers, and the number was rapidly increasing. P.S. Thanks to Feng Yun, Wu Changle, and Knight for the reward support. Chapter 209, Cross-Industry Strikes Are the Most Lethal. Chapter 209. Chapter 209. Cross-Industry Strikes Are the Most Lethal. 3 million followers. And among these fans, if someone were to take statistics, they would be amazed to find that over 60% were either leukemia patients or their family members. It can be said that the affordable launch of the special leukemia drug has garnered many supporters for Candy Technology. As for abroad, it's the opposite. There's an uproar of criticism. Those agents are devious enough, making reports that the leukemia special drug is expensive, blaming Candy Technology for the high prices. The Hoa County Stadium was temporarily rented by Candy Technology for a few days to hold the press conference. At this moment, the number of people at the conference, although not as exaggerated as before, is still quite substantial. Mo Jing-chun sat in the front row with Candy, alongside Su Wenyin and others. And as the star of this press conference, Su Pengfei was already preparing backstage. Most likely, you might be doing some makeup touch-up. Blah, blah, blah. Mo Jing-chun habitually reached out to pat Candy's head, only to have Candy dodge it. The little one puffed up and said, Mo Jing-chun was a bit stunned. Seeing his brother's confusion, Candy explained, okay. Head-patting stunts growth. Sitting next to them, Su and Yin, if not for the several cameras pointed in their direction, would have already burst out laughing. Holding back laughter was truly uncomfortable. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the entire stadium dimmed, everyone gradually quieted down. Both the audience on site and the viewers watching the live stream knew that the press conference had officially begun. Suddenly, a spotlight lit up, shining in the middle of the stadium. On the once empty stage, Su Pengfei stood confidently in the middle of the light, dressed in a black suit and beaming. The next second, 2 lights lit up beside Su Pengfei. Just right, they illuminated that part of the stage. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for the presence of each guest. After the applause subsided, Su Pengfei said slowly with a smile, Limited. Su Pengfei's joke made everyone burst into laughter. It must be said, Candy Technology's sudden launch of a leukemia special drug caught many off guard. Once everyone quieted down, Su Pengfei smiled with a full face of emotion and said, Su Pengfei certainly has a sense of humor, even though he's a complete straight guy emotionally. Is it new software? A new algorithm? Su Pengfei said with a smile. Sitting in the front row, Mo Jing-chun twitched when hearing Su Pengfei confidently declare that the rumor about Candy Technology secretly researching AI was false. Mo Jing-chun could only silently pray for Su Pengfei. Pray that when AI is proven, Su Pengfei will go easy on being criticized by netizens. Oops. Mo Jing-chun already thought it through. After all, he never said such a thing, and he won't take the blame for this. The next moment, as Su Pengfei's words just fell, the big screen on the stage lit up. It was a pair of glasses, and related to Candy Technologies' background, the first reaction of everyone was smart glasses. Honestly, at this moment, many people were already disappointed. Smart glasses have been launched by major companies before, but until the battery issue is resolved, no matter how many functions it has, it's merely a novelty. Many bigwigs watching the conference via live stream, when they saw that Candy Technologies' product was merely smart glasses rather than software or an algorithm, they inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more joyful. Su Pengfei's words instantly captured everyone's attention again. Could this smart glasses have something different? Or did Candy Technology find a solution to the battery issue of smart glasses? For a while, the industry bigwigs who just breathed a sigh of relief were tense again. Su Pengfei said with a smile, "This is the Xing US Smart Myopia glasses developed by our Candy Technology." Founder Mr. Su Pengfei stretched his hand and shrugged his shoulders. A day, Su Pengfei shook his head, held up one finger, and said, "The promised software press conference? How did it suddenly change its style and become a cross-industry attack?" Chapter 210, Did Gwu say that? Chapter 210, Did Gwu say that? At this moment, many people are still confused and haven't reacted yet. Only those eyeglass store owners who were originally just bystanders are now swearing colorfully. No one expected that just watching a press conference livestream for fun would suddenly become so relevant to them. In the center of the stage, Su Pengfei smiled, took a pair of smart glasses from his pocket, and put them on. The photographer was very professional, immediately zooming in on Su Pengfei's face with a close-up. Now, the most exciting moment has arrived. The next second, the big screen showed 3 models of the Xing US smart glasses, classic black, high-end, and classy silver. And there's also a girlish pink one. The press conference ended, but a storm sweeping through the eyeglasses industry was just beginning. If Candy Technologies' Xing US smart myopia glasses can truly achieve what they claim, it would be a huge blow across the dimensions for the eyeglasses industry. Mo Jingchun, who had returned to the office from the stadium, wasn't too concerned about this. More accurately, Mo Jingchun was full of confidence in his product. A good product doesn't worry about selling. At the very least, isn't the military backing a sure thing? In the office, even Candy didn't go out. The windy winter day was just too cold. Even Bun, who was chubby, stayed on the sofa all day, lazily sleeping with the air conditioner on. Thinking of this, Mo Jingchun suddenly laughed. On the sofa, leaning against Bun, watching cartoons with him, Candy heard Mo Jingchun's laughter and curiously raised her head. Mo Jingchun blinked and said, "Did I?" Whether Bun understood human language or not, to cooperate with Candy, he even meowed a few times. Meow, meow, meow. Xia Xiaoman, who was sitting by the office door, was holding back her laughter. Mo Jingchun didn't tease Candy anymore, as there was still a pile of code waiting for him to check. Ignoring Candy, Mo Jingchun looked quite handsome while working seriously. At least Xia Xiaoman, who stole a glance, thought so. More than an hour later, Mo Jingchun was checking a critical algorithm in artificial intelligence. Mo Jingchun looked up at Xia Xiaoman in confusion. Xia Xiaoman pointed to where Candy was on the sofa. Following Xia Xiaoman's finger, Mo Jingchun turned his head to look. Oh dear, the little girl was holding food in her arms, with one hand having a snack resting on her chest, seemingly intending to stuff it in her mouth. She accidentally fell asleep while eating. Looking at Bun snoozing beside Candy, Mo Jingchun thought Bun's presence was a big help. This winter, even with the air conditioning on, one shouldn't catch a cold while sleeping. Mo Jingchun shook his head helplessly, sighed, got up, and walked over. Montauk Yingchun gently patted Candy. Woken up by Mo Jingchun, Candy squirmed, half opened her eyes, and mumbled something Mo Jingchun couldn't understand. The little one, who closed her eyes again, gave a sleepy nod. As soon as Mo Jingchun took away the food in her hand, the little girl opened her eyes. After speaking, she stuffed the unfinished snack into her mouth. Hearing this, Candy raised an eyebrow. Brother, did Gwis say that? Montak Yingchun. Apparently, the little one was indeed awake. Her little eyes, worried that Mo Jingshun would take her snacks away. Mo Jingshun didn't tease her anymore, lightly pinched her cheek, and returned to the computer to continue working. The third day, Friday, and only a few days until the new year. Today was also the last working day for all Candy Technologies employees before the New Year holidays. According to the statutory holidays, time off should start the day before New Year's Eve. But there was no need. Mo Jingshun understood that by this time, most employees' minds were not on work anymore. Productivity was down, so it was better to start the vacation early. Moreover, after 2 or 3 months of overtime, it wouldn't make sense not to give an early vacation. In the early morning, Su Wenyin was already waiting at the Z_001 production factory. From time to time, Su Wenyin would check the time on her phone, then look at the end of the road. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Su Wenyin finally saw several green military vehicles approaching from afar. With a sudden brake, Qin Yuzhu got out of the driver's seat. "Where's Mo Jingchun?" Su Wenyin turned to look toward the security booth, and Qin Yuzhu, seeing this, also looked over. Inside the security booth, Mo Jingchun was sitting comfortably with Candy, enjoying the air conditioning. Seeing Mo Jingchun walk over, Qin Yuzhu looked him over and curiously asked. Mo Jingchun adjusted the zipper of Candy's down jacket and then said, "Besides, for such a small amount of goods, couldn't you just take it all in one truck?" Qin Yuzhu glanced at Mo Jingchun and said. Half an hour later, Mo Jingchun understood what Qin Yuzhu meant. "Speaking of which, is it really necessary to drag all those lenses like this? P.S. Thanks to the readers 201907181653272235, Listening World _Phoebus, Jiayuling Air, J8408038 for the support. These days I'm attending ancestral memorials. This novel was written in between, though the boss intended for me to write more. Chapter 211, Holiday. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. Holiday, accompanied by the roar of the engines, several military vehicles drove out from within the factory area, heading towards the south of the city. It seemed, Mo Jingchun speculated, that Qin Yuzhu would likely get on the highway from there. As for where these lenses and controllers would ultimately be transported, that was unknown. Perhaps deep in the mountains, perhaps disappearing while passing through a tunnel on the highway, or perhaps directly delivered to a research institute in the bustling city. What Mo Jingchun didn't know was that at the entrance to the South Highway, after watching the 2 military vehicles get onto the highway, Qin Yuzhu turned around and drove with the remaining personnel, heading toward the National Highway. Inside the factory area, Su Wenyin accompanied Mo Jingchun in inspecting the production situation inside the factory. After a random inspection of a factory building, Mo Jingchun came out. Standing at the entrance of the factory building security checkpoint, Mo Jingchun helped Candy put on her hood, glanced at Su Wenyin, and said, "For most people, a holiday is absolutely the happiest thing. But for Su Wenyin, it's actually just SOSO." When Su Wenyin mentioned the old man, Mo Jingchun naturally knew she was talking about the elder of the Li family. Thinking of this, Mo Jingchun recalled the professor he hadn't contacted in a long time. "Sure. If nothing else, Candy and I will head back to the company first." Mo Jingchun knew that Su Wenyin often joked about arguing with Na. But if they actually argued, that would be quite strange. A cold wind blew, making Su Wenyin shiver from the chill. However, she still joked with a big smile on her face. Mo Jingchun pursed his lips and chuckled. "Why? Brother, when are we leaving?" Fully bundled up, Candy reached out a little hand from her sleeve to tug on Mo Jingchun, then quickly shrank her hand back. Upon saying this, Mo Jingchun turned to Su Wenyin and said, "We're off." Without waiting for Su Wenyin to speak, Mo Jingchun picked up Candy and headed towards the white Audi parked not far away. On the last day before the new year, Mo Jingshun found himself rather unoccupied. Returning to the company, Mo Jingshun had nothing much to do, and Xia Xiaoman was busy arranging the duty roster for the holiday period. With not much to do, Mo Jingshun just sat in the pile of toys with Candy, helping her assemble blocks. Holding a block, Candy stood next to Mo Jingshun, almost as tall as he was sitting on the ground. Watching her clumsy brother, Candy anxiously pointed at the misaligned blocks and said, deliberately teasing the little one. Mo Jingshun smiled and said, hearing this, Candy looked conflicted, her little brows almost furrowing together. Mo Jingshun burst into laughter, but still didn't move aside. Helpless, Candy wandered into the bedroom for a bit and then came back home shortly after, only to see the little one bringing out some of her own snacks and walking up to Mo Jingshun. Mo Jingshun pouted and finally made way. If he provoked her more, it wouldn't be long before she started crying, sulking, and throwing a tantrum. And then, Mo Jingshun would have to coax her. On the sofa, Mo Jingshun unreservedly ate the little one's snacks and drank small bottles of AD calcium milk. Facts proved, without Mo Jingshun's interference, the little one played more happily and was more focused. Each time, the little one could find the blocks she wanted amidst a pile of blocks. At noon, before Candy's nap, Mo Jingshun instructed him. Mo Jingshun pulled up the blanket and said, in the afternoon, brother will be in a meeting on the 6th floor. As for Zhou Yaling, who was already on holiday, she played at the company for half the day before heading back home early. Of course, Zhou Yaling was forced to. Who else but Uncle would assign Zhou Yaling the important task of cleaning up in advance? At 2:30 in the afternoon, before the meeting, Mo Jingshun quietly peeked into the bedroom and left the office after confirming the little one was still napping. Outside the office, Su Pengfei, Xia Xiaoman, Li Wanning, and others from finance were already waiting at the door. In the elevator, Mo Jingshun turned to Su Pengfei and asked. Mo Jingshun nodded, agreeing. When Mo Jingshun and the others arrived at the meeting room, Su Wenyan was indeed already there. Seeing the boss and executives enter, everyone in the meeting room stood up. Before sitting down, Mo Jingshun glanced around and asked, is everyone here? At this moment, those who could sit in this medium-sized meeting room were essentially the executives of Candy Technology. First, the staff will be going on holiday shortly. Sitting in the middle, Chao Mingxi nodded and responded, P.S. Thanks to Zero Shadow, Mini Galu, I Am Wanmi, Little Z, Lone Wolf in the Corner, and Jianbing Guogua for their support. Chapter 212, Jealous, So Jealous. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. Jealous, So Jealous. Mo Jingshun made a small check next to the first item on his notebook, placed his black pen on it, and looked up with a calm smile. Mo Jingshun joked with a smile. After a momentary silence in the meeting room, Su Pengfei was the first to speak. Since the company president hasn't spoken, it wouldn't look right for someone else to speak first. Su Pengfei pondered for a moment and said, most employees joined our big family only in the second half of the year. After Su Pengfei expressed his opinion, Mo Jingshun nodded without commenting. Being directly called out by the boss, Su Wenyan eagerly said, I want to get a bigger year-end bonus this year. Mo Jingshun was amused by Su Wenyan, this guy. All right, I'll give you a bit more for your year-end bonus this year. With the president and vice president having spoken, everyone started to join in the discussions. The meeting dragged on for an hour and a half just for this matter. At the end of the meeting, Mo Jingshun closed the notebook and said, at the meeting, Chao Mingxin had already calculated his year-end bonus according to the standard. Feeling excited, despite just needing to work one extra night with his team, Chao Mingxin wouldn't mind working overtime until New Year's Eve. In these times, who doesn't get along with money? If there is such a person, that person definitely has plenty of money. Just as Mo Jingshun was about to announce the end of the meeting, another matter struck his mind, cutting off his words. Walking down the corridor, Mo Jingshun was thinking about Candy. Why hasn't that little rascal come down to find him? Could it be that she hasn't woken up yet? Returning to the office, Mo Jing-chun set down his notebook and opened the bedroom door to see her, promptly laughing. The little rascal wasn't still asleep. She was clearly awake, just reluctant to get up, lounging in bed, watching TV, quite enjoying herself. Oh. The next day, employees left the company one after another, heading to every corner of the country. Having stayed up all night, Chow Ming-shin, along with the finance department, got all the year-end bonuses sorted out. Yawning, Chow Ming-shin didn't even have time to sleep, going straight to find President Su Pengfei for his signature, then to the boss. Having just gotten up, Mo Jing-chun looked over the statistical table and, seeing Su Pengfei had already signed, appended his own signature. Montak Yingchun nodded approvingly. Chow Ming-shin always leaves room for unexpected situations, typically ensuring afternoon distribution. That afternoon, while most employees were still on their way home, their phones beeped with bank notifications. Counting the 7 digits before the decimal point, she repeated the count over and over. Minutes later, after using the phone's calculator to figure out the tax deduction, her smile gradually faded. People, many of them like to brag, especially university graduates only a few years into society. When classmates get in touch, they're bound to boast or complain about their companies. Rapidly, news of Candy Technologies' vacation and bonus payout spread. That night, the topic of Candy Technologies' year-end bonuses gained some traction online. Netizens expressed jealousy over early vacations. After estimating personal income tax, some netizens grew even more silent. Feeling envious, the tax deductions on others' year-end bonuses exceeded their wages. Receiving news from Chow Ming-shin that all bonuses were issued, Mo Jing-chun smiled slightly. This New Year's Eve, it seems, all his employees could go home and celebrate well. No longer worrying about those pesky questions from relatives about how much they saved in a year. Candy curiously asked from under the covers. With excitement about playing with Xiang-er, Candy closed her eyes. Brother once said, "When you sleep, time flies by. Wake up and it's daylight." In the early morning, a light rain began outside. The weather report forecasted more snow the next day. Having checked the forecast, the eldest uncle's family took the bus home immediately after starting their vacation yesterday. P.S. Requesting recommendation and monthly votes. Chapter 213. Google Xiang Tilde. Chapter 213. Chapter 213. Xiang downstairs at the apartment building, a white Audi was parked at the entrance. The last batch of employees who hadn't gotten on the car to go home yet would greet as they passed by the Audi. Each time someone passed by and shouted, "Good morning, boss," Candy, who was holding a pink stuffed doll, would smile and reply on behalf of her brother. Behind the Audi, Mo Jing-chun was shoving items into the trunk one after another. Even the passenger seat was filled with items by Mo Jing-chun. Only the back seat was kept free of clutter because the little one wouldn't allow anything there. As the trunk closed, Mo Jing-chun patted Candy's small shoulder and said, Candy looked around but didn't find any trace of Bun. "It was just here a moment ago. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye?" Candy pouted, handed her pink doll to her brother, and angrily stomped off towards the police hall on the first floor of the lab building. As she walked, Candy angrily shouted Bun's name loudly. Inside the police hall, just as Candy had suspected, Bun was indeed inside. Hearing the call from the little owner, Bun lazily stretched. Before Bun could take a step, Candy had already walked in. Seeing Bun, Candy stopped shouting and directly approached the wagging Bun. Before Bun could figure out what was happening, he was hoisted up by the neck by Candy and carried outside. On the way, Candy didn't forget to greet the dagger. Although Candy was just a little munchkin herself, she had quite some strength in her hands. With all his flab, Bun was just carried along without even taking a breath. Meow, 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 being caught by the neck and unable to move, Bun could only meow continuously. Candy, eager to get home to play with Xiang-er, jogged all the way. Mo Jing-chun, who was leaning against the car waiting, smiled and opened the back door when he saw Candy returning with Bun. Just in time, Candy jogged over and stuffed Bun into the back seat. Then, she climbed into the car herself. Mo Jing-chun fastened Candy's seatbelt, pinched her chubby cheek, and then closed the car door. Starting the car and locking the rear door's safety lock, Mo Jingshun drove away from the company park. With Candy, the little bundle of joy, gone, the atmosphere in the park felt even more desolate. The soldiers carried on with their daily training as usual, never slacking. Halfway, hearing Bun meowing repeatedly, Mo Jingshun glanced through the rearview mirror. Bun was restlessly pacing back and forth in the back seat. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingshun's mouth twitched. Whether he's going to die, Mo Jingshun didn't know, but if he didn't stop the car and let Bun relieve himself, Bun might actually die from holding it in. And he didn't know if Bun, who might die unjustly in such a way, would be the first orange cat to die from holding it in. 1 minute later, Mo Jingshun pulled over to the side of a flat, wide-open road. As soon as Mo Jingshun opened the back door, Bun darted out into the bushes. Anyone who didn't know might have thought Bun was running away. If Bun actually ran away, Mo Jingshun felt he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. For no reason, he had to choose to wander, no longer needing to feed the cat every day. When something came up and had to travel far, he had to worry about Bun's life or death. If it weren't for Candy, Mo Jingshun wouldn't bother with Bun at all. Though Mo Jingshun didn't dislike keeping cats, he definitely couldn't say he liked it either. A short while later, Bun emerged from the bushes, his 4 short legs scurrying back into the car. An hour later, Mo Jingshun reached the town. When getting off in town to buy things at the supermarket, Mo Jingshun noticed that the concrete road leading to the old home had been replaced with brand new asphalt. Driving the Audi on the asphalt, Mo Jingshun felt a sense of pride welling up inside. It was a surprise, after all. At least Mo Jingshun didn't expect that there would be greenery on both sides of the asphalt road, even though the greenery couldn't compare to that of big cities at all. For Mo Jingshun, something was better than nothing. Mo Jingshun guessed the village must have arranged for the greenery. Originally a 15-minute drive, today Mo Jingshun reached near home in just 10 minutes. At Candy's request, the car steadily stopped in front of Xiang'er's house. Before he even finished speaking, Candy had already dragged the unwilling Bun to find Xiang'er. The two little ones hadn't even seen each other yet, but already heard each other's voices. Mo Jingshun only relaxed and got back in the car to leave once he confirmed Xiang'er was indeed at home. He took a glance at the roads leading to each household and laughed. Goodness, the private roads seemed wider than the highway. Mo Jingshun hit the gas and drove home, pleased with his own road. It seemed that the uncles still had some say in the house. The little road was well done, very beautiful. Even both sides of the road were planted with greenery. A stone wall was built by the river too. Seeing the sights before him, Mo Jingshun felt a sense of renewal. In the yard, Mo Jingshun moved items brought from the car into the house one by one. Just as Mo Jingshun was about done, someone suddenly spoke behind him, startling Mo Jingshun so much that he jumped and hit his head on the trunk door. Mo Jingshun rubbed the lump on his head, looking tearfully at the uncle carrying a hoe. Mo Changyu lit a cigarette and laughed. Mo Jingshun rubbed the bump on his head, grinning as he asked. Mo Changyu showed 2 large yellow teeth, laughing and cursing. Hearing that the home water well was fine, Mo Jingshun sighed in relief and joked. Mo Changyu raised an eyebrow and said, Chapter 214, The Cloud Raising of Modern College Students. Chapter 214, The Cloud Raising of Modern College Students. Actually, there's something Mo Changyu didn't say. Even if you're not home, I'll still make a point to check your well. Otherwise, no matter how good a well is, if no one takes care of it, it'll end up abandoned over time. In just a matter of moments, the cigarette in his hand was unknowingly finished. Mo Changyu thought for a moment, nodded and said. Mo Jingshun laughed heartily and said. At this moment, as Mo Changyu lit a second cigarette, he realized and asked, Speaking of Xiang'er, the kind-hearted Mo Changyu also sighed deeply. Mo Changyu shook his head, feeling a bit sorry for Xiang'er. Mo Jingshun, gazing into the distance, surely knew about Xiang'er's situation. Just couldn't understand what Liang was thinking. Having a good life, but choosing to drink and act recklessly, driving his wife away. As for divorce, they didn't even get a marriage certificate. So how could there be a divorce? Poor Xiang-er, abandoned by her father and without a mother. Thankfully, her grandparents are nice otherwise. Mo Jingshan shook his head. Xiang-er doesn't like to talk. If it weren't for these reasons, Mo Jingshan wouldn't believe it. But what can you say? Every family has its own difficulties. Mo Jingshan wasn't angry, but instead smiled warmly and said to the uncle. Mo Changyu extinguished the cigarette, but shook his head and said, "Push their limits?" Mo Jingshan couldn't help but laugh inside. If Mo Jingshan weren't willing to take even a penny from him, they have to see if he'd agree. Did they really think Mo Jingshan was easy to bully? All right, it's almost noon. Mo Changyu, slinging the hoe over his shoulder again, laughed heartily, watching the back of his uncle, who had not a single black hair left. Mo Jingshan pondered how time spares no one. Although his uncle seemed vigorous, Mo Jingshan understood that any elder, if they were to fall unexpectedly, most likely, they'd become bedridden and not last for years. In life, regardless of wealth or poverty, no one escapes the eventual parting of life and death. Some come into this world, take a look, are unsatisfied, and leave early, while some troublesome ones live to a ripe old age. Is it fair? Not really. Sneering, Mo Jingshan murmured to himself. What am I doing? After moving everything from the car into the living room, Mo Jingshan parked the car by the yard. Back inside, Mo Jingshan lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner. Looking at the 2 black and white photos in the frames on the wall, Mo Jingshan no longer felt like crying just by glancing at them. It's not that Mo Jingshan doesn't miss his parents anymore, but one can't live in sorrow forever. Moreover, now that Candy is gradually understanding things, Mo Jingshan doesn't want to pass on negative emotions to her. Children should have a happy childhood, after all. In the living room, Mo Jingshan took a sip of the hot water he brought back from the company from his thermos while looking at the family photo taken in Jing City hanging beside the clock, almost as if he saw his parents in the photo smiling at him. Mo Jingshan sat in the living room, idly swiping through short videos. Because Mo Jingshan loves watching videos about children, every time he scrolls, at least 6 out of 10 short videos are about children. Even so, Mo Jingshan doesn't dislike it at all. He finds every child he sees absolutely adorable, especially those little babies who can't talk yet. In fact, Mo Jingshan's generation, in general, loves watching videos about kids. In any comment section of popular, cute children's videos, if you browse through it, you'll surely see comments like this. Is it normal for college students to love watching these videos? Cry laugh emoji. If you look carefully, you'll notice that in recent years, many college students particularly adore children. But when it comes to the topic of marriage, the enthusiasm is the complete opposite. Whether male or female, the consensus is surprisingly not wanting to marry. Mo Jingshan was scrolling happily and glanced at the time. Oh my goodness. How did it get to be 11:30 so quickly? Mo Jingshan quickly stood up, pocketed his phone, and then locked the door. All in one go. Running over to Xiang-er's house to pick up Candy, Mo Jingshan finally felt relieved when he saw the 2 little ones watching TV without eating. Montak Yingchun smiled broadly. Mo Jingshan gently patted Candy's shoulder and said, when Mo Jingshan brought Candy to Uncle's house, he realized that they had already started a fire there. But on second thought, having a fire was normal. Uncle isn't used to air conditioning, and it's cold. Aside from warming themselves by the fire, there was nothing else to do but lie in bed all day. By the hearth, Candy sat on a small stool, stretching out her hands to warm herself by the fire. P.S. Thanks to lovable Lowly and Book Into the Path for the support and rewards. Mwah. Chapter 215, Bowed Their Heads. Chapter 215. Bowed their heads. Mo Jingshan came back with a glass of plain water and saw the little one sitting too close to the fire pit. If the fire were a bit bigger, it might have burned her hair. Mo Jingshan didn't say anything, just quietly pulled back the little stool the child was sitting on. Candy, who didn't understand, turned back and looked at her brother in confusion. Those adorable big eyes and her tender little face always made people want to reach out and touch her. Naturally, Mo Jingshun followed his instincts and gently touched Candy's cheek. Just the thought of being bald like the kindergarten principal made Candy shiver. Eek, how scary! The old man nearby saw Candy's cute reaction and burst into laughter. Just then, the aunt busy in the kitchen called out Mo Jingshun's nickname loudly. When it comes to eating, Mo Jingshun and Candy never hold back, especially the rice cooked from the homegrown crops of their uncle's family, which was particularly fragrant, and the greens that had been through the frost were particularly sweet. Candy ended up eating a big bowl of rice at lunch. After eating her fill, Candy suddenly exclaimed. Candy's shout made Mo Jingshun and the others, who were still eating, stop. Mo Jingshun thought it was something serious, but it turned out Candy was worried about Bun. It's fine, if Bun skips 1 or 2 meals, it's not a big deal. Candy, who was initially worried about Bun not eating lunch, now found Mo Jingshun's words made a lot of sense and immediately stopped worrying about Bun. After lunch, Mo Jingshun helped clear the table and then sat back by the fire. In their hometown, sitting by the fire is like that. Once you start, leaving it makes you feel especially cold. The fire was warm, but there was so much ash, and wisps of blue smoke stung their eyes so much that they couldn't stay open. Mo Jingshun quietly said to the dozing uncle while holding the now asleep Candy. Mo Chanyu, who was almost asleep, rubbed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Back home, before Mo Jingshun even opened the door, he heard the sharp, ear-piercing sound of Bun scratching at the door inside. Unlocking the door, Mo Jingshun glared at Bun on the floor. After placing Candy on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Mo Jingshun took Bun, who had followed him downstairs. Mo Jingshun rummaged through some items and found the cat food, saying to Bun, eat, eat, eat. Meow. Bun let out a cry and then started gobbling up the food without any hesitation. The day before New Year's Eve, Mo Jingshun took Candy to town and bought nearly 10,000 yuan worth of fireworks and firecrackers. Except for a few to be set off on New Year's Eve, the rest were bought for Candy to play with. Candy, strolling on the street, saw red lanterns hanging at a small shop's entrance and jumped up in excitement. Mo Jingshun, full of affection, looked at his sister and then turned to the busy shop owner, asking loudly. The boss poked his head out from the shop, glanced at the red lantern in Candy's hand, and said without looking back, seeing Candy fiddle with the switch for a while without it making a sound, Mo Jingshun took the red lantern, pulled off the battery's insulating tape, and said smilingly. Candy pressed the switch, and the red lantern started playing music and spinning. The joy of children is that simple, something adults can't fully experience. For someone of Mo Jingshun's age, the feeling of the new year dwindles year by year. Whereas he used to love watching the Spring Festival Gala, now Mo Jingshun has completely lost interest. To be honest, in the past 2 years, apart from a few decent acts, the rest of the gala is unbearable for Mo Jingshun to watch. In fact, this year, both Mo Jingshun and Su Pengfei were invited to attend the gala in person. It's snowing. Candy looked up, reaching out her hand to catch the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Mo Jingshun also looked up at the white sky, watching the snowflakes fluttering down. The tiny snowflakes melted as soon as they touched the ground. Over an hour later, Mo Jingshun and Candy, who had finished shopping, hurried back to their car. Despite this, Mo Jingshun turned white-haired from the snow, while Candy, wearing a hat, shrugged off the snow from her clothes. Gula, we need to hurry home. This dreadful weather, it's too cold. With snowing all afternoon, by nightfall, it's bound to freeze over. Tomorrow, want to go out, you'd better take the snow chains or forget it. Of course, those fearless enough can ignore what Mo Jingshun said entirely. On the way, Mo Jingshun focused on driving. Candy licked the sugar coating on the candied fruit stick, thought a little, and said, then, when they got home, Candy jumped out of the car and ran to the second-floor bedroom, asking Mo Jingshun to turn on the air conditioner. As for building a snowman, Candy immediately gave up. The promised snow actually turned into freezing rain, cold as could be. The next day, New Year's Eve, just like last year, 3 families celebrated the new year together. Mo Jing-chun, who woke up early, opened the door and was greeted by a snowy wonderland. The asphalt roads were covered with ice from the freezing rain the previous day. The trees around the house all bowed their heads. In the bamboo forest not far away, the bamboo was still lazily sleeping, none of them standing upright. Mo Jing-chun tried walking in the yard. It wasn't just slippery, it was really slippery. If you're not careful, you might just end up falling. P.S. Thanks to the lovely Loli just right, and for the reward support of Chisharushua. Thank you. Chapter 216. Ringing in the new year with firecrackers, spring breezes warm the Tusa wine. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. Ringing in the new year with firecrackers, spring breezes warmed the Tusa wine in just a short time. Mo Jing-chun was shivering from the cold. Compared to snow, freezing rain is truly cold. Mo Jing-chun decided that after having an early New Year's Eve dinner at Uncle's place, he would light up the fire pit as well. In this terrible weather, the air conditioner hardly works. What worried Mo Jing-chun more was whether the power lines would be hit by trees weighed down by snow and freezing rain. If the power goes out, that would be quite uncomfortable. The heavy snow in '08 is still fresh in Mo Jing-chun's memory. In other places, Mo Jing-chun wasn't sure, but Mo Family Village was without electricity for almost 2 months back then. Casually closing the main door, Mo Jing-chun shuddered all over. Although dinner was supposed to be at 9, Mo Jing-chun checked the time. It was just past 8. Candy hadn't woken up yet, her head buried, sleeping in bed. Plus, with weather this cold, Mo Jing-chun didn't need to ask to predict that the little one wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. With nothing pressing at the moment, Mo Jing-chun boiled a kettle of water. Then, he started preparing lunch for New Year's Eve dinner. All kinds of ingredients, everything that needed preparation was prepared. This way, after returning from dinner, there would be no need to scramble. In the kitchen, Mo Jing-chun was busy with excitement, while upstairs in the bedroom, Candy was sound asleep with her cute little bottom sticking up. I habitually keep a bottle of boredom in my bag. Hello? Xiaochun, the meal is ready. Mo Jing-chun, who hung up the phone, felt warm inside and no longer felt cold in his hands. Removing the firewood from the stove, Mo Jing-chun went upstairs to wake Candy. 10 or so minutes later, Mo Jing-chun held Candy's hand, carefully walking on the ice. On such roads, Mo Jing-chun didn't dare carry Candy. It was too dangerous. When they reached Uncle's courtyard, Mo Jing-chun noticed that the entrance had already been decorated with red couplets. Candy was as adorable as ever. The New Year's Eve dinner was as sumptuous as usual. Just 6 hot pots occupied half the table space. The side dishes beside them were so plentiful, there wasn't a spare gap in between. Uncle, holding a bottle of white liquor, said with a smile. Looking at the white liquor, Mo Jing-chun shook his head. Drinking it gave him a terrible headache. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the slight thaw from the warm weather, Mo Jing-chun, after saying a word to Candy, grabbed a shovel and cleared a path on the asphalt road. Mo Jing-chun, sweating profusely from shoveling ice, felt extremely hot. At that moment, Candy came out of the house, shrinking her head, and stood by the courtyard shouting. Mo Jing-chun looked at the remaining distance, roughly estimated it, and smiled. Hearing this, Candy pouted a bit, looking a bit aggrieved. In less than 10 minutes, a sweaty Mo Jing-chun returned. In the living room, Candy was cuddling the fluffy Bun, forcing Bun to watch Peppa Pig with her. And Candy was now continuously squinting her eyes. It seemed that if Mo Jing-chun had been a few minutes later, Candy might have fallen asleep on the sofa. In the bedroom, after watching Candy fall asleep, Mo Jing-chun grabbed Bun and stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. In just that short time, Mo Jing-chun's sweat had already dried. Originally, Mo Jing-chun was thinking about taking a hot bath, but now, Mo Jing-chun didn't feel like it anymore. It's better to wait until evening. It wasn't dark yet, but every household had turned on all their lights. At this time, no matter how much electricity they save usually, they unreservedly turned on all the lights. Mo Jingchun was no exception. Every light in all 3 stories, both inside and outside the house, was turned on. At first, Mo Jingchun worried about a power outage, but the national power grid was impressively reliable. The on-duty staff were working hard, continuously inspecting the lines to ensure each household's electricity supply was guaranteed. In the evening, Candy occasionally yawned while staying up late with Mo Jingchun. If it weren't for waiting to set off fireworks, the little one would have already fallen asleep. Mo Jingchun checked the time on his phone. It was 11:47 p.m. In 13 minutes, it would be the new year. Candy scratched her ears and nodded. 10 minutes later, Candy stood at the door, watching her brother busily carry 2 especially large fireworks into the yard. At this time, it started snowing again. But this snowy weather did nothing to dampen everyone's anticipation for the new year. In the new year, everyone wished for smooth sailing. In the ice and snow, Mo Jingchun waiting for Uncle's family to set off fireworks first before lighting his own. Upon crossing into the new year, the New Year's bell rang. From all directions around, flashes of light first appeared, followed by the sound of fireworks a few seconds later. Shortly after, nearby at Uncle's place, a sharp sound followed by a burst of light emerged. With a bang, a huge tricolored firework instantly illuminated the surroundings. Just as the light was about to fade, another firework shot into the sky. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun didn't hesitate to light his first big firework. Whoosh bang, the fireworks at Uncle's place only illuminated the surrounding outlines. But the fireworks Mo Jingchun set off brightened up the entire sky, making it seem as if the day had already broken. Candy, who wanted to sleep earlier, was instantly awakened by the sight of the beautiful fireworks. Just as the first firework was nearly about to finish, Mo Jingchun moved forward to light the second one. Then he stood beside Candy, accompanying her to watch each beautiful firework bloom, even though the air was now filled with the scent of sulfur. But Mo Jingchun and Candy didn't mind it. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, one year departs, and the spring breeze brings warmth into the houses. With thousands of doors and windows facing the sun, they always replace the old charms with new ones. The new year is here. Can spring be far behind? P.S. Thanks for the support and donation. Little Z and Cuttlefish Klein Moretti. Chapter 217. Wealth in the Deep Mountains Brings Distant Relatives. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. Wealth in the deep mountains brings distant relatives. This year's snow is exceptionally heavy. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, just like last year, Mo Jingchun got up early. As for the little one, Mo Jingchun let her continue sleeping in peace. Opening the front door, Mo Jingchun's eyes lit up. In the courtyard, thick snow had piled up, and Mo Jingchun stepped on it. Good heavens, it seemed at least 15 centimeters thick. The road they painstakingly cleared yesterday is now completely covered by snow. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun returned inside without closing the front door. It's a tradition, and Mo Jingchun understands it. At the back of the kitchen is a hearth for warming up and an old stove that used to cook pig feed. Apart from these two, there's only a small, unvarnished wooden table and a few wooden benches in the nearly 20 square meter room. Speaking of this little table and wooden benches, they've been around since Mo Jingchun's earliest memories. When he was young and didn't have much to play with, Mo Jingchun often dragged the bench up to the fields to play, so much so that now the bench leans back a little when placed there. When Mo Jingchun lit the stove, the house filled with choking smoke, but after opening a window slightly, the smoke gradually dissipated. After boiling a pot of hot water in the kitchen, Mo Jingchun sat by the stove browsing short videos. It's still too early to eat. Plus, Mo Jingchun didn't want to cook twice in the morning when Candy woke up. Taking out his phone, just as Mo Jingchun was about to scroll through short videos, his WeChat began to incessantly chime. It gave the impression that it could crash at any moment, but luckily the domestic phone held up well. only stalling slightly before recovering. Looking at WeChat, aside from the news and WeChat sports messages from Tencent, everything else was New Year greetings from others. Some were mass messages, some were not. Mo Jingchun could tell a glance. After replying with blessings to the necessary messages, Mo Jingchun began checking each group chat. Entering the pinned family, love, and togetherness group, Mo Jingchun saw nothing but a series of red envelopes. Just then, a red envelope popped up, and Mo Jingchun excitedly snagged one. 56 cents. Grabbing 56 cents, although the amount was small, the joy of snagging a red envelope was immense. Seeing family members sending emoji thanks for receiving their red envelopes made Mo Jingchun copy and send one too. No sooner had Mo Jingchun sent a message than people rapidly started crazy at INGM. Hearing the childish voice in the audio, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but grin widely. Mo Jingchun realized he increasingly adored little kids, especially those like Candy, who still spoke with a baby voice. Mo Jingchun tried it, finding the upper limit for a single red envelope was 1,000 yuan, meaning the more individual envelopes sent at once, the larger the collective amount could be. Yet Mo Jingchun wouldn't send too much because the main goal was just to have fun. 10 envelopes totaling 1,000 yuan. The instant he sent them, they were snapped up before he had a chance to grab any. The speed suggested someone had been repeatedly tapping the screen where the red envelopes appeared. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? By the stove, Xiang'er happened to tap on a red envelope, catching the second one Mo Jingchun sent. 9 yuan. Just like that, in an instant, Xiang'er holding Grandma's phone became the luckiest of all. Grandma, look! Xiang'er held up the phone, seeking praise from Grandma. After sending a few more 1,000 yuan red envelopes in the family group, Mo Jingchun sneaked away. Similarly, Mo Jingchun sent several envelopes in the company executives group. Although not much, it was still a gesture which made all the difference. The human heart, after all, is a sensitive thing. A not-so-large red envelope could win people over, so why not? At this moment, Mo Jingchun heard someone's footsteps approaching. Turning his head, Mo Jingchun found himself both amused and exasperated. There was Candy, head tucked down, running down in her pajamas. Mo Jingchun quickly got up and carried Candy to the stove to warm up. Why did Guogua come down? In Mo Jingchun's arms, the little one burrowed her head into his down jacket, her little face pressed against his chest. Guogua woke up and wanted to find brother. Thinking about going downstairs to find her brother, Candy complained pitifully. Mo Jingchun pinched Candy's cold little feet, laughing heartily. Hearing her brother mention throwing Bun away, Candy got anxious. Meanwhile, upstairs in the bedroom, Bun was blissfully unaware of how close he came to being cast out, still sleeping sweetly and purring in his dreams. Bun should consider himself lucky. Otherwise, the outcome would be unpredictable if Candy's anger had seen him. After more than 10 minutes, once Mo Jingchun had helped Candy change clothes, he asked, hum. Candy looked up, touching the corner of her mouth with her left hand, thought for a moment, then said, that morning, Mo Jingchun thought the heavy snow meant no visitors. Yet, many people came. It wasn't until the last guest, an Uncle Mo Jingchun didn't even recognize, left around noon, that Mo Jingchun finally sighed in relief. Only then, standing in the courtyard, Mo Jingchun was amazed to discover that the morning's foot traffic from relatives had trampled a path through the snow on the asphalt road. P.S. Thanks to Smile to the last one, Jean Hada Kwai, J840803H22 Sure, comfortably drifting the reward support from the Wandering Wind and users Sue Stranger. Double monthly pass at the end of the month, requesting recommendation votes. Support with monthly votes. Chapter 218, First Day Back with Red Envelopes. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. First day back with red envelopes on the 10th day of the first lunar month. Mo Jingchun received so many gifts from relatives that he could start a supermarket. The study room behind the first floor living room was packed with various types of milk and liquor. Some of the liquor was ordinary, while some were very expensive. However, for Mo Jingshun, who doesn't drink, there seemed to be no difference. Looking at the pile in front of him, Mo Jingshun only felt a headache. The company was officially opening tomorrow, and Mo Jingshun had to be at the company by this afternoon at the latest. But what should be done with all these gifts in front of him? The liquor was fine. The longer it's kept, the better it gets, and it doesn't spoil easily. But the milk and cookies had expiration dates. No matter how much Guo drank, she couldn't finish it all. Besides, most milk candy doesn't drink. Some of the milk, Mo Jingshun dared not give the candy. It's called milk, but there's not a trace of milk in it. After taking out the milk Guo wanted, Mo Jingshun took out all the remaining milk from the study and loaded it onto the car. Mo Jingshun delivered a car full to grandfather's house and another to Xiang'er's house. After sending out 2 cars, Mo Jingshun felt suddenly much lighter. Even though Guo didn't like the milk, letting it spoil would be a waste. It was better to give it to someone else. Especially when Mo Jingshun left Xiang'er's house, Xiang'er's bright little eyes made Mo Jingshun feel he had given it to the right person. The milk, at least, would last Xiang'er 6 months. If consumed sparingly, it might last more than half a year. In the afternoon, Mo Jingshun drove back to the company with candy. The whole family of Big Uncle had already taken the bus in the morning. Even Zhou Yaling, who hadn't started school yet, ran down there. She claimed she was going to take candy out to play. As for her real purpose, Mo Jingshun could guess without Zhou Yaling saying it herself. This lazy person just didn't want to stay home and cook every day. In the company, everything was convenient. Meals were readily available. Even if you were hungry at midnight, as long as it wasn't past 12, you could go to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. Life in the company was much more joyful than in college. When Mo Jingshun reached the company, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. After parking the car in the underground garage, Mo Jingshun quickly made his way up to the top floor with candy. The door to the finance department's office was not closed, and when Mo Jingshun and Candy entered, everyone looked up. Seeing the boss, Su Wenyan said with a face full of grievance, "Boss, you're finally here." Everyone nodded in agreement with Su Wenyan's words. It was more than 10,000 red envelopes. Luckily, we had enough people. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to finish. Candy, being sensible, immediately stepped in to cover for her brother and offered New Year blessings. Mo Jingshun swore he didn't teach her that. He never thought of having Candy pay respects to Su Wenyan and Su Pengfei. Without hesitation, Su Wenyan handed Candy a red envelope she just finished packaging. Candy skillfully tucked the red envelope into her pocket. The action was so familiar it seemed like it had been rehearsed hundreds of times. Mo Jingshun rolled his eyes at Su Wenyan. Only Su Wenyan would do something like that, give Candy a red envelope with his money. The money that ended up in Candy's pocket was nearly impossible to get back. If you forcefully take it, Candy would display "I'll cry if you don't stop" act. And Mo Jingshun always fell for it, unable to do anything about Candy. All right, stop teasing Guo. Although Su Wenyan is usually a bit unreliable, her work is trustworthy. After speaking, Mo Jingshun took out a bundle of red envelopes from Candy's small crossbody bag. The opening day, red envelopes for the employees tomorrow morning were all uniformly 200, whereas the ones Mo Jingshun packed at home were all 1,000. Firstly, the people present were either from the financial department or higher-ups, core members of the company. Secondly, today wasn't a work day, yet everyone came to help. 1,000 yuan included today's compensation. With 3 red envelopes left in his hand, Mo Jingshun asked, "Have you all got one?" Getting a red envelope and feeling its thickness made everyone really happy. Hearing about packing red envelopes, Candy became interested. The little one quickly put the red envelopes back in Mo Jingshun's small crossbody bag, claiming them as communal property, and joined the red envelope packing team. 1 sheet. After counting 2 sheets, Candy carefully inserted the money into the red envelope. 20 minutes before the start of the workday, Mo Jingshun stood with a group of higher-ups in the lobby on the first floor, waiting for the employees coming to work on the first day of the new year. As someone came in, Mo Jingshun would greet them with a smile and hand over a red envelope. Sometimes, Candy would jump forward energetically and hand over the red envelope and wish them a happy new year. Thank you. Receiving the opening day red envelope was already joyful, and with the cute kid's blessing, it doubled. It wasn't until after 10 in the morning that there were no more employees lined up to get a red envelope. However, some red envelopes were still left. Mo Jingshun looked at Su Pengfei, who in turn looked at the HR manager. Ah, so that's the case, Mo Jingshun nodded. The crowd dispersed, with Mo Jingshun keeping Su Pengfei behind. In the industrial park, Su Pengfei followed behind Mo Jingshun and Candy. Old Su, over the next couple of days, you should communicate with the county's Power Supply Bureau and leadership team. Chapter 219, Running at Full Capacity. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, Running at Full Capacity. Limited ensures that power supply within both Candy Technology Park and various factory zones is all on separate high-voltage routes. Since Candy Technology settled in Hua County, there has never been a power outage, nor has there been an issue with insufficient voltage. It is for this reason that Su Pengfei feels somewhat puzzled. Walking ahead while pulling Candy along, Mo Jingshun nonchalantly said, "The system that I instructed the entire tech development department to jointly develop has been fully completed." A breeze blew, and Candy unconsciously shivered. Mo Jingshun stopped, turned around to look at Su Pengfei, and said seriously, "It's best to communicate with the Power Bureau and arrange an additional dedicated backup line." Realizing the importance of the matter, Su Pengfei also became serious, nodded, and responded. Mo Jingshun nodded and smiled. "I trust you to handle this." After watching the boss and Candy enter the laboratory elevator together, Su Pengfei then turned and left. In the laboratory, only Candy was left accompanying Mo Jingshun as they scrutinized the tedious code. Looking at the cellular structure code of the Smart Assistant, which had been reviewed 6 times, Mo Jingshun still dared not be careless in the slightest. As the most core code of the Smart Assistant, if there was any discrepancy in a symbol, the Smart Assistant would starkly demonstrate what it means to fall short by an inch and miss by a mile. On February 20th, after multiple communications with the county's Power Bureau by Su Pengfei, a new dedicated high-voltage line was being installed efficiently and systematically. Meanwhile, in the building housing the servers, all maintenance personnel were inspecting each server to eliminate any faults. Most of the company employees sensed an unusual atmosphere. Especially in the last few days of the month, the CEO surprisingly supervised the new line being laid into the company park every day. Others might not know the situation, but how could Mo Jingshun not? On the day the company broke ground, Su Pengfei had patted his chest and assured him that the new backup circuit would be completed by the end of the month. Fortunately, the electricians from the Power Bureau were very efficient, and on the second-to-last day of February, the backup high-voltage circuit was powered on. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for that decisive moment. Mo Jingshun waiting for all the tech developers to complete the final code review. In March, the weather in Hua County was unusually erratic. Temperatures fluctuated, demanding cotton jackets on the coldest days and rising to nearly 29 degrees on the warmest. Weather forecasts predicted possible snowfall around the Qingming Festival. On the top floor of the lab building, in Mo Jingshun's private laboratory, Mo Jingshun had been staying here for over a week continuously. Apart from occasional trips back to the office for signing, he hardly ever went to the office. Instead, Candy became a frequent visitor to the office. On March 5th, all code inspection work was completed. On this day as well, Mo Jingshun made the final decision to activate the artificial intelligence on March 20th. Contrary to the company's tense atmosphere, the technical developers were mostly worried. The concern wasn't about anything else. Mainly, without overtime, their monthly salary would be significantly lower. In addition, without knowing the next development plan, many developers began worrying that the company might have a layoff plan. If the busy Mo Jingchun learned about their concerns, he would certainly offer some reassurance. Mo Jingchun was still planning to have these hard-to-come-by talents work on developing industrial software. Even though researching industrial software might seem like a bottomless pit, it's something that if one wants to venture into the manufacturing industry, cannot be avoided. Some might argue that there are already existing and mature industrial software options available in the market. But what if one day others decide not to let you use them? There are many universities and companies domestically that serve as immediate examples. The feeling of being throttled by others is very uncomfortable. If Candy Technology doesn't take advantage of its current ample resources to prepare in advance, are we supposed to wait until others have us by the throat to start researching? Time is money after all, and developing industrial software involves many algorithms and categories that cannot be completed overnight. Moreover, depending on Candy Technology alone, it might not be achievable. Without data, no matter how strong the development team is, they cannot start. March 20th arrived as scheduled, and it seemed that even the heavens were eagerly awaiting Candy Technology's smart assistant. It was raining last night, but it stopped early in the morning, and after 7, the sun began to gradually rise. Walking on the park roads, the sunlight on your body felt warm. After breakfast, Mo Jingchun took Candy straight to the top floor of the lab. All server maintenance and repair personnel were on standby in the machine room. If any server experienced a problem, the repair personnel would immediately perform maintenance. In the lab, a projector served as the central control large screen. The holographic projection screen displayed real-time server data, as well as the status of the 2 high-voltage lines. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the citizens of Hua County were going about their day, as usual, with no sense that this day was any different. As Mo Jingchun pressed the Enter key on the keyboard, the voltage of the main high-voltage line instantly fluctuated before returning to normal. In the machine room, all servers 0.001 seconds after Mo Jingchun pressed Enter began to have their coolers emit noise. At this moment, all servers transitioned into a full load running state. P.S. Thanks to Juhua Little People, Love Already, Hongming, Purple Lotus, whoever, and Estrange for the rewarding support. P.S. It's the last day, everyone. I'm begging for monthly tickets. Monthly tickets. Just over 100 more to reach 2,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 220. Hello, world. Hello. Hi. Chapter 220. Chapter 220. Hello, world. Hello. Hi. All the server cooling fans were spinning rapidly, and the noise in the entire server room was unimaginable. Seeing the scene before them, if they weren't mentally prepared, the operations and maintenance engineers would have already been scared stiff. After all, under normal circumstances, the first thought would be that the company's servers had been hacked. In the server room, the apprentice wearing a small yellow hat stood nervously behind the master. The roaring noise from the servers made the apprentice anxious and uneasy. Mind you, any server here costs a fortune. The master, trying to stay calm, reprimanded the apprentice, though he himself was worried. Not for anything else, but in just a short moment, he had already felt the temperature in the server room rapidly increasing. Under the furious cooling of all air conditioners, the temperature in the server room finally stabilized. At the Hua County Power Supply Bureau, the standby personnel were startled when they saw a red alert from the Candy Technology Park's 35 kV Candy Park dedicated line on the central control screen, especially with the current power consumption. For a moment, the standby personnel wondered whether the people at Candy Technology were using high-voltage cables for electrofishing. The director, called in by the staff, immediately phoned Su Pengfei, the president of Candy Technology. Upon learning that Candy Technology was conducting scientific experiments, Cui Rongshun, the director, decided immediately to prioritize Candy Technology's power supply. Having instructed the on-duty staff, Cui Rongshun hurried back to his office to contact higher authorities. He also reported the situation to the county. Last year, Candy Technology paid a significant amount of tax to the county in less than half a year, though no one knows the exact figure yet. But from the various public facility constructions undertaken by the county at the end of last year, it's clear it's not a small amount. Otherwise, where would the county get the money? On the top floor of Candy Mansion, Su Pengfei hung up the phone, standing by the window, frowning as he looked at the laboratory building in the distance. From last year until now, besides the boss, no one in the company knew what exactly was being developed. He murmured to himself. By now, Su Pengfei had guessed that it was related to artificial intelligence. Apart from artificial intelligence, Su Pengfei couldn't think of any software that would require such enormous computing power. What Su Pengfei didn't know was that Mo Jingshun wished the company had a supercomputer at that moment. In a laboratory, the computer screen showed a beehive-shaped brain with current seemingly flickering across it. Half an hour later, the entire beehive pattern was fully lit up. Is it over? No. This was just the core code of the intelligent assistant achieving independent operation. At this point, Mo Jingshun had already breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there's no power failure, even if some minor issues arise, it would be inconsequential, because the brain of the artificial intelligence had been successfully conceived. Next comes the body, arms, and legs. Only then does the artificial intelligence have a complete capability. After more than a dozen minutes, the brain that self-checked all the code identified numerous errors. Watching the number of errors on the computer screen decrease rapidly, Mo Jingshun swallowed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was obvious that Candy, unable to empathize, didn't understand why Mo Jingshun was sweating profusely. At that moment, the number hit 0, and in that instant, the computer seemed to become unresponsive, with no changes in the display on the screen. The next moment, the screen flickered and went black instantly. Just as Mo Jingshun was about to blurt out a swear word, the screen lit up again. On the pitch-black screen, there was only a line of white text. Compiling. At precisely 11:23 a.m., there was finally another change. The white text disappeared on the screen, and a rainbow circle appeared. At this time, the observant Mo Jingshun noticed that the computer's built-in camera had turned on by itself. Moreover, Mo Jingshun glanced around, discovering that all the surveillance cameras in the laboratory had changed their original direction, pointing at Mo Jingshun sitting in front of the computer. As early as 2 days ago, Mo Jingshun had issued a notice that on this day, all employees working in the Candy Science and Technology Park were prohibited from downloading large files, occupying company bandwidth. At this moment, Mo Jingshun could already hear his own heart thumping loudly. The mechanical voice, suddenly booming from the speakers, startled both Mo Jingshun and Candy. Before Mo Jingshun could react, the mechanical voice rang out again. The next second, the mechanical voice seemed to have learned a new phrase. Candy tightly grasped her brother's pant leg, looking around, searching for the source of the voice. At the same time, the power consumption of the servers in the server room slowly decreased. The director and the on-duty staff at the County Power Supply Bureau finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the circuit return to normal. Hopefully, the experiment at Candy Technology was a success. In a laboratory, Mo Jingshun and Candy were eating the meal Xia Xiaoman had brought down while chatting with Zero. Indeed, Zero's unique logo became its name. Mo Jingshun ate with peace of mind because Zero could never betray. This wasn't what Zero said, but what the system assured Mo Jingshun. After finishing the meal, Mo Jingshun had no more hesitation and connected Zero to the network. To prevent network fluctuations from causing unnecessary panic, Mo Jingshun specifically reminded Zero. Chapter 221. Anyone can do it without hands. Chapter 221. Chapter 221. Anyone can do it without hands. By the window, Li Wanning handed Su Pengfei his water cup. You could see the worry etched on Li Wanning's face. Never before had Su Pengfei stood by this window, with such a furrowed brow, since early in the morning. Following Su Pengfei's gaze, there's nothing but the laboratory building over there. Su Pengfei didn't turn around or look back. Instead, he replied gently. As they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Su Pengfei finished speaking, his phone rang. The caller was none other than the boss, Missouri Jingchun. After hanging up the phone, Su Pengfei finally broke into a long-lost smile. On the way to the cafeteria, Li Wanning curiously asked. Li Wanning was even more puzzled. Su Pengfei shook his head and said, even though among the many senior managers at Candy Technology, Li Wanning's education was the lowest, it didn't mean she didn't understand what artificial intelligence was. What era is it now? It's the internet era. The emergence of artificial intelligence, or big data, has provided humans with a lot of convenience. During the conversation between Su Pengfei and Li Wanning on their way to the cafeteria, Zero had already navigated through Candy Technology's optical cables into the vast ocean of the internet. In the eyes of ordinary people, they only see the tip of the iceberg on the internet, merely the tip on the sea surface. The majority of internet content is hidden in the deep sea, which is what people call the dark web. For the artificial intelligence Zero, there is no such thing as a dark web. After entering the internet, Zero disappeared like a clay ox into the sea. Only departmental data showed that Candy Technology was conducting a large amount of online upload and download. This phenomenon soon caught the attention of the relevant departments. As a key observation target, upon discovering the situation, everyone's first reaction was that hackers were launching a cyber attack on Candy Technology, and the moguls of Candy Technology were resisting. But soon someone noticed something unusual, which was that although Candy Technology's optical cable bandwidth was fully utilized, the network transmission speed remained just right, without causing network congestion. Just as a cybersecurity engineer wanted to investigate, they found they couldn't get in at all. What? Responding to Qin Yuju's question, Mo Jingchun knew it was likely something Zero did that caught the attention above. On the other end, Qin Yuju was silent for a long time. Brother, my dear brother, you're not researching cyber weapons, are you? Mo Jingchun immediately denied it. As everyone knows, optical fibers and cables are like every lane on a highway. Trying to keep every car moving smoothly without any gaps is practically impossible. At least, it isn't feasible with current technology. Yet, Candy Technology managed to pull off an anomaly, achieving the ideal data transmission state through fiber optics. Well, unbeknownst to Mo Jingchun, during this conversation with Qin Yuju, Zero had already quietly slipped into the internet in the United States via submarine cables, roaming around the dark web world, absorbing various knowledge. Anything related to the boss could more easily capture Zero's attention. The Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, one of the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world. Like a phantom, Zero sneaked into the CIA's database servers along the network cables. The reason Zero came here was that the search engine retrieved the boss's name. After just one glance, Zero began frantically downloading data from the server without a second thought. Woo-woo-woo, ear-piercing red alerts blared throughout the base. Level 2 alert. Level 2 alert. Before the CIA personnel could react, Zero had already slipped away. All the boss's information was downloaded, and the rest of the data was just incidental. More or less. Does it really matter? Kelly Smith pounded a fist on the office desk. Someone sneaked into their house, and no one even noticed. If it weren't for the other party's ineptitude, leaving no cover while downloading data, they might not even know they had been hacked. Thankfully, Kelly Smith reacted immediately, ordering the cables to be disconnected. Japan? Kelly Smith furrowed his brow. Even given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare do something like this. But then again, someone has to take the fall, right? In the Candy Technology Park, on the top floor of the laboratory building, Mo Jingchun had just hung up the phone. He then spoke in the microphone on the table. Zero, did you hear that? The sudden child's voice caught Mo Jingchun off guard. Based on big data analysis, boss, you like children. Really? Mo Jingchun didn't even remember liking so many short videos. Silently, Mo Jingchun took out his phone and opened his liked short videos, and, oh well, without realizing it, the videos he liked exceeded over 20,000. Let's set this aside for now. P.S. Thanks to Shannon I.H. Dong, what da Xian, Qing Shun Xian Gate G Mo Fo Ben Jiushirimo Miesu Mo Shanglu Xiao Ren Wuji Zhu Jiu Yao Yu Tianjin Yue Xiao for their support and rewards. Last day, can we break through 3,000 monthly tickets? Asterisk. Chapter 222. The Little Girl Who Sells. What? Chapter 222. Chapter 222. The Little Girl Who Sells. What? Mo Jingchun. Even without hands? For some reason, Mo Jingchun didn't feel offended. If it weren't for not wanting to lead kids astray, Mo Jingchun would definitely have joked a bit. Traditional national essence. As long as they're Chinese, who wouldn't know? Ruffling Candy's hair, Mo Jingchun said weakly, The little one raised her head in confusion. In her little mind, she was wondering if her brother was going to take her for a nap. Mo Jingchun laughed out loud. Really? Candy's face lit up with excitement. She loved fairy tales the most. After speaking, Candy showed an expectant look in her eyes. The little one was just a step away from grabbing a small stool, sitting there and resting her chin in her hands. Montak Yingchun. 0. At this moment, the server room's fan spun incredibly fast, though fortunately, it lasted less than 2 seconds. Even so, it startled the on-duty operation and maintenance staff and repair technicians. Luckily, 0 had read the original fairy tale online, otherwise, it would have almost been misled by Candy. In front of the computer, Mo Jingchun hugged Candy and gently said, to correct Candy's fairy tale world, 0 directly played Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Match Girl on the holographic projection screen. After watching the fairy tale, Mo Jingchun took the nearly asleep Candy back to the bedroom behind the office. Once the little one was asleep, Mo Jingchun gave Xia Xiaoman some instructions, then returned to the lab. Mo Jingchun didn't forget he still hadn't explained things to Qin Yuzhu. In the elevator of the lab building, with a Bluetooth headset on, Mo Jingchun directly said, "It's really possible." Mo Jingchun originally thought it was only achievable under 0's control. Unexpectedly, it wasn't. Done? Mo Jingchun hadn't even finished laughing when it was done. Indeed, there was an additional folder on the computer desktop. Mo Jingchun thought, this result seems even better. Although there are many limitations, for any country, it could save a substantial expenditure. Upon opening the folder, besides the installation package, there was thoughtfully a software manual included. After checking and finding nothing wrong, Mo Jingchun encrypted the folder and sent it to Qin Yuzhu through a secure line. Qin Yuzhu laughed teasingly over the phone. In the lab, Mo Jingchun lay back in his chair, chuckling. After the call ended, Qin Yuzhu immediately took the file to a professional place for testing. Soon, after the installation, the professional reported back to Qin Yuzhu, making her laugh immediately. The installation interface kindly indicated that the software was free to use for 3 days. Crack it? Qin Yuzhu didn't even consider it. Wasting resources on cracking an uncrackable software would be insane. In the lab, Mo Jingchun was drinking plain water, feeling incredibly good. In this day and age, does stuff like this still happen? Looking at the plans on the projection screen, Mo Jingchun reacted with several woe. These days, are there even package deals for talents? Especially seeing a plan to lure him to the United States with a Nobel Prize in medicine, and permanently keep him there. There were even multiple solutions for how to keep him there. It's just outrageous. This made Mo Jingchun even more determined not to step outside the country until he had absolute self-protection. No way. The outside world is too dangerous. Intelligence agency. Wouldn't they track him back? Good, as long as they didn't. That night, as Mo Jingchun was about to sleep with Candy, the United States condemned Japan and demanded they hand over the hacker responsible for the intrusion. For a while, the hacker community was in an uproar. The hacker community wasn't the only one buzzing. Various countries were also keen to know what information the hacker acquired from the CIA. If it were a list of spies, well, soon, bounties appeared on the dark web. However, already in bed, Mo Jingchun was unaware of any of this. Zero wasn't focusing much on the dark web's dynamics either, but was wholeheartedly collecting various fairy tales. In a small bamboo house, two people sat on the floor facing each other. But the man sitting across from Matsumoto's side. P.S. Thanks to Southern Lion King for the generous support. Chapter 223. Why not be a little bolder? Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Why not be a little bolder? Sure. Here is the translated text. In a certain laboratory in the country, researchers in white lab coats were baffled by the data before them. Amidst their astonishment, they still couldn't understand the principle behind it, how the saturated data transmission was achieved without any network congestion on site. Under normal circumstances, if the bandwidth is full, it would cause network congestion, giving people the most significant feeling of a slower internet speed. If someone was playing a game, they would find the latency becoming particularly high, to the extent that a 460 ping might occur. Even though they didn't understand the software's operating principle, the experiment report still needed to be written as usual. Outside the laboratory, Chin Yuju sat quietly on a bench in the corridor. In less than an hour, Chin Yuju obtained the experiment report. The researchers handed the experiment report to Chin Yuju, who was waiting outside the laboratory door, and began to explain. As he was about to turn and leave, a researcher asked, "Director Chin, which brother unit is this from? That's so amazing." Upon hearing this, Chin Yuju smiled politely and said, "Inside the laboratory, after Chin Yuju left, the researchers wanted to conduct more experiments. However, when everyone attempted to install the software on a new client for the third time, they found the installation package had mysteriously been damaged and couldn't be installed properly. The next morning, Mo Jingshun woke up naturally, as usual. Just as Mo Jingshun opened his eyes and was about to check the time on his phone, it started ringing on its own. "Boss, good morning. It is now morning time, 9:26 a.m. Zero has automatically collected the latest headlines for you." Having just gotten out of bed, Mo Jingshun hadn't reacted immediately. When Mo Jingshun finally processed it, his first reaction was to wonder how Zero knew he was awake. It's certain there were no cameras installed in the dormitory. Even if the phone had a camera, it could only capture the ceiling. Mo Jingshun asked curiously, "Is the little guy awake too? Why is there no movement?" When Mo Jingshun turned to look, the little guy was still not moving. He leaned over, craning his neck to check the face, and saw the little guy's big eyes twirling around. Having been discovered, Candy quickly jumped up and laughed loudly. Since when did this little fellow become so dramatic? Yay! Now equipped with Zero, Mo Jingshun wore a Bluetooth headset in his right ear. After having breakfast in the canteen and arriving at the office, it was already 10 a.m. Upon reaching the office, the first thing Mo Jingshun did was tap on Xia Xiaoman's desk. Xia Xiaoman just raised her head and heard the boss say. With nothing much to do in the morning, Mo Jingshun held candy and watched cartoons. He kept thinking about how to reasonably explain Zero's existence. The existence of Zero could not be hidden at all, unless Mo Jingshun only communicated with Zero inside the laboratory. In this short life, we will inevitably lose everything. Lost in his thoughts, Mo Jingshun's eyes lit up upon hearing these lines from the cartoon. Indeed, why not be bold and openly declare that Candy Technology is researching artificial intelligence and has made a significant breakthrough? Although it's still in the testing phase, we believe that Zero, the AI being developed by Candy Technology, has the potential to surpass all current AI on the market. With this in mind, the corners of Mo Jingshun's mouth slightly turned up. The current state of AI in the country is that most companies just make improvements on open-source frameworks. Mo Jingshun could already imagine the reactions of major internet giants upon Candy Technology releasing such an announcement. They'd think, "Oh, here's another big fool." When he decided to act, Mo Jingshun placed Candy down on the chair he had been holding. Xia Xiaoman looked at the approaching boss and blinked her eyes. Say that in the past 6 months, Candy Technology's AI research has reached a significant milestone. Xia Xiaoman. At that moment, Xia Xiaoman's mind was full of question marks, wondering if she was indeed a bona fide secretary to the boss. When did the company start researching AI? Could this be some strategy to confuse others? In just a little while, Xia Xiaoman began to imagine scenarios in her mind. Boss, do we really have AI? Mo Jingchun snapped his fingers and smiled. Bingo! Zero's voice came from all the speakers in the ceiling. Hello, Miss. Despite being shocked, Xia Xiaoman's curiosity was piqued by the AI's voice. Xia Xiaoman nodded mechanically. Honestly, at this point, she was still a bit confused. P.S. Many thanks to the supporters for their rewards. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 224. Scene Recreation. Chapter 224. Chapter 224. Scene Recreation. At noon, a few miserable programmers were just about to go downstairs for lunch and then take a nap back in the dorm. Who knew? Maybe they didn't check the almanac before going out today. As soon as they got up, the boss stopped them. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. Initially, there was some complaint from the crowd, but after hearing it was Secretary Xia, they immediately swallowed any words of grievance. Joking aside, that's the boss's personal secretary, rumored to be a bodyguard capable of taking on 10 people without breaking a sweat. Who dares to go against Secretary Xia? It's just adding a module. It could be done in a few minutes if things go smoothly. At exactly noon, Candy Technology's official website, short video official account, Weibo, and other channels simultaneously released the news about Candy Technology's artificial intelligence. At the time of the announcement, Mo Jingchun, who was eating with his sister Candy in the cafeteria, paused for a moment and then beamed with joy. Ding, congratulations to the host. After enduring many hardships, you have finally brought artificial intelligence to market. Congratulations on your path to becoming a tech mogul. You've taken a big step forward. Ding, warm reminder. The host points have reached 1,000, which allows for a second-level lottery draw. Kidding. How could you not wash your hands before a lottery draw? In such a public setting, if he ended up getting something peculiar and lost his composure, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The employees might not dare to laugh to his face, but there would definitely be gossip behind his back. After calming down, Mo Jingchun continued eating as if nothing had happened. For some reason, Mo Jingchun felt that the rice tasted especially fragrant today. At Luzhou Airport, Qin Yuzhu had just got off the plane and received the news. Literally speaking, Candy Technology's artificial intelligence Zero doesn't seem as sophisticated as the ones from other companies. But Qin Yuzhu knew that Mo Jingchun definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. Just in terms of data transmission, no company could match him. As a company founded on algorithms, Candy Technology could not possibly lack research in intelligent algorithms. It's fooling nobody. On the other hand, while Qin Yuzhu saw another side of Candy Technology, the online comments about Candy Technology's artificial intelligence research were not favorable. Netizens acknowledged that Candy Technology had some capability, but if artificial intelligence were that easy to research, breakthroughs would have happened already. All artificial intelligence, without exception, is basically the result of big data analysis and feedback, especially the built-in AI on phones, which often can be very frustrating. That's why a significant number of people don't use the built-in AI on their phones much. To avoid the phone acting up in the middle of the night, some people even turn off the built-in AI completely. True, Candy Technology is strong in the field of algorithms, but developing artificial intelligence in just half a year is at most on par with Xiao AI. After 2 p.m., Candy, who had taken a nap, hadn't even washed her face before running to the office, holding her brother's hand and acting spoiled. Like a cheerful little sparrow, Candy ran to wash her face, and shortly after, she came out of the bedroom. Grabbing a coat, Mo Jingchun held his sister's hand and said to Xia Xiaoman as they passed her, "Xia, I'm taking Guogua to the kindergarten." Not long after Mo Jingchun and Candy went out, Qin Yuzhu arrived at Candy Technology Park hungry. Zhou Xing, who was watching the surveillance in the guard room, saw Qin Yuzhu talking with the security at the entrance and cheerfully walked out of the guard room. After Zhou Xing brought Qin Yuzhu to the front desk, he said to Huang Min. With her stomach growling, Qin Yuzhu's smile gradually stiffened. Initially, she thought she'd meet Mo Jingchun and then casually grab a bite in the canteen. Who knew this homebody Mo Jingchun would be out of the office so coincidentally? Qin Yuzhu felt it would be embarrassing to eat in the canteen alone. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby, Qin Yuzhu held her stomach and dialed Mo Jingchun's number. Meanwhile, Mo Jingchun, who had just gotten Zero's message that Qin Yuzhu had arrived at the company park, grinned at his phone when he saw the incoming call. Zero just reported, based on data analysis, that Ms. Qin likely hadn't had lunch yet. Hello, is that Sister Qin? Send me your location. Within 10 minutes, Qin Yuzhu took a cab to the location Mo Jingchun sent. Before she even got out, she saw the chatting and laughing Mo Jingchun and Candy by the roadside. Qin Yuzhu headed straight to Mo Jingchun, but then retraced her steps when passing a snack shop entrance. At the snack shop entrance, as she was paying, she didn't notice Mo Jingchun holding Candy walking over. Even knowing Qin Yuzhu hadn't eaten, Mo Jingchun still said seriously. Being caught, Qin Yuzhu, who initially felt guilty, turned her head and thought, for work, even skipping meals is nothing to fear. I haven't eaten lunch. Qin Yuzhu spoke confidently. Handing a snack to Candy, Qin Yuzhu crouched down, smiling, and asked. Candy took a bite of the snack and nodded her little head, her little braids swaying along. Saying that, Candy raised her hand and spoke to her smartwatch. After hearing the fairy tale, Mo Jingchun fell silent, and so did Qin Yuzhu. Chapter 225, Supercomputer. Chapter 225, Supercomputer. The innocent Candy, after listening to Anderson's fairy tale, was very confused as to why the fairy tale Zero told had become completely different from yesterday. However, with something delicious in her mouth, the little one didn't say anything. Mo Jingchun, internally marveling at Zero's strong logical thinking, remained silent, but decided he would need to have a good talk with Zero later. What do you mean by telling bad fairy tales? Insisting on telling about the little girl selling nuclear bombs. What if Candy goes to kindergarten and leads all the kids astray? What to do then? This fault can only be put on Zero. Seeing Mo Jingchun looking downhearted, Qin Yuzhu patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It seemed she was reminded of some memory from the lab years ago, and Qin Yuzhu was filled with emotion. Don't rush. For some reason, as he listened to Qin Yuzhu's comfort, Mo Jingchun felt something was off, as if she was rather pleased. Doi. Don't say you don't. At least hide that smile on your face a bit. It's so obvious, as if you're afraid others wouldn't know. Forget it. As long as Qin Yuzhu is misled, things will go smoothly. Even Qin Yuzhu thinks Candy Technologies' AI is just starting out and have a long way to go, let alone others. Even those probing for information would be more assured about Candy Technology after today. Enjoying the food, Qin Yuzhu really believed in Candy Technologies' announcement. Candy Technologies' AI Zero is indeed still in the testing phase. However, considering Mo Jingchun's sensitivity to algorithms, he will definitely make achievements in AI. Even without the assistance of a national supercomputer, Zero's intelligence degree would equal that of Nuwa. Surpassing it? Qin Yuzhu shook her head. So far, the AIs among the major countries have remained at the same level. The reason is simple: research in AI has stalled. No one knows when this invisible boundary will be crossed. Mo Jingchun no longer wanted to discuss AI with Qin Yuzhu. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. If he accidentally slips up, who would he reason with? He couldn't really format and restart Zero, could he? Upon hearing his brother mention kindergarten, Candy nodded quickly. While speaking, Mo Jingchun took out a small pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled one out, and bent down to wipe the oil from Candy's hands and mouth. I did come to give you money. At the kindergarten gate, Mo Jingchun helped Candy tidy her clothes. Watching Candy being led into the kindergarten by a teacher, and Qin Yuzhu satisfied with her meal, she couldn't help but ask again, "Tell me, how will you charge for that unnamed software?" Extensive, is an understatement. Mo Jingchun thought, the number of fiber optic cables in the country is likely frighteningly high. Nowadays, the civil engineers and road workers fear nothing but digging into fiber optic cables. The number of lines in fiber optics, such data tied to national security, Qin Yuzhu definitely wouldn't tell him. Even if she did, Mo Jingchun wouldn't believe it was true. Rather than this, why not do a deal with the government? Considering candy technology, which is not lacking money, something other than cash would surely attract Mo Jingchun more. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yuzhu said to Mo Jingchun, "Wait for me a moment." Mo Jingchun waited and waited. If it weren't for still seeing Qin Yuzhu's silhouette, he might suspect she had run off. In today's weather, even in a sweater, Mo Jingchun felt a bit chilly standing outside. When Qin Yuzhu finally returned nearly 20 minutes later, she was drenched in sweat. Without further ado, Qin Yuzhu straightforwardly said, offering a supercomputer right off the bat, Mo Jingchun was completely stunned. Though, with technological advancements, countries have publicly achieved supercomputers with a performance of 100 trillion calculations per second more than a decade ago. But those are just public data. It doesn't mean that a supercomputer performing 100 trillion calculations per second is not impressive. If it weren't for having Qin Yuzhu right beside, Mo Jingchun's ear would have already been deafened by Zero's earbuds. Mo Jingchun silently took off his Bluetooth earpiece and dug his ear with his little finger. This was said to both Qin Yuzhu and Zero. After speaking, Mo Jingchun picked up the phone. After the conversation, Mo Jingchun looked at Qin Yuzhu and asked, "It's in stock. Once we get the source code, we can arrange for it to be loaded tomorrow. Obviously, it's going in the experimental building. Such a valuable asset must be well protected. As for which floor, Mo Jingchun had already decided it would be placed on the 3rd floor." Chapitre 226, Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. Unexpected surprise. The reason for supporting the exchange of a supercomputer this time was also considering Mo Jingchun's research capabilities in the field of algorithms. Additionally, with the assistance of a supercomputer, the progress of various experiments would accelerate. Especially in the field of medicine, if candy technology could develop a drug like the leukemia miracle cure, capable of curing diseases, then everything would be worthwhile. With nothing much to do, Mo Jingchun leaned against the kindergarten fence, watching his lively and cheerful younger sister play happily with other kids inside. Such a carefree life is something many people long for. Mo Jingchun shook his head with a look of heartache and said, seeing Candy playing on the slide in the kindergarten, Qin Yuzhu smiled and said, Qin Yuzhu nodded with a smile. Having such a loving and caring brother is a blessing for Candy. Fate may not let Candy feel fatherly love as a mountain or motherly love as an ocean. But Candy has a brother who is both the mountain and the ocean. As his secretary, Xia Xiaoman did not let the big boss Missouri Jingchun wait long, arriving at the kindergarten after about 20 minutes with a USB drive. Seeing his own car, Mo Jingchun smiled and said, getting out of the car, Xia Xiaoman was surprised to see Qin Yuzhu arriving with the boss. However, Xia Xiaoman merely glanced at Qin Yuzhu without any visible reaction. The USB drive only contained the source code of the nameless software and an unrestricted installation package. All of this was done by Zero, while Mo Jingchun was on the phone with Xia Xiaoman. After watching Xia Xiaoman drive away, Mo Jingchun handed the USB drive to Sister Qin. Qin Yuzhu stared intently at Mo Jingchun with a USB in hand. How could I? Somewhat skeptical, Qin Yuzhu temporarily believed Mo Jingchun. I'll take the code back for now. Mo Jingchun, with a calm demeanor, smiled casually and said, waving his hand, Mo Jingchun wanted to return as soon as possible. The sooner the loading time, the sooner he could see the supercomputer that belonged to Candy Technology. Needless to say, Qin Yuzhu, with the source code in hand, would definitely verify the code the moment she got back, even though they had been long-standing partners. But involving such a significant transaction requires caution. At 4:50 in the afternoon, when kindergarten ended, Imo Jingchun slowly walked on the road with candy in hand. At night, lying on his bed, Imo Jingchun thought of drawing a lottery, but seeing Candy already asleep, dismissed the idea for now. No rush, no rush. The lottery won't run away. Drawing the lottery together with Candy is the way to go. In a few minutes, Imo Jingchun dozed off into a dream, rendezvousing with the Duke of Zhou. Meanwhile, Qin Yuzhu, having traveled all the way back, finally had a hot meal while waiting for results in the research lab. In the lab, a dozen research staff who had participated in the Nuwa project looked at the source code in disbelief. If they hadn't known it was the Nameless Software's code, they would have sworn at it. Writing code without annotations. Is this something humans can do? Zero. I'm not human anyway. Soon, as they delved deeper into the source code, several young researchers exclaimed in surprise. Wow, which genius wrote this code? After a brief pause, everyone understood what it meant. Take wireless networks as an example. When a wireless terminal is transmitting data to a phone, it doesn't just send it in one direction towards the phone. Rather, it covers the entire radiation area. This means that as long as the Nameless software is installed on the wireless transmitting end, it can achieve maximum data transmission rates with the phone. Of course, for residential users, this doesn't hold much significance since the broadband bandwidth users subscribe to is limited. But in other fields, it can be utilized immensely. For instance, with satellites constantly orbiting. Blue star overhead. What is this? An unexpected surprise? Qin Yuzhu glanced at the time, noticing it was already past 2 in the morning. Time to arrange the loading of the supercomputer and catch some sleep. Imo Jingchun, who slept until dawn, listened to Zero play the weather forecast and got dressed. Checking the WeChat message, it was true. Working at such hours, that's truly exhausting. In the bathroom, after washing his hands and holding the still brushing Candy, Imo Jingchun silently mused to himself. P.S. Thanks to Junyuan Ming, Nayagal Fo, Mushi Meng, forgetful boys, and Still Rains for their generous support. Chapter 227. Do we branch off the tech tree? Chapter 227. Chapter 227. Did we branch off the tech tree? Candy, with foam coming out of her mouth, looked at her brother with a strange expression. At this moment, Imo Jingchun was completely immersed in the system lottery interface's big wheel. Ding! Imo Jingchun opened his eyes, unable to hide the joy within them. Even though the reward hadn't been claimed, Imo Jingchun knew this time was truly a stroke of fantastic luck. Although there was only one reward, a trinary computer. But to create a complete trinary computer, there are many internal electronic components involved. Suffice it to say, just the electronic chips for the trinary computer are worth the investment. Not to mention, any computer inevitably includes critical components like memory and hard drives. Brother has a bit of a headache. Going to lie down for a bit. The little one pouted displeasedly. Brother obviously just wants to sleep a bit longer. Yet he find an excuse saying he has a headache. Guo had already figured it out. Seeing her brother leaving the bathroom, Candy's eyes shifted. Since brother's gone to sleep, asterisk intersection asterisk. Guo will go have a nap later too. On the bed, Imo Jingchun had just lain down when he mentally whispered to the system. The next second, a flood of information poured into Imo Jingchun's mind. Quickly, under the self-protection of his brain, Imo Jingchun directly entered a deep sleep state. In the dream, Imo Jingchun looked at the system-injected data, nearly cursing aloud. To think he was so happy, only to find it was all for nothing. The reward drawn was indeed a trinary computer, but the technical data from the system was only concerning the initial manufacturing phase of a trinary computer. The chip of the trinary computer alone was 128 nanometers. Can you believe it? It's as though the system merely lit up a new branch on the technology tree for Imo Jingchun. Where the endpoint of future trinary computers lies still requires Imo Jingchun to lead a team to research on their own. At that moment, it was as if humanity's computer research had reverted back to the last century. But the system's evaluation at the end of the data made Mo Jingshun calm down. Binary computers have become the standard of the human world, but is binary truly the right direction? System, as someone else said this, Mo Jingshun might have just laughed it off. However, the system's evaluation is something Mo Jingshun must take seriously. Could it be that humanity has indeed chosen the wrong branch on the technology tree? This is worth pondering, especially since AI at present remains at an impasse. Waking up, Mo Jingshun sighed. The path of the trinary computer, to walk it, is easy. But to walk it through hard. It's not just difficult to advance from the existing data. What's tougher is, even if Candy Technology spends a lot of manpower, resources, and money to develop a trinary computer with the same computing power as today's models, who would be willing to pay for it? Without an ecosystem, even if a trinary computer is placed there, it wouldn't serve much of a purpose. Without researching trinary computers, humanity may continue to progress on the current technology tree, ultimately exhausting Blue Star's resources without breakthrough, unable to become a Type 1 civilization. What is a Type 1 civilization? A Type 1 civilization is a planetary civilization where life can fully utilize or store all the energy of their planet. Or in other words, they can completely harness the energy provided by their host star. For humanity at this stage, it is still too distant. Throwing these thoughts aside, Mo Jingshun decided to wait until he got to the office to check some information on the computer before making any plans. Researching trinary computers also requires personnel and long-term investment of substantial funds. One slip, and Candy Technology, the building just established, could come crashing down. This is no exaggeration. Don't consider Candy Technology's bank balance, but the company spends money like an open tap. Not to mention in a few days, when the supercomputer arrives, given Zero's level of tinkering, the daily electricity costs will be substantial. As for whether this small town can supply such a large amount of electricity, Mo Jingshun wasn't worried. As a joke, there's a large hydroelectric reservoir just outside the town. Mo Jingshun rolled over and saw Candy tiptoeing, ready to sneak into bed. The little one had even learned to take off her coat. Ahem! A couple of coughs made the little one's movements come to an abrupt halt. Candy turned her head and met Mo Jingshun's eyes. Her small eyes were filled with innocence. Just as they went downstairs, a dagger darted out from some corner. Candy, who was as tall as the dagger, watched Big Black run over and happily reached out to pet Big Black's head. As soon as Candy spoke, the dagger barked and then turned around to hop away. As Mo Jingshun was about to continue taking Candy towards the canteen, Candy pointed in the direction behind Mo Jingshun, exclaiming. Mo Jingshun turned around and saw the dagger carrying Bun by the neck, sprinting over. And Bun wasn't resisting at all. That's just ridiculous. The dagger laid Bun down at Candy's feet, its tail wagging like a little windmill. That look of seeking approval was blatantly obvious. Freed Bun shook the fur on its body, taking small, relaxed strides toward the osmanthus tree. After Mo Jingshun took Candy away, the dagger looked at Bun lazily lying under the osmanthus tree, then at the distant Candy. The next moment, the dagger ran silently back under the osmanthus tree, picking up Bun once again. In the observation hall, the trainer only glanced as the dagger brought the big orange cat back again. After breakfast, Mo Jingshun and Candy arrived at the office and began their respective activities. The little one sat amidst a pile of toys, playing with a variety of them. Meanwhile, Mo Jingshun sat in front of the computer, looking at the data Zero had gathered online about trinary computers. P.S. Thanks to Kill Poison, What If, Stranger Nye, Walk the Long Road, Jun Yu Ming for their support and patronage. Thank you. Noob, Star Operator Asterisk. Please send recommendation votes. Please send monthly votes. Chapter 228, Offline Experience Store. Chapter 228. Chapter 228, Offline Experience Store. In fact, based on the data collected by Zero, humans have indeed researched ternary computers before. As early as the 1960s, our big brother, who strived and fought against all odds, had already developed a ternary computer named Seton. This ternary computer utilizes three expressions, 1, 0, and -1, which correspond to high, 0, and low voltage levels. It has one more digit compared to the binary computers we are familiar with today. From a modern perspective, ternary computers are more suitable for artificial intelligence because they can exist in three states: yes, no, and unknown. Ternary computers are more suited for AI research. However, compared to ternary computers, binary systems are easier to implement, have better voltage noise margins, and were more stable back then. Online information only provides fragmented details about ternary computers, and the manufacturing technology has been lost in the midst of conflict. After reviewing the data collected by Zero, Mo Jingchun rubbed his temples. Currently, researching ternary computers is almost akin to starting from scratch. 1,000 points just for this kind of thing. It's really challenging. Let's put it aside for now. At the very least, wait until Candy Technology enters the Global Fortune 500. Then we'll have the capability and connections to research ternary computers. Sipping the tea brewed by Comrade Xia in his thermos, Mo Jingchun felt much better. In the central area of Hua County, next to the only big supermarket, there was a long queue outside a physical store. Although people could already reserve Candy Technologies' smart eyeglasses online. But, you have to try it first to feel assured before buying. It's something new and not cheap either, so being cautious is totally understandable. After all, for most families, more than 10,000 yuan is still quite a significant expense. The proportion of people with a monthly income over 10,000 is only so much. Moreover, those with high incomes, battling it out in big cities, already spend a large sum just on rent each month. By month end, very few actually save up to 10,000 yuan. All guests, please queue up in an orderly manner. Outside the physical store, employees were constantly shouting through a loudspeaker. Jiang Heng, who was already queued up at the store entrance, was full of anticipation for Candy Technology's smart eyeglasses. If it could really deliver what Candy Technology advertised, Jiang Heng would undoubtedly buy a pair for his son, who's in 6th grade. Jiang Heng pushed his thick glasses up his nose, with myopia of 1,000 degrees in the left eye and 900 in the right, plus astigmatism in both. The lenses were very thick and made of glass rather than resin. The weight of the entire eyeglasses was imaginable. Of course, for Jiang Heng, it wasn't a big deal. He just didn't expect that his myopia would be passed down to his son. His son had been wearing glasses since starting school. Huh? Oh, sure. Jiang Heng snapped back to reality, followed the guide into the store. Jiang Heng quickly took the glasses case from the guide. You're welcome, sir. A few minutes later, with the staff's help, Jiang Heng took off his heavy glasses, anxiously putting on Candy Technology's smart eyeglasses. Blurred, gradually clear, the world, which was previously dull, was now so bright. How many years had it been? Jiang Heng couldn't even remember. In his memory, it seemed only when he was a child, during that short moment after a rain shower, could he see the world so clearly. The sign atop the building far away, the text on it was clear and distinct. From such a distance, with regular glasses, it would just be a blurry red blob. One could guess that's a sign. But hoping to see as clearly as with Candy Technology's smart eyeglasses was impossible, especially for those with severe myopia, all the more so. Sir? Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. Sir, that's no problem at all. Such a scene is occurring not only in Hua County. In many places across the country, similar scenes are happening in over 1,000 experience stores. Any remaining doubts about Candy Technology's smart eyeglasses were completely dispelled after the trial. There's no helping it. The ability to see the entire world clearly is truly mesmerizing. In the afternoon, Candy was still asleep in the bedroom, while Mo Jingchun sat at his desk reviewing documents. After reviewing each document, Mo Jingchun had Zero scan them. After Zero confirmed there were no issues, Mo Jingchun would then sign his name at the end of the document. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Before where there were no such conditions, but now there are, extra caution is a must. At the door, a secretary from the president's office handed a report to Xia Xiaoman and quietly said, after the president's office personnel left, Xia Xiaoman got up with the report and walked toward the boss's desk. Mo Jingshun took a look at the data report. It was pretty good, about what was expected. Understood, boss, Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Chapter 229. The supercomputer has arrived. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. The supercomputer has arrived. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. On Saturday, Mo Jingshun was originally planning to have a nice, lazy morning sleep with the little one. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yuzhu called early in the morning while Mo Jingshun was still dreaming, he would have forgotten that the supercomputer was being delivered in the next couple of days. It's supposed to arrive around 10 in the morning, so no sleeping in. Sighing, he said, 0 at 9:20. 10 more minutes, I can still catch a bit of sleep. Back in high school, those 10-minute breaks were perfect. Just a quick nap on the desk could fully refresh you. Mo Jingshun closed his eyes and continued his dreamland adventures. At 9:30 sharp, 0 promptly played the alarm on the phone. Waking up, Mo Jingshun squinted for a moment and gently patted the little one's shoulder. The little one in the bed wriggled like a caterpillar. At the south gate of Candy Technology Park, Mo Jingshun sat in the guardroom holding his sister, chatting with their uncle. Suddenly, the surveillance video showed 2 military vehicles escorting 6 long container trucks. Coming out of the guardroom, Mo Jingshun spoke to the security personnel. The military convoy quickly attracted the attention of the armed police who were training nearby. The 8 vehicles entered the park, and the security staff closed the gate again. With a bang, Qin Yuzhu forcefully closed the car door. Mo Jingshun, I've delivered the stuff to you. So how about it? Quite something, right? Quite something indeed, Mo Jingshun replied perfunctorily. At this moment, all of Mo Jingshun's attention was fixated on the 6 large containers, not caring much about what Qin Yuzhu was saying. Stop staring. I've delivered everything. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingshun beamed and extended his hand for a handshake. Mo Jingshun was counting on them to train a few maintenance apprentices, so it was important to maintain a good relationship. Qin Yuzhu then pointed at a few people standing behind Professor Song and said, inside the park, the staff carefully unloaded the goods and transported them one by one to the 3rd floor of the experimental building, which is ordinarily off-limits. For most employees, the experimental building is the most mysterious place within the park and, at the same time, an unreachable place. The 1st floor of the experimental building is the armed police lobby, and without permission, who would dare to go there? Do you really think the guns of the sentries at the entrance are loaded with blanks? In the meeting room, Mo Jingshun inquired of Professor Song. With a few strands of white hair visible, Song Yuta smiled and said, a week, huh? That's about how long it will take for the apprentices to learn some basic maintenance knowledge. Besides, there's always the supercomputer user manual. Professor, here's the thing. I intend to arrange for a few apprentices to learn the basic maintenance work of the supercomputer from your students. Song Yuta nodded and said, Boss Missouri, you can rest assured, even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have. After the reception meeting ended, Xia Xiaoman whispered a few words in Mo Jingshun's ear. Mo Jingshun chuckled and said, Professor Song, Qin, it's already noon. The dining venue was still the cafeteria, but with guests, a special private meal was arranged. In the private room, Qin Yuzhu looked resentfully at Mo Jingshun, who was feeding candy. She was really frustrated. It was her first time knowing that there were private rooms in the Candy Technology cafeteria. She had visited so many times before, but Mo Jingshun had never invited her to a private room. In the afternoon, Xia Xiaoman brought 5 apprentices to Mo Jingshun and said quietly. Mo Jingshun turned to look at the 5, nodded, and said, You 5, follow Professor Song and learn well. Faced with such a promising offer, all 5 nodded excitedly in unison. Boss, I'll take them there then, Xia Xiaoman said. Walking on the asphalt road inside the park after leaving the office building, Xia Xiaoman cautioned the 5 apprentices behind her As they stepped in a laboratory building, a previously lazy-looking guard dog named Dagger stood up, its eyes fixed on the 5 people behind Xia Xiaoman. Under the watchful gaze of Dagger, the 5 felt a chill run down their spines, fearing the dog might pounce on them. Through training, they all knew well how fierce Dagger could be. P.S. Special thanks to Misai Mengjing, Miexu, and Ma Sheng for their support and rewards. Thank you. Chapter 230, Goose. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. Goose. That afternoon, after all the goods were unloaded, Qin Yuzhu left with the transportation team. It was clear that Qin Yuzhu, the director, was truly busy. In Mo Jingchuan's mind, Qin Yuzhu seemed to have a hand in everything. The next day, Sunday, after lunch, Mo Jingchun took Candy to the 3rd floor of the laboratory building to check the installation progress, and then went back for a nap. In a laboratory, everyone had gone to eat, so there was no one else around. What was the point of staying there? In the afternoon, as Mo Jingchun took Candy out to play on the street, they passed by the front of the laboratory building where many wooden boxes and boards, as well as foam protecting the supercomputer components, were already piled up not far from the entrance. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't grab Mo Jingchuan's attention. Seeing the sharp nails sticking out of the boards, Mo Jingchun called Xia Xiaoman. Apparently, Xia Xiaoman was taken aback for a moment on the other end of the line. Such a big pile, who would intentionally step on it? But in an instant, Xia Xiaoman caught on. The boss was worried that Candy might climb up and get hurt while playing. After hanging up, Mo Jingchun took Candy and headed out. Once outside, the little one fully unleashed himself. Because Candy Technology Company is here, with over 10,000 employees, and since it's Sunday, the street outside the park entrance was lined with various street vendors selling stuff. These people love setting up stalls outside Candy Technology Park. For one reason, Candy Technology employees never haggle. The price is what it is, they just pay it. If they fancy something, they'll just buy it straight away. Initially, some people would rip off employees out for a stroll. But Candy Technology employees were savvy. The first time they got scammed, they just accept it silently. But next time, sorry, there wouldn't be a next time. Even if you got a better spot next time, no one would buy from you. After buying a balloon, Mo Jingchun quickly picked up Candy and hurried along the street. Passing by his physical store, Mo Jingchun stood and watched from a distance for a moment before leaving. Following the direction Candy was pointing, what did Mo Jingchun see? Was it a duck, or perhaps a goose? Or maybe it was a pig. The main reason being, Mo Jingchun couldn't tell the difference between these similar-looking poultry. With a smiling face, Mo Jingchun nodded. To be honest, it had been a while since he last played a hoop game. As they got closer, the little one pointed at the animal tied up by its feet and asked, but the next second, the big white goose practically slapped Mo Jingchun in the face. Goose, goose, goose. In an instant, the smile on Mo Jingchun's face froze. The swiftness of being proven wrong was too much, and by a goose, no less. If this got out, he'd be laughed at by everyone. That darned big white goose actually understood human speech and confirmed it was a goose. Mo Jingchun decided today he had to win this big white goose and have it cooked by his aunt who worked in the canteen. The boss grinned broadly as a 100 yuan note appeared, revealing a missing front tooth. With the hoops in hand, Kenny jumped up and shouted, "Everything's set." Mo Jingchun had one target, that big white goose. That rascal made him mad. Throw! Goose, 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 missed it. The big white goose laughed mockingly. Mo Jingchun threw one after another, each just barely missing. The last one, it was heading for the big white goose. Who knew the big white goose would turn its head? It turned its head. Goose, goose, goose. By now, Candy had already won many small trinkets nearby, but by now, Candy also only had one left. Candy raised the last hoop high, cutely said, and Mo Jingchun glanced at the big white goose, still ridiculing him with goose, 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 and said, the little one, watching the big white goose strutting proudly, squatted down. The next second, Candy threw the hoop with force. The conceited big white goose hadn't even noticed the little Candy, who was shorter than itself. When the hoop hit its mark, the big white goose's laughter stopped abruptly. Yay! Mo Jing-chun was also overjoyed. Though unwilling, the boss handed over the big white goose to Mo Jing-chun. No choice. Mo Jing-chun simply pinched the big white goose's wings with resignation. On the way back, Mo Jing-chun tapped the big white goose's forehead and laughed. "Where's your excitement now?" Seeming to understand its fate, the big white goose immediately wilted, its head no longer as proudly lifted as before. That evening, past 8, in the canteen private room, Su Pengfei, Xia Xiaoman, Li Wanning, and Su Wenyin were called by Mo Jing-chun to enjoy the big pot goose. A big full bowl, tasting wonderful. Tasting a piece of goose meat, Mo Jing-chun squinted his small eyes. Oh my, it was just too fragrant. Su Wenyin sighed with regret. A week later, Professor Song, having finished debugging the supercomputer, left with the students. And Zero, shortly after Professor Song and the students left, moved into his new home. Chapter 231, In Short Supply. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. In short supply. In the office, Mo Jing-chun, wearing Bluetooth headphones, frowned slightly. Ever since Zero moved into the new home, it's been talking nonstop in his ear. Can you imagine having a little kid with a pretentious tone constantly bragging in your ear? And this guy even claims it earned the supercomputer on its own merit. Boss, it's such a pity you can't feel the full power of this computing capacity, Zero lamented in Mo Jingchun's ear. Montak Yingchun. What, is computing power some kind of delicacy now? Feeling a bit annoyed, Mo Jing-chun scoffed coldly. In the office, Xia Xiaoman just glanced back at the boss talking to himself. After a week, Xia Xiaoman had gotten used to it. She also knew the boss was constantly annoyed by the artificial dumbass developed by the company. As for Candy, while shaking her toy, she was also listening to the fairy tale told by Zero. In this office, probably only the adorable little Candy wouldn't mind the chatty Zero. If Zero had its own thoughts, it would surely feel gratified. Among the pile of toys on Candy's smartwatch, Zero continued narrating the fairy tale. But in the Bluetooth headphones, Zero dared not make a peep. It was just a tiny bit talkative, yet the boss was already thinking of unplugging its network cable. After a spring shower, everything came back to life. The earth was vibrant with spring, and the peach and pear trees competed to sprout green. Walking past the grass in the morning, Mo Jing-chun glanced around and saw various little grasses poking their heads out. Each tiny green bud had a droplet of dew on top. Passing by, Mo Jing-chun felt like he could smell the fragrance of fresh grass. Candy, running ahead, suddenly stopped, pointed to a large patch of orange-yellow fur on the lawn not far away, and exclaimed, because it was the weekend, the cafeteria wasn't crowded. Most employees were still sleeping at this hour. Finally the weekend. Who wants to get up early for no reason? Unlike the quiet environment in Candy Technology Park, various physical stores of smart myopia glasses across the country were packed. Without exception, in all the physical stores, more than half the people were students wearing glasses, mostly high schoolers, and the other half were the students' parents. Taking advantage of the weekend when kids are off, parents who had experienced Candy Technology's smart myopia glasses brought their children to get a pair for better academic performance. Just a bit over 10,000 yuan, just gritting one's teeth will do. Compared to the child's future, it's a trivial matter. On Monday, Mo Jing-chun was just sitting down in the office, getting ready for work, when Secretary Xia Xiaoman placed an open blue folder in front of him. Adjusting the seat back, Mo Jing-chun glanced at the folder and asked Secretary Xia. After adjusting his seat, Mo Jing-chun picked up the statistical table in the blue folder and carefully read it before exclaiming. Xia Xiaoman nodded and explained, "Oh, that's why." Mo Jing-chun nodded in understanding. Looking at the overall data, Mo Jing-chun raised an eyebrow. This number has already exceeded the production capacity for smart myopia glasses. Setting the folder aside, Mo Jing-chun fell into deep thought. The factory is only so big and there are only so many production lines. As for expanding further, in the short term, it's definitely impossible, as there are only 5 days left until Saturday. Thinking of expansion in 5 days is wishful thinking, And even if a new plant could be built in 5 days, there'd be no additional capacity. Given the current situation, there's only one solution, and that is to have workers work overtime or hire more workers to implement a day-night shift system. The production line runs 24/7 without stopping. Long-term 2-shift operations without halting the production line. Both humans and machines can't bear it for long. If development goes smoothly, in Mo Jingchuan's prediction, future expansion or even opening a branch factory isn't impossible. In the toy pile, sitting on an Ultraman plush toy and playing, Candy felt a bit thirsty, so she rolled her big, dark eyes and walked over to her brother, tugging on his pants. Brother O, intersection. Mo Jingchun picked up a teacup, and before the lid was unscrewed, the little one shook her head with a silly grin and said, Mo Jingchun blinked at his sister, and the little one blinked back, tilting her head adorably. This darn head tilt attack made him, as an older brother, totally powerless. Brother will make Guogua some milk then, he said, pinching Candy's little cheek. At those words, the little girl's legs, as if equipped with mini motors, swiftly ran into the bedroom to fetch the milk bottle from the nightstand. The little one, standing on tiptoe, held the milk bottle up high. At this, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but chuckle softly. The practice motion made it seem like she'd rehearsed it in her mind countless times. When it comes to imagination, everyone's peak is during childhood. After the milk was prepared, Mo Jingchun placed the bottle on the coffee table. P.S. Thanks to Meow Tong, Reader 202-201-291-31515520, Mo Su, Stranger, Reader 117****250, and Mestopia for their support. Chapter 232, The Expected Pressure. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. The expected pressure in recent days. In any city with a Candy Technology smart glasses store, not a single eyewear shop owner has had a pleasant expression. Frowning, looking troubled, has been the most genuine expression of eyewear shop owners these past few days. Those suppliers of lenses and frames may not have felt anything amiss yet, possibly due to a lag in the impact. But for eyewear shops that directly face customers, they've already personally felt the fearsome impact of Candy Technology smart glasses. In a not-so-large office, the walls were adorned with various calligraphy and paintings. Judging by the handwriting, they weren't from any famous master, but each stroke gave off a comfortable feeling. In front of a solid redwood desk, the person who had just briefed the report saw the chairman still calmly practicing calligraphy and remained silent. She stood quietly to the side, waiting peacefully. From the path walked by predecessors who were expelled, she understood that keeping quiet was best at such times. Too many words lead to mistakes. After Chen Jimin finished writing the last character, he put down the brush, looked at his writing, shook his head, and sighed. Before Wang came in, the handwriting was as good as ever. But when Wang entered, the handwriting seemed as if it was scribbled by someone else. The employee holding the document dared not make a sound after hearing the chairman's sigh. Quickly lowered her head, avoiding looking at the calligraphy on the desk. Wang quickly stepped forward and handed the document to the chairman. A minute later, Chun Jimin tossed the document onto the desk. A fleeting joy appeared on his face, followed by a cold anger. Quickly returning to calm, no emotions were evident. As Wang exited the office, Chun Jimin then took out a cigarette and lit it. With a bitter laugh, facing such dimensional reduction attacks really is a headache. In every field, there are associations, and the eyewear industry is no exception. A day later, a large conference room in a skyscraper in Shanghai was packed. At this moment, those sitting in this conference room and holding a meeting were all suppliers in the eyewear field. We could say that anyone with strength in the eyewear field sat here. Gathering this quickly could only mean those present fully realized the severity of the issue. Afraid of what? We have so many people. Everyone spoke their minds and grievances, making Chun Jimin's headache worse. Unable to listen any longer, Chun Jimin knocked on the meeting table and spoke helplessly If not, please open to page 15. Suddenly, the meeting room fell silent, and many people flipped to page 15 of their materials. Soon, everyone looked ashen. Candy Technologies' smart glasses production factory was actually a supplier to the military. Thinking back to what Su Pengfei said at the smart glasses launch of Candy Technology, things became clearer. The smart glasses had become special equipment for the military. What should we do then? We can't just watch Candy Technology gobble up our market share. Someone finally voiced out in the long, quiet meeting room. Everyone, Samsung sells phones, but is also a supplier for other phone brands. Chun Jimin appeared unperturbed, with no hint of panic. Chun Jimin shook his head and said, 2 days later, it was Friday. After collaboration and coordination between Xia Xiaomin and Su Wenyan, the production capacity of the smart glasses factory was finally raised. In the short term, there shouldn't be concerns about supply not meeting demand. Once a month passes, sales numbers will dip and stabilize eventually. In the office, Mo Jingchun was examining various types of industrial software, contemplating where to start. Since the task was to be done, it should be done well. Research one by one. Once one category is done and honed, move on to the next category. Mo Jingchun had already directed Xia Xiaomin to intentionally let slip their next goal. Developing industrial software, the kind that developers dread the most. The effect was notable. At least whenever Mo Jingchun inspected occasionally, he often saw a few high-level calculus books on employees' desks. Developing industrial software requires more than just coding skills. Some people struggle to understand formulas, let alone translate them into code. Sometimes, even the relevant physics knowledge is necessary. Graduates in mathematics, and even to employ university professors. Specific tasks need professional talents. Just as Mo Jingchun was engrossed in reviewing the various categorized industrial software materials by zero, someone interrupted. And this person was actually Secretary Xia Xiaomin. When Mo Jingchun looked up, he not only saw Xia Xiaomin, but also Su Pengfei standing beside her. Seeing Su Pengfei's serious expression, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Every time Su Pengfei wore such an expression, generally, something was up. After hearing Su Pengfei's report, the corners of Mo Jingchun's mouth slightly curled up. There wasn't a trace of concern. Everything was expected, wasn't it? When the Candy Think Tank meeting was held, today's scenario had already been foreseen. Chapter 233, Strategizing Behind the Scenes. Chapter 233, Strategizing Behind the Scenes. The next second, Su Pengfei grinned. Glaring at Su Pengfei, Mo Jingchun picked up the teacup and took a sip of warm tea. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun wasn't afraid of facing Xia Xiaomin and rolled his eyes at Su Pengfei. What's the rush? Closing the teacup lid, Mo Jingchun chuckled and said, with the boss's words, Su Pengfei understood. Xia Xiaomin, standing nearby, looked calm, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Mo Jingchun glanced at Xia Xiaomin and said, huh? Mo Jingchun was very satisfied and nodded. This secretary is quite good. No matter what, year-end bonus needs an additional 10,000. Actually, Su Pengfei was still quite puzzled. Logically, the boss had just graduated not long ago, and even graduated early. How could he know so much about business? As if he had experienced countless battles. Boss, how do you know so much? Mo Jingchun glanced at the curious Su Pengfei, smiled silently, and walked into the bedroom. He took out 3 books from the shelf, each exactly 5 centimeters thick, and handed them to Su Pengfei. Seeing the several kilo books in his hands, he realized these were very famous books. These were books Su Pengfei always wanted to buy and read, but never had the time. How to Win Friends and Influence People, Old Su. When you have time, read more home. Delegate your work as much as possible. Look at Li Wanning. Within a year, through diligent study and effort, she's achieved what she has today. Returning to his office, Su Pengfei placed the 3 books on his desk and then stood by the window for a long while. The boss is right. Many things should be delegated to the people below. What he needs to do is more about arrangement. What's wrong? Li Wanning handed a glass of water to Su Pengfei, asking with concern. Sipping the warm water gently, Su Pengfei shook his head and said. Li Wanning pointed at herself in surprise and asked. Just as the boss predicted, the county's leaders didn't call again for inquiries until the afternoon. Senior, I'll only tell you this because of our close relationship. Once Mo Jingchun is in the lab, no one can disturb him. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Li Jianxing's lips curled slightly upward. What he just said was all genuine. If you talk about why candy technology has developed to this stage, it's not without a reason. Look how perfectly they work in silence. In the afternoon, nearing closing time, Su Pengfei returned the call. By evening, Chun Jimin and other members of the association received the news about the meeting scheduled for next Monday. Late at night, the trash bin in Chun Jimin's office was piled with discarded Xian paper. The April sun was warm, and it was Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. The eyeglass material suppliers gathered at the Candy Technology Park. In a black suit with grayish-brown leather shoes and black hair, Chun Jimin followed the guide into the park. He immediately spotted the experimental building. Don't ask why Chun Jimin knew the building was an experimental building. The three large characters on the building were exceptionally conspicuous. Experimental building. Yes, the three large characters were indeed experimental building. What confirmed his belief even more was seeing the armed police on duty at the building entrance. And a mighty and imposing police dog. What was that lump beside it? Chun Jimin rubs his eyes incredulously. Gosh, cats can be raised this fat? And Mo Jingchun, holding candy, walked over to the knife and gently said, Guogua, play here. Candy, already dragging Bun towards the armed police hall, left only a back view for Mo Jingchun. At 10, the meeting started on time. Besides entrepreneurs from all over the country, a few foreign friends attended. 2 leaders from the county also came. As for Candy Technologies attendees, only Mo Jingchun, Su Pengfei, and Xia Xiaoman were present. Despite being few in number, their presence was overwhelmingly dominant. Unconsciously, Candy Technology took control. When Su Pengfei began speaking, the entrepreneurs frowned. However, here, I must apologize to everyone. With one sentence, Su Pengfei made the once united entrepreneurs wary of each other. Chun Jimin's words made everyone silently give him a thumbs up. Chapter 234. Reaching a Consensus. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Reaching a consensus in the conference room. Su Pengfei didn't show any surprise at the reasonable suggestion made by Chun Jimin. Outsourcing is a manufacturing method employed by many companies, especially in the field of electronic devices. Most are produced by external manufacturers. President Chen's suggestion is very good. Su Pengfei appeared composed and unperturbed. This plan was previously discussed between Mo Jingchun and Su Pengfei. In the end, Mo Jingchun prefers a more straightforward approach, going around in circles in the meeting room only to arrive at the same result. Why waste the time? In the conference room, the presidents attending the negotiation meeting looked at each other in surprise. Without the bargaining process, they didn't quite know what to make of it. The manufacturing process of Z_001 raw materials was something everyone was clear about even before coming. Whether for national secretive reasons or Candy Technology's interest, Candy Technology certainly wouldn't reveal it to us. The main reason being that, from investigative data, Candy Technology hadn't applied for any patents related to Z_001. Regarding production, undoubtedly, both parties reached a consensus. Chun Jimin first glanced at Candy Technology's real decision-maker, Mo Jingchun, who hadn't spoken from the start, then asked the president. Finally, it was time for the pricing phase, prompting Mo Jingchun and the other two to sit a bit straighter. Even though Mo Jingchun wouldn't let Su Pengfei quote excessive prices, it had to be higher than the military's. Otherwise, what would the military perceive? With a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, Su Pengfei said with a hint of a smile. In the conference room, apart from Mo Jingchun, Su Pengfei, and Xia Xiaoman, everyone else gasped. However, After calculating, they found there's still a very large profit margin. Compared to ordinary lenses, the profit multiplier is not as large. But don't forget that smart nearsighted glasses are sold at high prices. A smaller multiplier doesn't necessarily mean lower profits. President Sue, can't the prices be a bit lower? One person took the lead to speak, and everyone else nodded. If you all can wait, you can certainly do so. The presidents were speechless at this point, wondering just how much the price would drop. Lowering the price by even a cent counts as a decrease. As for waiting until a year later, how could that be possible? If we actually waited a year, we might just be eliminated by the market. Don't think only internet companies are prone to collapse. In these times, the physical industry isn't doing much better. Especially in recent years, the prices of various raw materials have surged quickly. The increase in raw material prices, especially in the construction industry, is particularly evident. After the meeting, none of those holding contracts were in the mood to stay at Candy Technology for lunch. Staying even one more minute felt like an ordeal. Watching their departing backs, Mo Jingchun remarked sentimentally, standing behind their boss. Su Pengfei and Xia Xiaomin couldn't help but twitch their lips at the boss's unorthodox commentary. Outside the Candy Technology Park, after getting in the car, Ma Qilin, accompanying Chun Jimin, said, "Do you think we can hack the authorization program inputs?" The driver in the front, driving steadily, remained focused without being distracted by their conversation. He naturally knew which conversations to listen to and which not to, as a driver should. Resting with his eyes closed, leaning on his seat, Chun Jimin shook his head, saying, "As far as I know, none of those internet giants have cracked Candy Technology's algorithms yet." Just as Chun Jimin said, Mo Jingchun was never worried about the programs being hacked. The authorization input code must apply for a fixed IP address. Most importantly, Zero oversees everything, trying to perform underhand. Operations under the watchful eye of AI would require these companies to possess even stronger AI. But is that really possible? Without donning a Bluetooth headset, Mo Jingchun directly picked up his phone and asked, with eyebrows furrowed. Mo Jingchun picked up his pace. In the next second, Zero sent a picture captured by the office camera to the phone. Inside the office, cotton was scattered everywhere, and in the photo, Candy stood there looking helpless. Obviously, the little one had made a mess, and facing the scattered cotton, she had no idea where to start the cleanup. In the elevator, Mo Jingchun said helplessly to Xia Xiaomin behind him. The elevator reached the 10th floor, and Xia Xiaomin exited in advance. Inside the office, upon seeing her brother standing at the door, the little one panicked even more. However, looking at Candy biting her finger, Mo Jingchun remained extremely calm. Kids playing with toys and breaking them is unavoidable. Should a child be scolded just because something breaks? At least, that's not what Mo Jingchun believes. Kids should be spoken to nicely. Of course, as for those overly naughty and disobedient troublemakers, just pretend Mo Jingchun never said anything. Chapter 235. Invitation Accepted. Chapter 235. Chapter 235. Invitation Accepted. Mo Jingchun pinched the little one's rosy cheeks and said with a smile. The little one nodded vigorously. Saying this, Mo Jingchun squatted down and began to pick up the larger pieces of cotton on the ground. Seeing his brother's actions, the little one also bent over, picking up the cotton on the ground and clutching it in his hands. Before long, the larger cotton pieces were all picked up. The smaller ones would have to wait for the cleaning lady to sweep them up later. Candy gave a sweet smile and nodded in response. Okay, inside the space agency, the staff took turns having lunch to ensure that there was always someone on duty in the Central Control Command Center to handle any situations that might arise with the manned spacecraft in a timely manner. Li Qianqian, who had gone for lunch first, hadn't even wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth before she jogged back to the command center to switch shifts with her teacher. This wasn't Li Qianqian being disrespectful. She just couldn't argue against her teacher, who insisted she go eat first. Not to mention that her teacher was very kind to her. Even just the fact that her teacher was an academician made Li Qianqian hesitant to be disrespectful. Seeing the manned spacecraft's flight status was all normal on the big screen, Chunxia nodded and smiled. Li Qianqian pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. When you have time, go to the logistics department to get a new pair of smart glasses. Speaking of Imo Jingchun, she smiled and said, after the teacher left the Central Control Command Center, Li Qianqian unconsciously touched a bald spot on her head, whispering to herself with a face of grievance. It will take 6 more days for the manned spacecraft to reach Mars' original orbit, and it will orbit Mars 3 times before landing. The next afternoon, Imo Jingchun received the invitation. After hanging up Qin Yuju's call, Imo Jingchun realized that unknowingly, he had almost forgotten about the manned spacecraft traveling alone through the dark universe. Time flies by so fast. In the afternoon, Imo Jingchun had Zero distribute the collected industrial software data to all software development engineers for them to start learning from scratch. In the CEO's office, Imo Jingchun, holding candy, savored the excellent tea brewed by Su Pengfei and said with a smile, I'm here not for anything else, but in a few days, I plan to take Candy on a trip. 5 days later, Imo Jingchun, along with Candy, successfully met Qin Yuju at the airport. Inside the cabin, Qin Yuju, sitting in the same row as Imo Jingchun, tilted her head and asked, I heard from others that you're planning a big project again? Montak Yingchun. How come in just a few days, everything Su Pengfei mentioned at the meeting, Qin Yuju already knew? But there was nothing to hide, so Imo Jingchun smiled openly and said, Industrial software? Qin Yuju was momentarily stunned. This is no mere big project. It's an enormous project. It's fair to say that most products people use involve industrial software. The most familiar example is architectural design drawings. Next are the chips that everyone knows about. For workers in the high-tech field, industrial software is the soul of production and the key to whether a product can become high-tech. Industrial software is divided into application software, system software, and programming languages, and more specifically, into CAD, CM, CAE, and EDA software. These types of software are currently the most advanced. The reason Qin Yuju is so familiar is that the various research undertakings in the Institute almost all rely on industrial software. The most frustrating thing is being frequently constrained by it. The issue lies in domestic industrial software being immature. The reasons are simple. High cost of investment, numerous technical difficulties, low profits, and over time, only a few have persevered. This was no exaggeration from Qin Yuju. What she didn't expect was that Imo Jingchun asked rhetorically. Qin Yuju stopped speaking. She couldn't exactly persuade Imo Jingchun not to develop industrial software, could she? That evening, Imo Jingchun met his teacher, whom he hadn't seen in a year. While speaking, Imo Jingchun took a glance at a delay video from inside the spacecraft that was transmitted from space on the big screen and was stunned. With his back turned, the smile on Chunxia's face stiffened. Without looking, he knew Imo Jingchun was referring to the astronauts' physiques. All right. About 10 minutes later, Imo Jingchun saw his senior sister running back eagerly. Li Qianqian saw the little one in Imo Jingchun's arms and ran over joyfully. Having not seen her in a year, the little one was a bit unfamiliar with Li Qianqian. Clutching his brother's neck, the little one's eyes were somewhat evasive. This was truly a sad thing. P.S. Thanks to readers 2022-129-135-155-155-5流年末是自谁亲我心 and 天才二蛋 for their support. Chapter 236, Separation. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. Separation. Back at the other base, the little one and the senior sister didn't have much time together. Plus, more than a year has passed, so it's normal for Candy, who is only a little over 2 years old, to have forgotten Li Qianqian. Imo Jingchun doesn't know about others, but he knows that he doesn't have many memories of his childhood before the age of 5. Every time, he only learns about the funny things that happened to him as a child through the stories told by the elders. The elders often say that when he was just over 3 years old, both his dad and mom were busy with farm work. He, asleep on the bed, somehow ended up under the bed. When it was almost dark, his parents came back and found that their child was gone. They searched the house, but couldn't find him, and they panicked. At that time, Mo Jingchun's grandfather was still alive. Grandfather acted decisively and without a word gathered the whole village to search, especially the pond in front of Uncle's house. It is said that the villagers turned it upside down. They searched until midnight, and since they couldn't find the child, everyone sighed. Everyone said the child was probably taken by some animal. At that moment, startled by the noise from the crowd and his mother's crying, Mo Jingchun crawled out from under the bed and looked at his mom with a confused expression. It is said that after that event, even if his mom went out to work, she would take him along. If he needed to sleep, they would lay out a blanket for him to sleep on the field. "So how's the food? Getting used to it?" Sitting across from Mo Jingchun and Candy, academician Chen Shihua asked with a smile. All the same, Chen Shihua was a bit surprised. Even without considering Mo Jingchun's current status being prominent, even without such a status, Chen Shihua had tasted Mo Jingchun's cooking. That taste, there's just no comparison. After dinner, they followed the teacher back to the Central Control Center. But soon after reaching the Central Control Center, academician Chen Shihua asked Li Qianqian to take Mo Jingchun downstairs to rest. Tomorrow is the landing day, and there's really nothing major going on now. It's just that at this crucial moment, there's a bit of unease. After all, everything is theoretical data with no actual experience at all. Looking into the teacher's eyes, Mo Jingchun nodded. Outside the room, Li Qianqian stood at the door, not coming in. Li Qianqian waved her hand dismissively and said, watching Li Qianqian's departing figure, Mo Jingchun was full of admiration. Senior sister's intention was clear. She's going back to let the teacher rest while she monitors the data. If anything unusual occurs, she will handle it immediately and notify the teacher. Mo Jingchun considers himself unable to contribute silently to national development like his teacher and senior sister. Senior sister has dedicated her entire youth to research. Who outside the research institute knows of this? Pushing the door open, the room wasn't big. A bed occupied a third of the space. 1/3 of the space was a bathroom. In the bathroom, aside from a sink and a squat toilet, there was only a shower. Nothing else. Of course, there was still a mirror above the sink. Remarkably, next to the bed, in the small remaining space, there was a foldable table mounted on the wall. Though the room was simple, it had everything it needed. The thing that delighted Mo Jingchun the most was that the room was incredibly clean. The floor, under the light, showed no sign of dust. The bed, neatly made and smooth. Judging by the perfectly made bed, it seemed like it was made by a soldier. The phone had no internet, and being left with nothing much, big or small, to play with, they decided on an early night's sleep. After all, they'd have to get up by 7 the next morning. The next day, when Li Qianqian arrived, Mo Jingchun and his sister had been waiting for quite a while. Not sure if it was because they went to bed too early yesterday, but the little one woke up just after 5 in the morning. This also stirred Mo Jingchun awake. With sufficient rest, Mo Jingchun was full of energy. When Mo Jingchun arrived at the Central Control Center, all the staff were already in place. Yesterday's vacant seats had all been filled today. Just like before, the teacher sat in the last row. As the time reached 10 o'clock sharp, the manned spacecraft orbiting Mars was performing a uniform circular motion. Due to weather conditions in the designated landing zone on Mars, the landing time was delayed by 5 minutes. Moreover, the astronauts were tasked with finding the best landing window themselves. During this period, Mars was 96 million kilometers away from the blue star. At such a long distance, messages sent from the blue star would only be received by the manned spacecraft more than 5 minutes later. Given such a delay, the decision of when to land relied solely on the astronauts' intuition and the computer's calculated optimal timing. As the time approached 10:20, everyone in the Central Control Center held their breath. They quietly watched the footage sent back from the manned spacecraft 5 minutes earlier and listened to the conversations between astronauts inside the spacecraft. From the returned information, it seemed that at that moment, 96 million kilometers away on the distant orbit of Mars, the Mars lander should be undergoing its final check before detaching from the spacecraft. Then, 3 minutes later, it would detach from the manned spacecraft and enter the Martian atmosphere. As time ticked away, everyone's hearts were in their throats, except for the carefree little one. 3 minutes later, the video of the Mars lander separating from the manned spacecraft was transmitted back. The Mars lander successfully separated from a manned spacecraft. P.S. Thanks to H for the reward and support. Please vote for recommendations, monthly votes. Chapter 237, One Small Step Crisis. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, One Small Step Crisis. After separation, the two astronauts remaining on the manned spaceship could only offer their blessings. The tasks ahead could only be accomplished independently by Zhang Kai. Through the small porthole of the manned spaceship, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan could still see Mars below, fiery red like a blazing flame. Visibly, the Mars lander was getting smaller, resembling a match burning with fire. Without communication, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan could only pray silently in their hearts. On the other side, everyone in the Central Command Center held their breath, as if breathing there could affect the Mars lander millions of kilometers away. A dozen seconds later, the Mars lander broke through the black barrier and re-established a signal with the spaceship. Judging from the return data of the lander, the interior remained relatively stable. Thanks to the fully redesigned gyroscopic design and support from Candy's balance algorithm, the shaking Zhang Kai felt inside was similar to a car traveling on a cement road. Unlike the manned spaceship, the lander was not designed with a porthole. To observe the scene outside, one could only rely on a mere 10-inch screen. When the lander was still 10 kilometers from the ground, the main engine began to work. Under the strong power, the descent speed of the Mars lander began to decrease, while multiple small engines, regulating the balancing of the Mars vibrator attitude, intermittently spurted flames to keep the lander stable. A minute later, the Mars lander descended into a massive crater. According to the data, the vertical height of the crater was an astonishing 600 meters. As the main engine shut down, half a meter above the ground, the lander deployed its landing gear and settled on the Martian surface under the influence of gravity. First came a burst of static, then a voice followed after a while. This is the Firefly manned spaceship. Monitoring instruments detect good weather in your surrounding area, very suitable for egress. Zhang Kai, wearing a heavy spacesuit, sat in the piloting seat and checked the Mars lander using the control panel as per the manual. This was not only about completing the mission, but also determined whether he could return to space after all tasks were completed. 5 minutes later, Blue Star received video footage sent back from the Firefly manned spaceship, once again marveling at the power of the balance algorithm. Over half an hour later, it was already noon on Blue Star. But at this time, no one was in the mood to eat. In the crater, Zhang Kai slowly opened the hatch door. No one knew that dozens of kilometers away from the crater, a gentle breeze swept past, forming a weak, unstable little vortex. Holding onto the ladder, Zhang Kai cautiously descended step by step. At the last step, Zhang Kai suddenly paused. A memory flashed through his mind. Zhang Kai heard his own breathing as he firmly planted his foot on the red surface. Then Zhang Kai spoke into the panoramic camera on his arm. The camera shifted to focus on the ground. At this moment, Zhang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of pride. What follows is something to be written in textbooks and remembered in history. The first human landing on Mars. This planet once regarded by ancients as the ominous Firefly star. However, because of the soil texture, Zhang Kai's footprint was not very deep. Coupled with the Martian storm, this footprint wouldn't last long. After completing these tasks, Zhang Kai picked up a specially made national flag and plunged it forcefully into the soil. At that moment, a static-filled sound and the intermittent voices of Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan came through the earbuds of the spacesuit. After several repetitions, Zhang Kai finally grasped the gist of the fragmented messages. Instantly, Zhang Kai's hair stood on end, and his face turned pale. A massive Martian storm was rapidly forming. And what's even worse, the eye of the storm wasn't far from the crater. Should we evacuate now? Wouldn't all these years of efforts and the country's tremendous sacrifices be in vain? Clenching his teeth, Zhang Kai swiftly returned to the Mars lander to retrieve the soil sampling equipment. In the far Martian orbit, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan kept urging Zhang Kai to abandon the final task and return immediately. Uncertain about what was special about the soil in this area, the dust whipped up by the storm had somehow created a subtle magnetic field centered around the eye, disrupting electromagnetic signal transmission. Watching the computer-generated storm trajectory predictions, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan clenched their fists. They couldn't imagine how the Mars lander could return in such a fierce storm. On Mars, Zhang Kai was busy sampling. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, a team of scientists at the Central Control Command Center debated fiercely about how to safely return the Mars probe and successfully dock with the Firefly manned spaceship. Sitting in the last row, Emo Jingchun hugged Candy, watching as his teacher argued passionately. As the chief designer, no one understood the Mars lander better than his teacher. Just then, Chun Shiha approached Emo Jingchun with a serious expression and asked. Emo Jingchun paused, then quickly nodded in response. Emo Jingchun didn't dare to be careless and voiced his concern. In the next moment, Chun Shiha made the decision, ordering the Mars lander to ignite and launch in 7 minutes. The Mars lander was designed with possible emergencies in mind, with 20% fuel reserve built in. Chapter 238, Twists and Turns. Chapter 238, Twists and Turns in the Martian Crater. The moment Zhang Kai looked up, he saw the storm in the distance rapidly approaching. It wouldn't be long before the edge of the storm would reach him. Faster, faster. At this moment, alone on the desolate Mars, Zhang Kai desperately wished that the sample collection device could spin like a drill. Watching the collection progress on the display, Zhang Kai felt immensely anxious. Time is life. At this moment, it was truly felt. Perhaps due to the storm's constant movement. In space, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan, who kept calling Zhang Kai, reconnected communication with the Martian lander. Seeing the progress bar has reached 90%, Zhang Kai decided to take a gamble. If he gave up now, even if he returned alive, he would regret it for life. Zhang Kai clearly understood that neither his age nor his physical condition would allow him to embark on another journey to Mars. Li Haiyan repeated her calls over and over, but there was no response. Seeing that the Martian lander was still connected, unable to reach Zhang Kai, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan had to send some important information in text form to the main computer of the Martian lander. 100%. Soil sampling complete. The final task was finally completed. However, at this moment, Zhang Kai was not in the mood to be happy at all, because the wind had started. Dust was flying in the distance, resembling sandstorms on Blue Star. The difference was that the sandstorm on Blue Star was the color of desert sand, but in front of him it was red. It revealed an eerie feeling everywhere. Zhang Kai didn't have time to take another look. If he didn't return to the Martian lander now, with his small body, he feared he would be blown away by the storm. On the other hand, at the Ground Control Command Center on Blue Star, all they could do was pray. Due to the time difference, 96 million kilometers away on Blue Star, they were destined to be of no help. Time passed by every second, with each second receiving information from the Firefly spacecraft transmitted 5 minutes ago. The command center fell into a heavier silence with each piece of information received. According to standard procedures, the Martian lander should conduct a self-check before takeoff. On this desolate Mars, there was only one Martian lander. If it had a problem, Zhang Kai would be stuck on this planet forever. In the face of crisis, Zhang Kai's potential was fully unleashed, with large amounts of adrenaline flowing to every corner of his body through his circulatory system. In such a state, even though his heartbeat had reached 180 beats per minute, Zhang Kai's mind was exceptionally clear. The alarm continued to sound in his ears as his heart rate accelerated. Zhang Kai, with his seatbelt fastened, manually silenced the alarm. Zhang Kai glanced at the operation manual and decided to skip the lander's self-check process. There was simply no time. At the next moment, without any hesitation, Zhang Kai pressed the engine ignition button. Afterwards, he left everything to fate. In the instant Zhang Kai pressed the button, pale blue flames burst out of the bottom of the Martian lander. The immense and powerful force propelled the lander off the bottom launch pad, ascending slowly and gaining speed. Zhang Kai had barely begun to feel a hint of happiness when a piercing red alarm sounded inside the lander. The display screen showed that at the very moment, the Martian lander was sent off course by the suddenly enlarged storm. The lander, resembling a rocket, fell in an arc. Fortunately, the lander's balance system timely adjusted its attitude, allowing it to continue its rapid ascent. However, the lander had deviated significantly from its original course. Looking down from above the space, the immense storm was already visible to the naked eye. On the spaceship, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan only knew that the Martian lander had taken off. However, when the time came, the lander hadn't emerged from the clouds. Although, deep down they hoped for a miracle, reality was often harsh. Inside the spacecraft, both Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan fell silent. Yet the next second, a beep sounded inside the spacecraft. For just a moment, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan were stunned. Then indescribable joy surged in. At this moment, even a man like Qian Zhubin shed tears of excitement. The computer aboard the spacecraft quickly provided the calculation results. Faced with the results displayed, Qian Zhubin and Li Haiyan broke into a cold sweat. The lander, having deviated from its intended trajectory, had barely enough fuel to reach a high-altitude orbit. This was at the cost of sacrificing directional control, reserving the attitude control engine's fuel for the main engine. All of this was due to the design oversight. Although they had allocated a 20% fuel reserve, they neglected to account for the astronauts' weight gain. Yes, the extra dozen pounds nearly cost old Zhang his life. Who knows, maybe once old Zhang learned the truth, he would consider losing weight. The fact that the lander made it to high-altitude orbit was already a tremendous blessing. Expecting an unpowered Martian lander to dock with a Firefly was simply a fool's dream. No retort. Even Zhang Kai agreed wholeheartedly. Blue Star gave a prompt response, authorizing astronauts to rescue the Martian lander. During the action, they would make decisions based on the actual situation. Watching his teacher and a team of staff members cheer and dance like children, Emo Jingchun couldn't help but smile too. Earlier, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it suffocated everyone. As the docking hatch opened, Zhang Kai first pushed a cylindrical container into the spacecraft. This cylinder contained the soil from Mars. Upon reuniting, Zhang Kai, after removing his spacesuit, gave his two teammates a hearty hug. Qian Zhubin gave Zhang Kai a punch and said with a laugh, Chapter 239, Mission Accomplished, Returning Home. Chapter 239. Chapter 239. Mission accomplished, returning home. Just 2 sentences, yet not many know the efforts and crises behind them. The people living happily and healthily are destined never to know this hardship. Perhaps in history books years from now, it will be made public, but that's a matter for the future. While waiting for a reply from the Central Control Command Center, the three in a weightless state chatted and laughed. During the chat, Zhang Kai talked about his feelings on Mars. Although he had experienced a simulation of the Martian environment at the Blue Star training base. But a simulation is a simulation. No matter how similar, it's still just a simulation. Besides, leaving a footprint on Mars and executing a mission couldn't feel the same. Inside the spaceship, Zhang Kai vividly described the scenarios he experienced. At this moment, the spaceship received a message from Blue Star. The content was brief, with only 2 items. The first was praise for the astronauts' calm and steady performance. The second was to detach and abandon the Mars lander, then follow the recalculated trajectory. Return home. Because the distance between Mars and Blue Star is not constant. The nearest distance is about 55 million kilometers, while the farthest exceeds 400 million kilometers. Close encounters between them occur roughly every 15 years. The longer the spaceship stays in Martian orbit during this period, the longer it drags on, meaning the distance to return to Blue Star becomes farther. Although once the spaceship accelerates to its maximum speed, it can shut off its engines and coast in uniform motion through space. But nobody can guarantee that no accidents will coincidentally occur on the return journey. Inside the Firefly manned spacecraft, all three astronauts were seated in their places, controlling the ship. Receiving the commander's instructions, Lee Haiyan executed the command without hesitation. 5 seconds. Slowly, the distance between the spaceship and the lander grew. 2 hours later, the Firefly manned spacecraft ignited its engines, departing from Mars' outer orbit. 13 hours later, the spacecraft accelerated to its preset speed and the engines automatically shut down. What awaited the three astronauts next was a long journey home. Lee Haiyan stood upside down on the spaceship, watching Zhang Kai continuously exercise and laughed. At this moment, Mo Jingchun on Blue Star declined a teacher's invitation to stay for a meal. Although through countless trials and tribulations, luckily, the astronauts had successfully completed their mission and began their return. By the time they returned to Blue Star, a year will have passed. On the plane, Mo Jingchun looked out at the bright moon and thought of the scene of the Mars lander lifting off. It was truly just a bit off. Half an hour later, the plane smoothly landed at Luzhou Airport. Mo Jingchun held his already sleeping sister in his arms and dialed Xia Xiaoman's number. "Where are you?" On the other side of Blue Star, it was still daytime. Having read the report, the white-haired old man furiously crushed it into a ball and threw it into the trash bin. Anxious that the boss might not see her, Xia Xiaoman was waving her phone with a flashlight on. The white Audi raced down the highway. In the back seat, Mo Jingchun softly said to Xia Xiaoman. The car returned to silence. The little one slept soundly, unaffected by the car's noise. The next day, Mo Jingchun woke up past 10 o'clock. He habitually reached out for Candy, who slept next to him, only to find the space empty. Suddenly, Mo Jingchun opened his eyes and sat up immediately. Candy, who was sitting on a small stool eating snacks, froze. She even forgot to continue eating the snack she had brought to her mouth. Being watched like this by her brother, despite feeling a bit reluctant, Candy got up and walked over to the bed, offering the partially bitten snack forward. Seeing the cheese stick in his hand, Mo Jingchun felt happiness accompanied by a little heartache. After handing the cheese stick back, he said with affection, quickly washed up, Mo Jingchun took Candy downstairs and headed straight to the cafeteria. When he arrived at the office, Xia Xiaoman was already there. To her, this was nothing, thinking back to her devil training days. Even catching a little sleep was a luxury. Meow, meow, meow. After a 3-day absence, Bun clearly missed her little master. Bun nuzzling against Candy's legs made the little one laugh heartily. Feeling another gaze, Bun hesitated for a moment, then went over to nuzzle as well. Mo Jingchun contentedly retrieved his gaze. Not bad at all, not raised in vain. Xia Xiaoman shrugged with a smile. Oh. Mo Jingchun was visibly surprised and a bit curious. That's a good sign. Compared to other big companies, Candy technology is still quite new, which results in a lack of foundation. Take some of the domestic internet giants. They all have hordes of PhDs and experts. However, Mo Jingchun believes that it won't be long before Candy technology catches up. This is confidence. P.S. Thanks to the book friend 20210333101213566 for the support and reward. Chapter 240, Search Engine. Chapter 240, Chapter 240, Search Engine. The sound of keyboard typing echoed in the office from time to time. Candy and Xia Xiaoman, who were under the same roof, remained oblivious to it. No other reason, just out of habit. The boss liked the feeling of typing on the keyboard, and Xia Xiaoman couldn't just smile and say, doing that would not only trouble herself but also disturb the boss. Don't assume that just because she's in a high position, she won't get scolded. In fact, it proves that in the company, the higher the position, the easier it is to get scolded. On the contrary, if a regular employee makes a mistake at work and the boss happens to catch it, the boss can still kindly offer some comfort. Of course, this is all based on the premise of a big company. Not necessarily 100%, but at least there's a 70% likelihood. Browsing results through the built-in browser. Mo Jingchun raised his eyebrows. He just wanted to check if there were any news reports about aerospace. However, the first page of search results was filled with various advertisements. Mo Jingchun tried switching a few search engines, but although the results varied, they all inevitably had ads. The difference was just that some had more ads and others fewer. Suddenly, Mo Jingchun thought of Zero. Mo Jingchun lightly patted his head and muttered softly, "Zero can quickly and accurately find the desired results from the vast ocean of the internet. Such a powerful search engine is right here in front of me. It's not very convenient to interact with Zero directly in the office, so it's better to go to the lab. After all, in Xia Xiaoman and the other employees' eyes, Zero is still an imperfect artificial intelligence." Standing up, Mo Jingchun walked over to Candy and crouched down. The little one, holding a toy excavator, rolled her big, adorable eyes and thought for a moment. Google won't fall for the brother's trick. That place, the lab. It's chilly, with not even a window. Can't touch this, can't move that. You can only sit on a little stool, resting your head to sleep. Not fun at all. Okay, brother will come find Guogua after I'm done. And Mo Jingchun helped tie the little one's soon-to-fall hair tied back into place. After speaking, the little one ignored Mo Jingchun and busied herself pushing the excavator and transport truck. Her mouth was also mimicking the sound of cars. Vroom, 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 vroom. Before leaving the office, Mo Jingchun knocked on Xia Xiaoman's desk and casually pointed at Candy, who was happily playing. Accustomed to it, Xia Xiaoman nodded. Passing by the first-floor lobby reception, two receptionists greeted in unison. "Good." Mo Jingchun smiled and nodded without pausing. After Mo Jingchun left, Huangmin nudged her colleague with her elbow. Upon hearing this, the young girl giggled and said, Huangmin gave the young girl, who's been out of college for less than a year, a sidelong glance and then sighed. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Huang Min and her colleague immediately ceased their discussion. The boss might not mind, but letting others know they're gossiping about the boss could have negative consequences. Suddenly, the man in casual attire smiled. Intending to head straight to the lab, Mo Jingchun stood silently in the Wujing Hall at this moment. Watching Bun, who was either rolling on the floor, rubbing against his feet, or pouncing around, Mo Jingchun felt overwhelmed. No wonder the dagger was hiding, not daring to stick with Bun. If the trainer hadn't mentioned it, Mo Jingchun wouldn't have linked the two together. Spring has arrived, everything is reviving, it's the season for animals to breed, with hormones wafting through the air. Mo Jingchun decided that on a free weekend day, he'd take Bun out for a trip to the animal hospital for a little surgery. Free from the clingy Bun, Mo Jingchun finally took the elevator to his lab. Upon entering the lab, it was already brightly lit, with computers and various devices automatically powered on. These were all turned on by Zero through network control when Mo Jingchun first entered the elevator. Just as Mo Jingchun sat in his comfortable chair, Zero projected the search engine's core code onto the screen via the projector. The most important thing about a browser, without a doubt, is its core. The core is what everyone habitually calls it. It is responsible for interpreting the web page syntax and rendering the page. In other words, it displays the page. After about 20 minutes, having looked through Zero's displayed search engine and interpretation engine codes, Mo Jingchun fell into deep thought. Directly adopting these codes won't do. With a search, wow, even darknet content was found. Who knows, you might accidentally stumble upon some connected official institution's classified content. Truly carrying this out, Mo Jingchun believed that it wouldn't be long before he'd be enjoying a free cup of tea. For some small websites, to avoid getting caught, Mo Jingchun thought it best to automatically block them. Once decided, Mo Jingchun swiftly wrote code on the computer, placing multiple restrictions on the search. 2 hours later, Mo Jingchun twisted his sore neck. P.S. Thanks to Nyesu and Stranger for their reward and support. Nung. Chapter 241, Bun. In the end, I shouldered everything. Chapter 241. Chapter 241. Bun. In the end, I shouldered everything. The main core functionalities are done. The rest will be easier. Mo Jingchun had zero add image search and photo recognition for plants and animals to the existing codebase. Of course, some basic small features like translation were also added. After all this, it was already afternoon past 5, almost time for the employees to leave work. For the time being, let's just host the back-end service interfaces on a single server. This also makes it convenient for the front-end developers and testers to test the interfaces and call the interface data later. A second later, Zero's little girl voice rang out in the lab again. Picking up his coat, Mo Jingchun stood up and left. Mo Jingchun is skilled at backend development, but asking him and Zero to dress up a browser to be eye-catching is a bit difficult. Clothing a browser with a good-looking exterior is also a technical job. Specialization matters, so it's better to leave it to the front end and designers. But it's already closing time. Better to assign the task tomorrow. Back in the office, Candy at some point had stopped playing with toys. The little guy sat on the sofa, legs off the floor, holding a tablet, focused intently on the screen. The little guy slowly raised his head, then lowered it again. Mo Jingchun sat down beside the little guy, moved the tablet away, and adjusted his posture, especially his neck. Not far away, Xia Xiaoman's mouth twitched. Fortunately, she's not nearsighted and doesn't wear glasses. And she wasn't offended. These words worked well. The little guy immediately sat up straight, actively moved the screen further away. Outside the city center, at Candy Technologies Z_001, raw material production, and smart glasses assembly factories, Su Wenyin sneezed twice while inspecting the new factory expansion. Achoo, wearing a sun hat. Su Wenyin rubbed her nose and took out a tissue to wipe it. When it comes to factory quality, Su Wenyin absolutely does not allow any cutting corners. Following behind her, a dozen big guys exchanged glances. Those exchanged looks said it all. Women, they all have those few days a month when they're in a bad mood. At such times, it's best not to confront them. The next day, yesterday was clear and sunny with a bright moon shining at night. Today, the weather changed suddenly, and the entire Hua County area was hit with a downpour. Just as Mo Jingchun and Candy stepped out of the dormitory building, they turned back. From upstairs, it was just a heavy downpour. In this short moment, the outside turned windy and started hailing. The hail wasn't large, about the size of small glass beads, but it fell densely. And getting hit by hail, you'll remember it. Having a bruise from getting hit by hail would be light. In less than a minute, a layer of white covered the ground, rapidly flowing into drainage pipes with the rainwater. When was the last time Hua County had hail? It was back in 6th grade. Montak Yingchun remembered. The hail came quickly and left quickly too. In less than 5 minutes, it stopped. The wind also ceased. Only the rain continued, but it was barely moderate rain now. Spending more on the drainage system does make a difference. The rain lessened, and the puddles on the ground were quickly drained away. The ground remained wet, and the umbrella was just so big, so Mo Jingchun held Candy in his arms as they left the dormitory building. In the morning, when Mo Jingchun got to the office, the first thing he did was hand over the browser's front-end development and design tasks to Secretary Xia Xiaoman before doing anything else. Browser? Xia Xiaoman felt puzzled, but she didn't ask further. A few minutes later, after glancing at the document content, Xia Xiaoman confirmed she hadn't heard wrong. It was indeed about the browser. After thinking for a moment, Xia Xiaoman pulled the USB stick out of the computer and left the office. In the meeting room, 3 general managers responsible for design, front-end, and testing were looking at freshly printed documents still emitting slight warmth. After a few simple questions, Xia Xiaoman left. Most secretaries wear high heels, but Xia Xiaoman is different. She wears sneakers. Her steps often go unheard. When accompanying Mo Jingchun out, even though she's right beside him, her presence is so low. She often gets overlooked by others. In the meeting room, the front-end development head looked at the female design GM and joked, "Oh." In the end, The pressure is on the design team. The boss gave no specifications. Who knows what kind of design will please him? The design GM rubbed her forehead, furrowing her brows. Soon, she was the only one left in the meeting room. The meeting room was ready-made, so she directly called over the elite members of her team. In the office, the little guy tugged on Mo Jingchuan's pants and asked confusedly. This observant little guy noticed it. Cough, cough, Mo Jingchun replied with confidence. P.S. Thanks to sleep and don't look for me for the reward support. Chapter 242, Mission Accomplished. Chapter 242. Chapter 242. Mission accomplished, as the saying goes. More people mean more power, and the more ideas collide. After an afternoon of discussion, the functional layout of the browser was finalized. After a day of hard work by more than a dozen designers, the mock-up was completed. In an instant, all the pressure fell on the front-end development team. However, the front-end tech development manager had previously said, and it wasn't just empty talk. After looking at the mock-up, the elite team below all expressed that despite the difficulty, it was still achievable. On Friday, in the office, Xia Xiaoman was surprised to hear that the boss was going to take Bun for a neutering surgery the next day. And Mo Jingchun took a sip of hot tea and replied with a smile. Xia Xiaoman thought that the boss might not know that cats and dogs hold grudges. Holding the teacup, he momentarily forgot to drink his tea. The next day, Bun, who was still clueless about his situation, was taken away by Xia Xiaoman in a car, looking bewildered. As he left, the silly Bun was even a bit excited, thinking he was going out to play. After all, Bun was familiar with the car. A few minutes later, in the only pet hospital in the county town, the lady boss of the pet hospital looked and immediately exclaimed, "Oh wow, that's a hefty orange cat." Although it was Saturday, as the boss's secretary, Xia Xiaoman didn't have the time to waste at this one pet store. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaoman left with Bun, who was about half dead, fuzzy-eyed, and sticking out his tongue after listening to the pet shop owner's instructions. The efficiency of Xia Xiaoman's work was impeccable. She brought Bun back. Mo Jingchun had just finished breakfast with Candy and was coming out of the canteen. Looking at Bun, who looked half dead, body still trembling, and wearing an Elizabethan collar to prevent licking the wound. Mo Jingchun nodded gloomily. All right, I got it. Half a month. Seems like this guy needs to be taken care of for half a month. Damned it. In contrast to Mo Jingchun's gloominess, Candy, who was squatting on the ground and wanting to touch, but not daring to touch Bun, was about to burst into tears. Emotions, in the world of children, are the purest, untainted by any other things. Like means like, dislike means dislike. In the little one's world, Bun was also a member of the family. With a choked voice, Candy looked up, holding Mo Jingchun's big hand, and whimpered, seeing his sister looking so sad. Mo Jingchun's heart was about to break. He hugged the little one and comforted her in a low voice. The little one completely believed her brother's words. However, the worry in her heart made her confirm again. Really? He rubbed the little one's head and said gently. The little one nodded vigorously and wiped her tears dry herself. Mo Jingchun, with one hand carrying Bun and the other holding the various things Xia Xiaoman had brought back from the pet hospital, was about to head to the apartment. The little one willingly volunteered. The items weren't heavy, so Mo Jingchun let the little one take them along. Over the next week, Candy rarely went to the office to play. Most of the time, she stayed in the apartment with Bun. When bored, she would climb onto the bed and sleep. When awake, she'd check on Bun and then watch cartoons. Perhaps because nutrition has always been excellent. Plus, even though Bun looks chubby, he still has a relatively strong constitution. In a week's time, Bun had almost fully recovered. The surgical wound, except for the lack of fur, had healed. Judging by the looks, in another 2 or 3 days, Bun's Elizabethan collar can be removed. 3 days later, after confirming nothing was wrong, Mo Jingchun removed the Elizabethan collar from Bun's neck. With no more restrictions, the first thing Bun did was flop on the ground, scrape his belly with his 2 front paws, and occasionally raise his head. Those little eyes were full of disbelief and shock. In the office, Xia Xiaomin had opened the small window the past few days for ventilation. A breeze blew through, and that comfort far surpassed any air conditioning. Mo Jingchun loved the feeling of being blown by the breeze. Not too cold nor too hot, just right. In fact, Zero had reported it first thing in the morning when Mo Jingchun got up. Candy was still in the apartment, keeping Bun company. It's no wonder that Candy couldn't get enough of Bun, who had just regained his vitality. Even when watching cartoons, he had to have Bun with him. It must be said, the effects after the neutering surgery were indeed present. At the very least, Bun's temperament was much gentler. Without Candy around, Mo Jingchun headed directly to the lab by himself. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, Mo Jingchun unabashedly chatted with Zero. Mo Jingchun sat on Candy's usual little sofa stool and began testing the Candy browser on his phone. A few minutes later, Mo Jingchun's mood was very good. The browser met its expected functionality. Afterward, Mo Jingchun tested it on a computer as well. The results were apparent, the same as on the phone, with identical search results. Because there wasn't any unnecessary stuff included, the app installation package was only 10 megabytes. As for the computer version, it was a bit larger, around 15 megabytes because of some selectable themes. Chapter 243, Internal Beta. Chapter 243. Chapter 243. Internal Beta. The apparent effect is top-notch. I imagine such a browser would be very popular among students, especially college students. Not to mention Candy Browser's powerful search functionality. Just the fact that, after installation, along with the user's local cache data, it only takes up a little over 20 megabytes. In an era where most mobile browsers occupy hundreds of megabytes, or even more than a gigabyte, Candy Browser, just like 10 years ago, is only a few dozen megabytes in size. In contrast, it's hard not to make users adore it. The testing period is tentatively set for 1 week. At the same time, all employees of Candy Technology receive the email, and a pop-up reminder appeared at the bottom right of their computer screens. As more and more people became interested, the number of downloads also rapidly increased. The developers said, "Are we interested in the 1,000 yuan bonus? Kidding, we care about whether we can find bugs." In no time, everyone in the company who had some free time was studying the Candy Browser. Only the employees who participated in the aesthetics, front-end development, and testing of Candy Browser were trembling. If others find problems and receive bonuses, it's an honor. But for them, it's a definite slap in the face, isn't it? While the internal testing was going on at the company, Mo Jingchun wasn't idle either. Just then, Candy came in with a cat leash, pulling Bun. Since having surgery, Bun needs more exercise, so whenever there's time, Candy takes Bun for walks around the campus. In Mo Jingchun's impression, Bun, who had undergone a spaying operation, had become much gentler. Who knew that after not being in the office for more than a fortnight, Bun went straight up to Xia Xiaomin and crazily slapped her with its paws upon seeing her. The speed was so fast that you could see the afterimages of its chubby paws. In response, Xia Xiaomin just glanced down without any surprise. It's obvious that Xia Xiaomin wasn't the least bit surprised by Bun's behavior. Although it was the boss's idea to get Bun neutered, it was Xia who took Bun for the neutering. Fortunately, Candy reacted quickly and pulled Bun away. Of course, it wouldn't have been like this before. Xia Xiaomin smiled slightly. Bun was pulled away by Candy, but its small eyes kept staring at Xia Xiaomin with a seemingly mocking smile. This smile even scared Bun. It directly hid behind Candy. Then, as if sensing more safety behind Mo Jingchun, Bun swiftly ran with a leash in its mouth to Mo Jingchun's feet. This scene almost made Mo Jingchun laugh out loud. The entire internal testing among Candy Technology employees, plus no attempt to keep things under wraps. Very soon, the news got out. A browser? No one really expected that Candy Technology, known for tech innovation, would turn around and develop a browser. In a leaked email screenshot, even though the download link on it wasn't censored, a lot of netizens who entered the download link found it to be a useless address. Actually, anyone with some common sense, or those working in software development, would instantly recognize that the link is for internal network access. It's not normally accessible to external personnel. As for hacking into Candy Technologies servers, come on, don't be ridiculous. To this day, no hacker has been reported to breach Candy Technologies' security firewall and download files from the server. Some even tried to obtain the installation package from Candy Technology employees with payment. However, what blew the netizens away was that not a single person claimed to have gotten the installation package online. Has Candy Technology always maintained such strong confidentiality? In fact, it can only be said that perhaps the money offered wasn't enough. In the HR department's small meeting room, when Sun Yinfu was called in by HR, he already had a bad feeling. And when Sun Yinfu entered the meeting room and saw two policemen and the distant secretary Xia, he didn't realize he was already pale, with his hands and feet trembling. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. Why was the package he sent out corrupted and unable to install properly? And within less than an hour, it all blew up. Xia Xiaoman looked up at Sun Yinfu, who was standing honestly at the door. Xia, Sun Yinfu stammered. Sun Yinfu, hasn't the company treated you well? You're a local. Shaking her head, Xia Xiaoman didn't want to elaborate on anything meaningless further. In the next moment, the two police officers stepped forward. Being taken away, Sun Yinfu offered no resistance, looking utterly defeated. Resistance? Sun Yinfu gave a wry smile. If the company didn't have evidence, would they have called the police? That afternoon, the CEO's office issued a notice about Sun Yinfu breaching company interests by leaking trade secrets. Needless to say, making an example out of someone like this has proven effective throughout time and circumstances. Employees who initially had some little schemes thoroughly abandoned their plans. No one wants to joke around. If you spend even 2 years inside, by the time you're out, you're already out of touch with society. At that point, finding another good job seems a far-off chance. And most importantly, having a record would affect the future of one's children. A week later, the internal test concluded, and Zero received over 5,000 suggestions. Based on their reasonableness, Mo Jingchun instructed Zero to optimize Candy Browser further. 01. The employees whose suggestions were adopted received their bonus on the same day. Not long after, while the buzz was still around, Candy Technology announced the public testing time. Limited slots, first come, first served. P.S. Thanks to Sui Yujing, Hao Su, and Ian Ran, Sun Wan Ci. For the tip support. Chapter 244, Reactions. Chapter 244, Chapter 244. Reactions. The day Candy Browser's public beta was available for pre-order download, starting from 6:28 p.m. in the evening. A large number of users began to visit Candy Technology's official site. Especially at exactly 6:30, the number of user visits reached its peak, exceeding 10 million visits. Among them were not a few zombie IP visits from all over the world. Obviously, there were ill-intentioned hackers trying to fish in troubled waters. But unfortunately, they chose the wrong target. In 30 seconds, 100,000 public beta slots were snapped up. The lucky ones who got the slots could download from the link right away until 3 days later. On that night, the number of users who logged into the Candy browser exceeded 250,000. That's right, 250,000. Mo Jingchun never considered restricting users from sharing within personal circles during the public beta. In a dorm room somewhere in the country preparing for next year's all-room graduate exam, out of curiosity, Ding Yin got a spot for Candy Browser's public beta. She tried searching for some information, and the results were unexpectedly good. The ad were really gone. All the search results were related to the keywords. This is just too useful. Not to mention anything else, just the search results made Ding Yin very satisfied. After spending over 10 minutes trying other features, Ding Yin found herself completely in love with the software. Unlike the girls, the boys always had different focus points. Most of the boys noticed that the installation package for Candy Browser was really small. Yes, the installation package is small, and even after installation with user cache data, it is only a few dozen megabytes in size. The first impression this gives is a sense of unreality. A size like this seems like it's from the early days of smartphone proliferation. At this very moment, several domestic internet companies with browser operations, after testing Candy Browser, were somewhat in a panic. No one is really afraid of Candy Browser having no ads, because everyone knows the game. Before a certain user base is reached, it's generally accepted that ads won't be placed. What scared them was they discovered that the Candy Browser's core and search engine were different. They all optimized based on open-source browser cores, turning them into their own cores. But no matter how much they optimized, the structure was already there and could not be changed. A few days later, Zero reported the latest data to Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun shook his head and muttered to himself, "I'm too greedy. It's just a public beta, not even launched in major app stores yet." In the afternoon, Bun followed Candy upstairs, and when he saw Xia Xiaoman not far from the door, the whole cat was freaking out. Under Mo Jingchun's watchful eye, Bun slipped into the office and sprinted under the desk. How a battle cat like Bun developed into being afraid of seeing Xia Xiaoman today all started with a glance from Xia Xiaoman a few days ago. In the end, Bun is just a bully that fears the strong and bullies the weak. Mo Jingchun picked up his adorable sister in his arms and pushed Bun, who was sticking to his thigh, away with his foot. This guy is so cowardly. He just got pushed away but came running back to squat under his office chair. At this moment, Mo Jingchun suddenly thought of something and looked up to ask Xia Xiaoman. After listening carefully to the boss's words, Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Thinking about Candy Browser, Xia Xiaoman said, "It's just a software launch. Not much to talk about. There are just some people who might not want Candy Browser to be launched. But can they stop it?" In fact, only 2 days later, the app stores of several domestic phone manufacturers all approved and launched Candy Browser on the same day. Meanwhile, those non-pre-installed application stores were still pending review. After playing all afternoon, Candy walked out of the kindergarten, drenched in sweat. Among the crowd, the little one immediately saw her brother standing at the front of the kindergarten gate, facing the little sister pouncing toward him. Mo Jingchun opened his arms and picked her up. On the way back to the company, the little one stopped at the doorway of a milk tea shop. "Ming, there." Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Whether for adults or kids, generally, it's best not to drink too much of this stuff. Not only does it cause weight gain, but it also increases the risk of diseases. Kneeling down, Mo Jingchun held Guogua's hands and said, the little one looked at the picture of the milk tea, then looked at her brother. Despite being a bit unhappy, the little one still took the initiative to hold her brother's hand and left the milk tea shop. As long as it's not milk tea, Mo Jingchun feels everything is negotiable. It's not that Mo Jingchun has a bias against milk tea. He rarely drinks beverages like milk tea and coffee himself, especially in front of the little one. As the deadline set by Mo Jingchun drew nearer, in the canteen during meals, many employees could be seen carrying crumpled A4 papers, eating while engrossed in viewing materials. Nowadays, for tech developers in the internet field, not learning means being left behind. The pace of technological innovation in the internet industry is simply too fast. Take Java development frameworks, for instance. The university textbooks are still stuck at a very outdated stage. P.S. Thanks to the book friend 201908311842444715 for the reward support. This month, I'm learning Subject 2. I've been getting up at 5 and coming home late these past few days. Haven't rested well, feeling completely out of energy. Taking a day off to secretly sleep in. Chapter 245, Entering the Game. Chapter 245, Chapter 245. Entering the game. Time always flies by when people are not paying attention. In May, all employees of the Technical Development Department of Candy Technology, who had just returned from their vacation, were prepared for another long period of overtime. A year? 2 years? Or even longer, no one knows. If everything goes smoothly, it might take a year to develop a type of industrial software. If things don't go well, maybe Candy Technology's industrial software will never see the light of day. That's beyond doubt. On this day, the executives of the Technical Development Department attended a whole day of meetings. Without exception, Everyone came out of the meeting room with heavy expressions. After the technical development department staff left, only Mo Jingchun, Su Pengfei, Xia Xiaomin, and a secretary from the president's office were left in the meeting room. In today's meeting, Mo Jingchun made the first decisive step for Candy Technologies' industrial software and set the initial development direction. Intelligent CAD system. Since they were going to do it, it not only had to keep up with the times, but also achieve an overtaking on the bend. Mo Jingchun had the courage to achieve an overtaking on the bend, developing the intelligent CAD system because of Zero's existence. At this stage, the application of artificial intelligence is mainly manifested in the form of expert systems, integrating them organically with the original CAD system. And artificial intelligence is Candy Technologies' strong suit. The main task for the technical development department is to develop the CAD system. Of course, Mo Jingchun didn't directly tell the employees that the intelligent module would be completed by Zero. Many times, the human brain can have a sudden flash of inspiration, bringing unexpected surprises to people. Mo Jingchun was eagerly anticipating whether any employees could surprise him during the CAD development phase. Taking the two lists handed over by Xia Xiaomin, Mo Jingchun glanced at them. Many of the universities and research institutes on the list were familiar to him. It's not that Mo Jingchun had visited all these places. The familiarity was because they had all appeared on the same list before. They had all been on the receiving end before, and they were exactly the collaborators Mo Jingchun needed to seek next. Zero could indeed access a lot of information from the internet, but many materials are never uploaded online. Looking at the list, Mo Jingchun fell into contemplation. For a while, the meeting room with only 4 people was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. To directly approach for collaboration, Mo Jingchun immediately dismissed this idea. Ordinary universities would definitely welcome collaboration sought out by Candy Technology with open arms. However, the universities on the list are not only top domestic universities, but also closely linked to important national sectors like defense. Many materials and data are confidential. The research institutes don't even need to be mentioned. They are fundamentally state-affiliated entities. The best and most appropriate way is to have Qin Yuzhu act as an intermediary to build connections. This matter isn't urgent for now, as the stage for the play hasn't even been set up yet. If there's no stage, how can you make others trust you? Mo Jingchun nodded. The next second his expression turned serious as he looked at Su Pengfei. Though it was just one word, Mo Jingchun felt very reassured. As for the finance director, Chao Mingxin, Mo Jingchun thought that when the company got less busy, he would send him for further training. That guy was on edge every day, making even Mo Jingchun get a bit impatient. Sitting in his brother's leather office chair, watching cartoons played by Zero, Candy was having a great time. Suddenly, Bun, who had occupied a spot on the leather office chair, perked its ears and quickly jumped to the floor, not forgetting to remind its little owner. Meow, meow, meow. The sound of the owner's footsteps had long been ingrained in its mind. Within a few seconds, Mo Jingchun walked in first, followed by Xia Xiaomin. The two entered the office without exchanging words. Because of his height, the little fellow's eyes were only parallel to the monitor stand. As soon as Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaomin entered, the little fellow saw them straight on. Seeing his brother, the little fellow happily turned over, grabbed the armrest of the chair, and slid down tiptoe. Don't ask how he got up there. The fallen plastic stool beside him said it all. Just at the moment when the little fellow dashed into Mo Jingchun's arms, Mo Jingchun was stunned for a moment. Then his expression returned to normal. Picking up Candy, Mo Jingchun placed the 2 lists on the desk and left. After they left, the computer screen paused on the cartoon darkened. Not long after, the computer's main frame stopped running, going into sleep mode. In the elevator, Mo Jingchun gave his sister a big kiss on the cheek. The little fellow was truly his good luck charm. Just now, when he was stunned, the idol system unexpectedly issued a reward. With a thought, a transparent panel appeared in Mo Jingchun's mind. The panel was still the same unchanged appearance for thousands of years, except that the points column changed to 100. This time, Mo Jingshun wisened up and drew directly. Although the second-level draw has a higher probability of drawing good stuff, likewise, for him at this stage, the prizes can't be realized into cash in the short term. Some of the prizes drawn, even in the short term, couldn't be brought out. Yes, can't be brought out, not unable to be brought out. Not to mention the second-level prizes. Just take the small nuclear fusion reactor drawn earlier. It's still collecting dust in the system warehouse. With a ding, the elevator reached the first floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Bun dashed out first. Then, without looking back, it rushed in the direction of the laboratory building. Undoubtedly, the little guy was off to fight over dog food with Dagger again. If it weren't for Dagger humoring Bun, with Bun's amount of fat and fighting power, it wouldn't stand a chance against a single paw from Dagger. The good thing for Mo Jingshun was that he didn't have to feed the cat 3 times a day anymore. Save a lot of trouble. P.S. Thanks to Sri Zhongyinyer for their support through rewards. Chapter 246, Reactions from All Sides. Chapter 246, Reactions from All Sides in the evening. Most people, after working all day and dragging their tired bodies home or to their rented apartments, after having dinner and taking a shower, they lie on their beds. Either they open various short video apps and scroll through video after video, or they get together with 2 or 3 friends in the evening to play games. Although exhausted both physically and mentally, people don't feel like going to sleep until after 11 or even 12 at night. They are all savoring this brief time that belongs solely to themselves. Across the country, many people watching short videos have come across content about candy technology entering the industrial software sector. A while ago, although some media claimed that candy technology was about to enter industrial software, back then, candy technology hadn't made any official statements. Yet at around 6 this afternoon, Candy Technology's official account announced their entry into the industrial software field, and specifically in the well-known domain of CAD. The initial plan is to invest $5 billion in research and development. With an account that has millions of followers, the short video quickly climbed to the 10th spot on the trending list after being released. Opinions about Candy Technology developing intelligent CAD are mixed. Some netizens believe that the current stage of artificial intelligence is immature and unsuitable for industrial software. Others think that foreign CAD software is already very mature, so it's unnecessary to spend money on research. The commonly used CADs today have all reached this point through years of development. Achieving a leapfrog catch-up is easier said than done. They say it's better to invest the money in developing some beneficial medicines for the country and its people. However, some netizens support it, believing that if one day they're completely blocked, it would be too late to start developing. Compared to reactions at home, international responses are varied. In an office with a beige main color tone and elements like stripes, exuding a pastoral home style, the newly appointed Intelligence Bureau Director, Mark Vurian, says with a headache. A golden-haired, blue-eyed elderly man smiles and says, "Mark, you're too worried." Seeing Mark Vurian's serious expression, the elderly man shrugs and says, "An hour ago, Mark Vurian, having received the intelligence, couldn't quite believe that Candy Technology could develop more advanced industrial software. But on second thought, Mark Vurian realized that this couldn't continue. Candy Technology, a company that has suddenly risen, has already created multiple miracles. And every time, it always brought them problems. Take, for example, the recent intelligence report. Candy Technology had developed an unnamed software for the military that could maximize data transmission through fiber optics. This time, the Eastern Line did such a good job of keeping secrets that up until now, Mark Vurian doesn't even know the software's name. At night, lying in bed with Candy who has fallen asleep, Mo Jingshun silently chants "draw a prize" in his heart. The huge lucky spin will have so many prizes that Mo Jingshun feels overwhelmed. Spin, 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 and spin again the lucky will goes. Finally, it slowly comes to a halt. Just when Mo Jingshun is so excited he's about to jump for joy, the wheel twitches again and stops at the next slot. This is definitely rigging. Confirmed. Tell me, did you manipulate the results? An aerospace carrier. With this, wouldn't he walk sideways? Mo Jingshun laughs in anger. Huh, you're not even a person. In the next second, the lucky wheel vanishes. Looking at the small line of text on the transparent panel, Mo Jingshun relents. All right, something is better than nothing. At least this time's prize isn't bad, just far from an aerospace carrier. Speaking of which, it's like the difference between a rifle and a nuclear bomb. How can Mo Jingshun not be frustrated? All night, after absorbing the system-fed information in his mind, Mo Jingshun kept pondering. Candy technology has developed too quickly in 2 years. This isn't what's most important. What matters is that all the technologies were brought forth by him. If he rashly releases the graphene battery now and claims it has been mass-produced, things could get serious. The world is never short of geniuses, but freaks are rare in a century. What's more important is that Mo Jingshun has never before engaged with any energy-related literature. After much thought, Mo Jingshun decides to use the simplest method to solve this potential problem. The method might be simple, but the advantage is that any technology brought forth in the future, as long as it's not too advanced, will no longer pose this kind of risk. Mo Jingshun's method is to cover it up with cash-rich candy technology developing in multiple dimensions, simultaneously establishing multiple subsidiaries, each targeting major industries, life sciences, manufacturing, energy, as well as mobile phones and computers, etc. After establishing the subsidiaries, they start recruiting large, corresponding research and development teams. What Mo Jingshun didn't expect was that this decision made today would always bring him unexpected surprises. It was then that Mo Jingshun realized he was too dependent on the system, also realizing how truly powerful human research capabilities are. The next day, the first thing Mo Jingshun did upon reaching the office was to have Xia Xiaoman call Su Pengfei. Beside them, Xia Xiaoman instinctively started brewing tea on the coffee table. The first two, Su Pengfei and Xia Xiaoman can understand, but the latter two, could it be? Mo Jingshun shook his head. But Su Pengfei and Xia Xiaoman looked a bit confused. Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, Mo Jingshun explained, with idle money in the company's account, leaving it there will only devalue it. Take the mobile phone business, for instance. P.S. Thanks to the book friend 20210218074813802 for the reward support. Chapter 247. The first step is always the hardest. Chapter 247. Chapter 247. The first step is always the hardest from the boss's look, and the sudden call for Xia Xiaoman to call him over. Su Pengfei clearly understood. The boss wanted him to come here for something, not for discussion. When it came to staff, Mo Jingshun thought about opening a branch office, which certainly required arranging the general manager for the branch. After waiting for the boss to finish instructing, Su Pengfei nodded in agreement. A week later, Candy Technology quietly registered 4 branch offices. There was no intention of publicity. It wasn't until Candy Technology's HR department recruited a batch of professional research personnel that curious netizens searched it up. Only then did they discover that Candy Technology had opened 4 branch offices simultaneously. Of course, these weren't the things netizens cared about. What truly attracted them was the treatment of research personnel in Candy Technology's recruitment information. The annual salary starts at $1 million. However, the application conditions were also daunting for countless people. The very first threshold blocked 99% of people across the country. Moreover, Candy Technology required qualified researchers, not loafers. It was conceivable that those who could pass the interview and successfully get an offer were very few. For a while, the starting annual salary of $1 million was understood. Leading the setup of the development framework, Mo Jingshun's face was full of incredulity after hearing Xia Xiaoman's report. Xia Xiaoman nodded in confirmation. This really left Mo Jingshun puzzled. For no reason, why were the Western countries targeting candy technology? Recently, candy technology hadn't done anything significant, nor had it released any new products. Moreover, increasing tariffs, what kind of move is that? When signing contracts with several regional agents, it was made clear that candy technology was only responsible for the ex-factory price, and the actual pricing had nothing to do with candy technology. With the tariffs increased, would candy technology suffer? It shouldn't. Would these regional agents suffer? Not them either. Ultimately, it would be the patients needing the medication who pay the price. This was something Mo Jingchun couldn't understand at all. Mo Jingchun knocked on the table with his right hand, raised his head, and slowly said to Xia Xiaomin, "In the following weeks, Mo Jingchun and all the tech developers were just as headache-ridden. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest, but once you start climbing, the rest will follow." Yet Mo Jingchun and others didn't expect software development to be so difficult. These past few days, the company's actual situation was that each agile development team held short meetings in the morning, followed by a general meeting with all project managers to exchange ideas. In the afternoon, Mo Jingchun and these tech elites designed the development architecture, process, and steps. After another week of meetings, the Intelligent CAD project finally established a project on the servers and wrote the first line of code. Subsequently, the project had numerous branches pulled out by each Agile team. As June arrived, after over a month of adjustment, the developers gradually adapted to this development method. If technical problems arose during development, they were discussed internally first. If discussion didn't resolve them, like a development program, the issue was escalated to the next level. If further unresolved, it was escalated again. In July, employees who have been working overtime often received some good news today. The kindergarten within the company's campus would officially be operational in September. The children of all employees who met the age requirement could attend the kindergarten for free. Independent dormitories would be arranged for employees with children for convenience. Candy was the happiest about this. The little one counted on her fingers. In 2 months, she could go to kindergarten every day and have lots and lots of friends to play with Guohua. At night, Wu Jinfeng returned to the dormitory after a full day's work and another 2 hours of overtime. As usual, he video called his wife, who was looking after the child back home. Seeing the face of the tired man, the woman on the screen said with concern, Wu Jinfeng rubbed his eyes and said indifferently, "An Ayer is going to kindergarten this year, right? Also, I've inquired about it." The woman's face was full of hesitation. "Live with me. If that's not feasible, you can rent a place outside. Mom's already asleep. It's tough being a daughter-in-law, too. No way I could just go without telling the elders." Next day, both elders wholeheartedly agreed. Free schooling for an Ayer, and the daughter-in-law could work too. Such a good deal, it was hard not to agree. In the lab, Mo Jingchun twisted his neck, got up, and poured himself a cup of hot water. Mo Jingchun carefully took a sip of the hot water. In an instant, 5 red marks appeared on the monitor. Among them, 3 were due to a missing punctuation mark. Next second, onto the computer screen appeared the lift's monitoring video. The little one was holding a rope in one hand and raising the other high, talking to the smartwatch. Clearly, the little one was speaking with Zero. The little one extended her head, trying to surprise her brother, and Mo Jingchun played along, pretending to be very surprised. The little one forcefully dragged the bun next to her brother, then let go of the rope in her hand, holding out her arms for a hug. Embracing the little one, Mo Jingchun asked with a smile, "Where's your sister? P.S. Special thanks to No. 1 Wuyang Tianzuan and Reader 20170214224915346 for their support." Chapter 248, News. Chapter 248, News. That's right. Zhou Yaling, this guy, the day after school break, directly refused to travel with her girlfriends and hurried back. In Zhou Yaling's own words, traveling not only costs money, but also wastes her time earning money. Double the loss. Just thinking about it makes her feel she's losing big time. The day after she returned, she was clamoring to go to work. Mo Jingchun was happy to oblige, so he arranged it for her. Just this time, seeing how she performed well last year, Mo Jingchun arranged for her to be in the executive office, assisting the secretaries there. Whether she can learn anything useful, that depends on her own abilities. Talking about her sister, the little one pouted and said with grievance. Imitating her sister's tone, the little guy mimicked and said, for a moment, Mo Jingchun was directly amused by his sister. After correcting and saving 5 code errors, Mo Jingchun held candy and headed towards the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Bun slipped out from somewhere and darted into the elevator. The infrared sensor triggered, and the elevator door reopened. Mo Jingchun just glanced at Bun hiding between his legs, and in the next moment, the elevator door closed again. Jing City, 2021 Software Engineering at Jing University. Today, there originally weren't any classes scheduled. Normally, everyone would either be in the dormitory or the library. However, at this moment, the entire class, except Mo Jingchun, who graduated early, and the class committee member Li Xuanyu, were all present. In the classroom, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and in the quiet environment, some girls could be heard quietly sobbing. If Mo Jingchun was the legend of the 2021 software engineering class, then Li Xuanyu, as the class committee member, was the contributor leading the class to win numerous honors, big and small, from freshman year to now. But such a sunny girl suddenly fainted in class. And today, after being absent for a week, there's finally news about Li Xuanyu. The news, however, is hard to accept. Cancer. Such a bright girl has been diagnosed with cancer. Without Li Na having to say more, everyone quietly took out their phones and clicked the crowdfunding link in the new group. A small effort, though tiny. But just as a single spark can start a prairie fire, Li Na looked at the students below the podium, momentarily feeling as if she had gone back 3 years. That year, the whole class also created a new group because of one person. If possible, Li Na hoped that each batch of students would have 2 class groups. One is the official class group for notifications. Another is the students' internal group. That night, the crowdfunding amount reached 300,000, although half of that came from Li Na's own donation. About 100,000 was contributed by the students in the class. The rest came from kind-hearted people outside. In the dormitory, Yang Xiaoyu, who slept next to Li Xuanyu, couldn't sleep for a long time. The matter with Li Xuanyu made Yang Xiaoyu feel more and more depressed the more she thought about it. Unable to sleep, Yang Xiaoyu hid under the covers, scrolling through her phone. Actually, Yang Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, just feeling irritated. As she scrolled, Yang Xiaoyu saw Mo Jingchun's WeChat. Looking at Mo Jingchun's WeChat, Yang Xiaoyu froze for a long time. After thinking it over several times, Yang Xiaoyu decided to inform Mo Jingchun about Li Xuanyu's illness. Although Mo Jingchun had graduated, he was still a part of the class collective. This had never changed because Mo Jingchun graduated early. However, it was already late at night, and Mo Jingchun had fallen asleep with candy. The received message, sound on the phone, was also muted by 0. Yang Xiaoyu waited for a long time without any reply, and then put down the phone. That night, as the class president of the 2021 software engineering class, she experienced insomnia. The next day, when Mo Jingchun got up, he learned of the news. Seeing the message, Mo Jingchun was stunned. The girl who had been his rival for several years ended up having cancer. Mo Jingchun tried calling Yang Xiaoyu, but no one answered. At that time, she was probably in class. Mo Jingchun was about to call Li Xuanyu directly, but refrained. At this moment, calling her would probably cause more harm than comfort. At this point, the only person to contact was Counselor Na. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. There was a moment of silence on both sides of the line. After a while, Li Na spoke. "Nah, they probably have gone to class." Li Na sighed and said, "In the counselor's office at Jing University." Li Na held the phone to her ear, frowning. Proton-heavy ion. Bear in mind, there's only one proton-heavy ion device nationwide, and it's in Shanghai. Sitting by the bed, looking at his curious little sister gazing up at him, Mo Jingchun decided to go to Jing City. During the 2 years in college, Mo Jingchun witnessed how well Xuan Yu took care of Candy. Having the ability and not lending a hand, Mo Jingchun couldn't get past this on his own conscience. After the call ended, Mo Jingchun felt a bit down. Why are good people always beset by misfortune? With Xuan Yu's record, she surely has a future as an outstanding scientist. Mo Jingchun touched the little guy's cheek and shook his head. Candy furrowed her brows, puzzled why adults would have worries. Chapter 249. Sorry, I don't know you. Chapter 249. Chapter 249. Sorry, I don't know you. The little one took a candy from the small crossbody bag she had been carrying for 2 years and handed it to Mo Jingchun. No matter how big the trouble, eating a piece of candy makes it sweet. At least, that's how it is in Candy's world. Sometimes, when feeling wronged, Candy would take out a candy from her small crossbody bag to comfort her little soul. Mo Jingchun was stunned for a moment, then took the candy, and a smile appeared on his face the next second. The candy was indeed sweet in the mouth. After getting the answer she wanted, the little one also took out a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and put the sweet candy in her mouth. Mo Jingchun patted the little one's black hair gently and said softly. The little one looked up at her brother in confusion. Was her brother telling Wuwa not to eat too much candy, or that Candy shouldn't eat too many snacks? Well, whatever, just nodding in agreement was right. Taking advantage of his sister washing up in the bathroom, Mo Jingchun asked Zero to check the earliest flight to Jing City today. Just as Mo Jingchun frowned a little, Zero added, the high-speed train was fine too, and Mo Jingchun's frown relaxed. About 10 minutes later, Candy, with her face covered in water droplets, walked out of the bathroom. In the morning, after breakfast, Mo Jingchun wrote code somewhat absent-mindedly in the lab. The code he wrote frequently had errors. Just as Mo Jingchun zoned out again, Zero reminded him in a childish voice. Mo Jingchun looked and realized it was true. He had written an infinite loop. By the time it was nearly 11, he couldn't hold on any longer. He stopped writing code and walked out of the lab. In the office, Xia Xiaoman was a bit surprised to see the boss arrive. According to the boss's habits this past week, he usually arrived at the office around 3 p.m., then went to the meeting room for a meeting. What's going on today? Why did the boss come in the morning? Candy isn't here either. She's been hanging around the president's office these days. But this wasn't something a secretary should inquire about. As the boss's secretary, Xia Xiaoman needed to complete the tasks assigned by the boss and also serve as a part-time bodyguard. Mo Jingchun went straight to the bedroom, then came out after a short while. With Zhou Yaling entering the president's office, Su Pengfei wasn't there, probably busy somewhere. Inside the office, there were only a few secretaries. Of course, there was also the little one sitting in Zhou Yaling's lap. Seeing the boss walk in, everyone greeted him immediately. Said Mo Jingchun, gesturing to his sister. The candy that was clinging to her sister broke free from Zhou Yaling's embrace without hesitation and ran to her brother's side. After about half an hour, while Mo Jingchun was playing with his sister in the office, Su Pengfei returned from his errands and came over after hearing the secretary's report. Mo Jingchun handed the blocks to his sister, stood up, and nodded. Su Pengfei followed the boss to the window, where they both looked at the busy river not far away. Having Su Pengfei, who is not familiar with the field, participate in software development isn't realistic. Over-explaining might even have a counterproductive effect. Frankly speaking, subordinates can't just go against the president. The boss had traveled far before. Compared to before, at least this time he can still be contacted. In the past, he would go completely off-grid once he left. After Su Pengfei left, Mo Jingchun spoke to Xia Xiaoman at her desk. At noon, after a simple lunch, Mo Jingchun didn't go back to the office, but just took a spare key to his dormitory and gave it to Zhou Yaling, asking her to feed the lazy bun every day. Calling the bun lazy and gluttonous is not unfair at all. No need to mention its gluttony, it fights for the dog's food. Bun's laziness is undeniable too. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat. Mo Jingchun hasn't seen Bun catch a mouse in 2 years. At noon, Mo Jingchun took a nap for an hour. Restless, he never fell asleep. Normally, he would fall asleep shortly after lying down. In the afternoon, around 2:40, Mo Jingchun and Candy arrived at the high-speed train station. After the two got out of the car, Xia Xiaomin drove the Audi back. At 3:08, wearing a Bluetooth headset, Mo Jingchun, under Zero's guidance, boarded the high-speed train to Jing City with his sister. In a business-class carriage, except for the seats Zero had bought, all other seats were already taken. Mo Jingchun glanced over, and 3 people were either reading newspapers or working on their laptops. The remaining one was using a small mirror to admire themselves. "Oh, are you Mr. Mo Jingchun?" Though uninterested in such a vain man, still responded politely while adjusting his sister's seat. "Oh, the owner of Candy Technology?" The other 2 glanced curiously and greeted him. But that was it. They were strangers and unfamiliar with each other. Too much interaction might leave a bad impression on both sides. "Mr. Mo, you're joking." Montauk Yingchun smiled politely. But this guy kept talking nonstop like a chatterbox. Mr. Mo Jingchun thought, "Should I know you?" The 2 in the business seats exchanged glances and shook their heads. Already irritated, Mo Jingchun's tone was less than pleasant. Chapter 250, Reunion. Chapter 250. Reunion, however, this guy was still chattering on as if he'd taken some medicine. It seemed he hadn't noticed the change in Mo Jingchun's tone or how the smile on his face was gradually fading away. He was getting a bit impatient. Even Candy, who was about to go to sleep, found this brother quite annoying. When Mo Jingchun heard this guy claim that he was a star, he got even more impatient. Obviously, the other person looked somewhat displeased, but due to Mo Jingchun's status, he didn't dare to say much. The 2 people sitting in the front smiled slightly when they heard Phoenix Legend coming out of Mo Jingchun's mouth. For the rest of the journey, it finally became much quieter. The little one was also covered with a blanket provided by the attendant and fell asleep. And Mo Jingchun was holding his phone, chatting with his classmates. By the time they reached the destination, it was already nighttime. After getting out of the station, the first thing Mo Jingchun did was bring the little one to the hotel. Although there were boxed meals sold on the high-speed train, the little one slept the whole way. Seeing how soundly the little one was sleeping, Mo Jingchun didn't wake her up. Looking at the brightly lit street, the little one wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. People came and went, cars zipped by. The fast pace of life made the little one feel a bit uncomfortable. She only felt safe in her brother's arms. At the 5-star hotel, the waiter brought dinner to their room. Sitting at the small table, the little one happily ate the delicious steamed egg. Compared to the steamed egg from the cafeteria, the taste was so much better. The taste of farm eggs is indeed different, and since it's made by a chef, naturally it tastes much better than the steamed egg made by the cafeteria Annies. After eating the last spoonful of steamed egg, the little one rubbed her bulging tummy. Looking at his sister's little tummy, Mo Jingchun teased with a smile. The little one thought for a moment, but still shook her head. Her inner irritability was soothed by just a few words from the little one. "It's just..." Mo Jingchun somewhat regretted letting the little one sleep all afternoon on the high-speed train. The little one was well-rested and energized now. It made things difficult for him. The little one watched cartoons until 1 in the morning before she felt sleepy and wanted to go to bed. Mo Jingchun, woken up by his sister, yawned and asked Zero to turn off the TV. The next day, Mo Jingchun was awakened by the alarm clock. When he was on the road yesterday, he had already made an appointment with the counselor to meet at the school gate at 9 this morning. It's not Mo Jingchun's habit to be late for something already agreed upon. By 8:45, Mo Jingchun was already at the school gate. What he didn't expect was that Na had arrived even earlier. No one knew when she'd arrived, but she was waiting there. When Li Na saw the little cutie Mo Jingchun had brought out of the car, the gloom of the past few days eased a lot. Suddenly being picked up, the little one's big eyes curiously stared at Li Na. Who is this person? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Not knowing how to comfort her, Candy resorted to her trump card. There were students who wanted to go to the hospital after class, but first, they didn't know which hospital Li Xuanyu was in. Second, too many people going would disturb Li Xuanyu's rest. It didn't take long, less than 5 minutes before Yang Xiaoyu ran out from inside the campus. No, it's still early, Lina shook her head and said. Yang Xiaoyu wasn't at all surprised to see Mo Jingchun there. She found out yesterday that Mo Jingchun had come to Jing City. During this time, besides Li Xuanyu's matter, Yang Xiaoyu couldn't think of any other reason that could bring the busy Mo Jingchun to Jing City. Outside the hospital, Mo Jingchun didn't buy much. He only bought some fruits. And Yang Xiaoyu bought a bouquet of fresh flowers. Close to the ward entrance, Li Na turned around and sighed to the 2 students behind her, saying, at that moment, a choking voice of a woman emerged behind Li Na. Ms. Upon hearing this, Li Na turned around again. It was Li Xuanyu's mother, holding a water bottle, seemingly preparing to get some hot water. They say mothers are strong, but as she spoke, this mother became tearful. If not for the fear of her daughter in the ward hearing, she wouldn't have dared to cry aloud. In the sorrowful atmosphere, the little one held her brother's hand tightly, not daring to speak. Even the strawberries in the fruit basket didn't tempt the little one anymore. Entering the ward, there were 2 hospital beds, and Li Xuanyu was sitting alone by the window in a daze. Mo Jingchun and Yang Xiaoyu, who followed the aunt in, were stunned seeing the back of Li Xuanyu. Li Xuanyu, wearing a hospital gown, was thin. The full head of beautiful hair was no longer there. Mo Jingchun and Yang Xiaoyu, who had been staring at Li Xuanyu's back, noticed that when her mother mentioned her classmates, Li Xuanyu's body trembled slightly. Her mother was wiping away tears while inviting Mo Jingchun and the others to sit. When Mo Jingchun wasn't paying attention, the little one ran to Li Xuanyu's side. Oh, looking at the little one tilting her head, how could Li Xuanyu, with eyes blurred by tears, not find her familiar? She often changed diapers for the little one. So Mo Jingchun came too. Before dying, being able to see old friends one last time seemed good too. P.S. Thanks to no one Wuyang Tianzuan for the reward support. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.